Good morning.
Morning.
How is everybody?
Good morning.
Well, welcome to Sabina College. On behalf of the committee, the MITIE committee, which is myself, Nathan Mayers, Tim Griffin, David Nichols, I'm missing out. Lance Gerhardt, Marcus Claxton, and Michael, forgetting his last name, who can't be here today. But we are really, really happy to see Michael Smith. Thank you, Nathan. We're really, really happy that we could to get everybody else back, get everybody together again. I'm very thankful that you've all come today. I know some of you have come from the interstate. This is the second week of the term break. It is directly after Easter. But even saying that, we've got 100 registrants. I think most are here today, and that's really fantastic to see. So to hit the triple digits, I'm always happy to hit the triple digits. This was originally organised for June, July last year, and we had to very rapidly cancel, unfortunately. And I remember it clearly. I was down at the local hot pot trying to convince the committee that yeah, we can go ahead, and within an hour it became yeah, no. So again, welcome. This is Sabina College. We are a P4 co-ed and 512 independent Catholic school in the Dominican tradition. And as we begin, I would like to acknowledge the traditional owners of the land on which we gather, the Darug people of the Wangal clan. We pay our respects to the elders past, present, and emerging. For those of you who don't know, my name is Ali. I'm the ICT manager at Sabina College. I'm also the current president of MITIE, and I've been in the community for 6, 7, 8 years. I've actually forgotten the number of years now. Maybe Ian Ralph can help me out.
About right.
About right? It seems like a really long time. It is. I want to acknowledge our sponsors here today. And a lot of these were actually locked in for last year, so I do thank them for staying with us, for allowing us to sort of hold that credit for close to 9 or 10 months. Our gold sponsor, and I'm going to speak to each of these. Our gold sponsor is Sabina, and we are a Sabina school. As you know, most term conferences we invite our partners, our school partners, to come in and help us out. So Sabina is a wellbeing software, as you well know. It sits on top of everything else. It's pulling our log files from the Palos. It's inspecting our Google Chat. It's inspecting our Google Drive, or it's coming shortly. It's inspecting Microsoft Teams chat. It's also sifting all through that data from the Palos, looking at where people are going, what are they saying, and what they're doing. And one of the new features that Sid wanted me to mention, which I'm certainly excited for, which is coming soon, is the ability for it to scan Google Drive and also do some AI over images. I can say that within Sabina, I've had several incidents now around wellbeing where we've had to pull some students up, and it has caught some behaviour quite quickly, which we wouldn't have discovered. And of course, the head of pastoral care and so on had those appropriate chats with the students, and the behaviour stopped. We also had a couple of things going over on our junior campus, and I'll get into the layout of the school shortly, but a couple of things going over in the junior campus that without the detection, it wouldn't have got our attention, and which we're able to stop as well. So if you're looking for some wellbeing software, I know there's plenty out there on the market, but we are very happy with Sabina and looking forward to what they come up with next. Which will take me on to, I guess, Next Technologies. Next Technologies does support the school, they are a vendor of ours. I do buy the odd piece of equipment from them, and I've been very, very thankful for their support, especially coming into a new school, as I have, and being able to reach out. So I give Greg a call, I give Chris a call. There is a story, I'll tell you that in a moment, but I give them a call, and they give me some pricing. They've always helped me out. As a bit of a side story, I did go for lunch with Chris last year. I haven't let him forget this. He did try and kill me. Walked down to the Thai store. We got something and I started choking away. So if you see Chris, don't go for lunch with him, and make sure you remind her of that story. Schoolbox is our learning management system within Santa Sabina. We call it Veritas Online, which is Veritas is truth. It is one of our core underpinnings of the way we deliver content within the school, and the majority of our students will actually use Schoolbox or Veritas. It's all day, every day. And of course we have Clipboard. Clipboard, last year I brought in Clipboard to handle some co-curricular management. I remember when I started, the director of sport and co-curricular activities said, look mate, we've got to work something out because we're not taking attendance before and after school. We don't really have an idea of what people are doing, of where they are, what they're actually achieving or not achieving. We're not keeping records and scores. So we brought in Clipboard. It was a bit of a slow start, but we've really rolled it out this term one. The coaches have taken it on board, the staff have taken it on board. We've got everybody involved, and now we're tracking kids who turn up, kids who don't turn up, training sessions, infringements, as you do, we are a school, and scores. So that's been absolutely fantastic, and we'll roll that more. We haven't made use of the payslips module yet, but I'm looking to do that, and we'll roll it out some more. I've just recently turned on the SSO for Clipboard and Azure AD because I found some of the coaches were a little bit challenged in remembering passwords. So that's been a really great feature. Now, I believe Nathan is going to talk about Rico. Is that right, Nathan? Rico is not a vendor of my school.
I guess I am. I don't work with Rico now, but I have in the past. I've worked with Samantha and Amanda on a couple of different projects on print management at my previous school, Roseville, and also in the workflow document management space. And you know, their products are great, but Amanda and Sam are also great to work with. They make it very easy, very professional, and you know, yeah, it's been great to work with them. So if you're looking for a company in the print management space, have a conversation with Rico. They should look after you, or the document management forms workflow space too.
Thank you, Nathan. The sponsors are here all day. The food is all strategically located down there. So please take the time to have a chat with them. They're very generously giving up their time as well, and money, let's be honest, to be here today. It's been 2 years since we've been able to do anything like this. So please have a chat, make it worthwhile for everybody. Have a chat with everybody as well for the day. So the obligatory housekeeping, the emergency exits, if the siren goes off, and I don't believe there's any tests going on today. If the sirens go off and we do have to do an exit, the exits are up the back. There's going to be a flight attendant. We're going to go left through the piazza and just on down to the oval. If you don't mind, you'll see the grassy green area down in the tennis courts. Just pop down there.
Ali, the little running man is going the wrong way.
Should I?
The arrow's going the right way.
That's one. Yeah.
It's been 10 minutes. Shut up.
How many did you get?
It's 3. Thank you, David. The bathrooms facilities, the bathrooms are directly up the back here to the left. There's a couple of bathrooms there. When we're down at the Sienna Centre, which is where you were this morning, which is our beautiful Year 12 centre, follow down the ramp on the right hand side of the building, you're going to see a door open down the far end. Go left, not right, go left, and the bathrooms are on the right just there. And I have to mention Dawn's plot. Do not step on Dawn's plot. It's one of the first things I was told when I came here. It is reserved as a rite of passage. The Year 12s get to do it at the end of the year, and they can step on Dawn's plot and crown St. Dominic. And the Year 4 students, I believe that's right, isn't it? Kinders, sorry. The kinders can come across once a year, so that's the start of the beginning and the end. Otherwise, we do not step on Dawn's plot. Cool. So for those of you who want to get onto the Wi-Fi, There you go. I'll leave it up for a moment. I don't think I like this microphone. Everybody good? Anybody still need it? It is on the agenda. Fabulous. So just a quick run through, and that QR code will take you to the agenda. I thought, why not embrace it, right? So morning, we've had some breakfast. I'm going to go through ICT at Santa Sabina College. We're going to move into current issues in cybersecurity, which is a panel led by Nathan Mayers. Then we're going to have some morning tea time and some time with the sponsors. Thank you. We'll come back for a middle session. Our first panel will be Women in IT, led by Mary Lou O'Brien, and that'll be here in the lecture theatre. And then we're going to have one of two things. You can either hear about a journey in shared iPads, which will be upstairs in the library, and one of my team will direct you up there, or you can sit on a panel about kicking goals with workflow and business automation down here in the lecture theatre, which is going to be led by Michael Durat. And I thank Michael for coming from Canberra today to help facilitate that. Again, we'll have lunch and a school tour of the difference. I'm going to get into that shortly. And time with the sponsors down at the Sienna Centre. And then afternoon tea, a panel, another panel. Oh gee. Building an in-house with David Sutter. He's used one, he's got two to go. A panel about moving between schools, which will be led by David Nichols, and it's myself, Safe, Saman, and who's the third one, guys? It's on the agenda. And then Mary Lou O'Brien will be giving us an update around the upcoming ICT Managers Conference on the Gold Coast. And then, if you want, we can go to the sports club and have a drink. It's just down the road. Following that, there are going to be 2 user group sessions, which we do. We make them available to any vendor who wants to hold them, and we provide that free at the end of each day. Just provide the space. So if you're an Education Horizons customer and you wish to catch up with them, we have CEO David Wakehart turning up. I'm not sure if he's here yet. David, if you're here, put your hand up. Oh, okay. And Chris Durante, who is going to be telling us all about Skillbox 22.0, which is, I believe, is their next release. Is that right, Chris? You in the room? Okay. So, introduction to Santa Sabina College. This is the best photo I could find, or rather, it's the one I could quickly find. I'm actually not going to talk about Santa Sabina College too much. I'm going to let somebody else do it. So, just quickly, we're on the senior campus. We are currently there. It's a fairly broad campus, and to add to it, we've got one across the road as well. So it's a bit of a walk when you've got to go and fix something. And we do have the air bridge, which I'm told was done by one of the former principals. Is that right, Jane? The air bridge?
Oh, yeah, Sister Judy.
Sister Judy, she was very, very...
It only took her about 7 years.
Only 7 years. Well, she had a lifetime of patience. She got that put in place because it was far too dangerous getting people across the road. The boulevard is very, very busy. But the primary campus, where we have about 350 kids across the road, we've got about 850 here. If I've done my math right, we have about 1,250 kids across both sides. And we also have an early childhood centre up Mary Bailey House. So, in terms of the ICT team, there's myself, Scott Dimmick, he's the Assistant ICT Manager. He also runs AV, to which I'm very, very, very thankful. I can sort of run a lighting desk. I can't really. A sound desk, I know how to turn the volume up. But Santa Sabina is very much a musical and presentation school, and a dramatic performing arts school as well. So that hall where we were before, we were actually going to sit that inside today, up in the hall, but moved it over to here to a lot comfier. That's going to be renovated by the end of the year, or begin by the end of the year, and going to get totally ripped out and rebuilt. That's the Sienna Centre, and help me out here, Jane. That was renovated how many years ago?
4 or 5.
4 or 5 years ago. So that encompasses our Year 12s. And then we typically hold our assemblies. I think that building is 20 or 30 years old, is that right? Or longer? The hall?
The hall was built in 59.
1959. Okay, it's a bit older than I thought.
Yeah, 50s. End of the 50s, beginning of the 60s.
Oh, I missed a call. What a shame. Okay, so it's going to get a refit, and it's going to look fantastic. I think we're going to have movable walls, we're going to have video stream, we're going to have LED lighting, we're actually going to have some aircon, just for something a little bit different. I'm looking forward to that, and I'm sure Scott is as well. Andrew Lang, who can't be here either, he's something to do with looking after children. I don't get it. He's opted to look after his kids today. But he runs, he's part of the ICT support team. He's constantly running around school. He's fantastic. He wears out his shoes. When I first started, I had a bit of a running joke with him that I needed to include a shoe replacement allowance in any contract renewals because he's just constantly on the move. He's a fantastic guy. He's been here about 10 years. He keeps...
Rule number 1.
Just when I do this.
That's not my phone.
Oh, no, it's not yours.
You want me to fix it?
Yeah, great.
No, they're gone.
Oh, what a shame. If they call back, I'll take it.
Oh, deal with it.
He's been here about 10 years. He keeps on threatening to take leave, a long service leave. He better not. But he keeps on having a bit of a cheeky grin and saying, oh, I might take that next year. You better not. Aswati is up the back. Aswati, stick your hand up. There we go. Aswati only joined us about 6 weeks ago, and in the spirit of embarrassing people while they're here, she's fitted in absolutely wonderfully. Couldn't have asked for a better hire, really. I know it's really tough at the moment, so I'm really fortunate and really glad that Aswati has joined the team. She slotted in straight away. She keeps on asking me for more stuff to learn on Saturday night via Messenger. Couldn't be more pleased to have her. So that's been a fantastic addition to the team, and I'm very thankful that she's here. Thank you, Aswati. And David up the back. What can I say about David? David has been here for about 20 years. In fact, he's going on long service leave next term. This is his last 4 days, and then he's politely taking off to somewhere else. Or maybe at home, who knows. David has been through 4 management system changes. And tell me if I've got this order right, Dave. You came in as like the maze guy, and then was it iWise? Yeah, and then Denby, and then Synergetic. Yeah? Okay. I've got one to add to that really shortly, but you know. Why spoil the reveal? So David is he's labelled like the database guy. But he's not really. He's more of an information systems guy. He sort of knows how it all goes together. You know, he knows about Concord and Infinity and all these other things which I sort of know on the periphery, but he massages the data, he knows how to make synergetic work, he knows about the maze and the micropay and Connex and all of that lovely stuff. So very thankful to have David around, and I hope that he has a very refreshing turn to long service leave break, because he knows what's coming next. So let's get into it. I'll go away. The tech stack. There's quite a bit there, and I was sort of surprised, and I kept on adding to it. I love word clouds. I didn't want to do all this. I thought, let's make it pretty. We've got ClickView, we've got Concord and Infinity, we've got SASE and Azure, we've got Synergetic and BMS and OSX and Front Row and Palos and ClearPass and Schoolbox and Google and Microsoft and Dandy One and all the lovely names. I'm sure you're all familiar with those things you were seeing there. I was quite surprised. I only started here. Yeah, okay, here we go. 20 months, 2 weeks, 1 day, 1 hour, and 26 minutes and 55 seconds. So, August 3rd, 2020. I think I've got that timing right. So, I was quite surprised when I sort of came in and went, no, bugger, I've got to learn all this. And I've been really thankful for the team that I had around me, because they've helped me a lot. But there's a lot going on, and I'm sure that you all have a lot going on. But to get through some of the basics of it, we've got 2 centres. You're sitting in the Aquinas Centre right now. We've also got St Gabriel's, which used to be the old ICT office. I actually can't see my notes because I'm in this mode, so I'm just winging it. Here we go, 2 screens. Ooh, somebody wants my attention. Excellent. Okay. Aruba switching, nimble storage, HP servers, and VMware vSphere. Just for the geeks. The nimble storage arrays are they're in high availability mode. Our primary room is 2 levels up there. Our secondary room is sitting over at St Gabriel's within the old ICT offices and has a running replica of our storage and server setup. It's not really a DR scenario. 2 diverse path fiber internet links provided by iNet Direct and installed at the tail end of 2021. There's no crossover, no parallel paths, and they're connected to 2 Palos running in the high HA availability mode as well. And all configured with BGP. It's all single mode fiber, 26 switches, 160 Aruba APs, all backed by ClearPass and Mobility Master. There's outdoor APs everywhere, so kids can just take their devices and sit outside. And I've got a pesky remote AP in the tennis court, which keeps on dropping off the mesh. It's really starting to annoy me, so if anybody knows how to fix that, please let me know. It just keeps dropping. vSphere is keeping the VMs running, handles the failover, as we know. Haven't had a reason to use that capability much, but I know that it does work. There was a nasty bug back in 2021, which saw me having to reboot hosts on a semi-regular basis. I was doing it once a week at like 4 or 5 o'clock in the morning on the Gold Coast before most of you were awake, so the school didn't shut down while I was away. Thankfully, they've fixed that bug, but that was really annoying logging into ILO and having to reboot those hosts. Backup-wise, we've got store once on site, another global switch, some LTO7 tapes, all being managed by Veeam, and I'm looking to put some immutable backups in place and repurposing the 230 terabyte Dell EqualLogic storage arrays this year. If anybody's got experience about that, come see me. They're not going to be air gapped, of course, but they'll be fairly close as network gapped as I can make it. They won't be part of the name. And just for giggles, I might throw in some cloud backup, maybe AWS. I've already got Google and Microsoft, so I'll just go the whole 3.
Sorry? Right, okay, you want me to go away and come back?
No.
Okay.
Not at all. So I'm just going to skip through this real quick, because this morning I've actually got Jane Surlis, who is a long-standing teacher, former vice captain and student, and she's actually going to talk about Santa Sabina College from a historical perspective, and Jane will also be leading the school tour. It's a school tour of a difference. I'm not going to show you another server room. We've all seen server rooms, we're everywhere, right? We live it every day. So Jane will take you around, and she's been here a hot minute, as the young kids like to say nowadays, and show you, but just give me a few more minutes. So I was putting this together over the weekend, and you know, I have an ego that can fill the room, but I was really surprised at how much actually came out in the paper. So here we go. And you've got to remember, I'm new to Sabina College. I've only, 2020, August. So what did we do? We've done an internal and external pen test. Highly recommended. Stressful as all heck, especially going into a new school. Finding out everything that's wrong. And then fixing it. We went from a single internet link to 2 diverse path links with automatic failover, and reduced the bill by about 50%. I lit up a 10 gig dark fibre between the 2 campuses and got rid of the microwave link because I didn't like the microwave link. We dragged some 4G internet into our outdoor education centre at Talon, and I'm considering a Starlink service. If anybody else has thought about that, please let me know. If anybody's got experience around that, I'd love to know. Talon is on the wrong side of the hill, unfortunately. If you go over the hill, you can see there's a lovely, beautiful new community with a 4G NBN tower. We're over the hill, we get nothing. So we've pulled in some Telstra 4G, we've stuffed the antenna up. Some days I get 6 meg per second, some days I get 20. It's hit and miss. That's the best we can do. To put a sat out there, or the rural satellite dish would have cost a couple of mil. Sorry, no. No, to run fibre was a couple of mil. To put a sat dish out there was about 250 grand. They wanted a lot of money, so we just went to 4G. We've integrated SASE and Assure as part of our wellbeing solution. We've pulled in Jamf Cloud, and we rolled out a shared iPad program for years K2. All the infrastructure got upgraded, and obviously I'll probably speak more about this in the panel this afternoon, but all the infrastructure got upgraded, and this is just 2021. We've got Azure AD Sync in. We're actually making use of the Microsoft tenant, which sat there for years, not being used at all. Lots of SSO and SAML. I mean, going SSO and SAML nuts drives everybody crazy, but I think it's a good thing. And cleaned up 20 years of rubbish sitting around the AD, which is always interesting to find, especially when you're starting to sync to Microsoft and Google, because all that rubbish syncs over with it. What else did we do? HSC trials and Year 11 exams. We got to about August, and the Director of Teaching and Learning said to me, "Oh, you might need to do something online." I went, "Okay." About a week later, she came back and went, "Yeah, we need to do something online." So we had an idea to working proof of concept in 5 days, Friday through to Tuesday. We spent the following week doing testing and refinements, and we delivered it and used it on the first day of HSC exams. And you've got to keep in mind that this is traditionally a Google school. What did I make them do? I made them use Microsoft Teams. And you know what? They absolutely did it. The girls did it. The invigilators did it. We're talking Teams hand-built every morning for each individual exam, broken into groups of 9, and taking into consideration the disability provisions, the reader provisions, the extra time provisions, the break provisions. Plus a team of invigilators who are retired teachers, 60s, 70s, hand them a laptop, here's how you use Teams, here's how you start recording. After about the second day, they'll write. So who says they can't be agile? And the girls just went, "Yep, righto. We're using Teams." They got onto it with an inspection of the rooms, began the exams, and then they'd use Adobe Scanner to take a picture of their handwritten document, because we still went with the handwritten on the paper. We wanted as close to a HSC experience as we could. So we put that through, and then the invigilators were confirming that we'd received their documents. It was all legible, every page was there. We did that for 2 weeks. Then I had 4 days off, and then we did Year 11. So HSC trials, Year 11, the formal Year 11 exams in September of 2021. That was a fantastic effort. It was Director of Teaching and Learning, it was the teachers, it was my team there every morning, making sure there was no significant outages on Microsoft, making sure that everything was set up, making sure that it was all created, all running, all correct, and adjusting for Teams membership on the fly, because invariably somebody would pull out, or somebody would get moved or redistributed to another team. Why did we do it that way? We wanted to provide a similar experience to HSC exams as we could. I know other schools went open book, but the principal asked nicely, and by asked nicely, they said, we're going to do it this way. And we went, okay. So we came up with a solution. And I'm really proud of what we came up with and what we as a school delivered. And it still sits, it still runs, and it's still available for use in future. And I think there's capacity there to use it in future for, especially in our time of hybrid. But wait, there's more. And then we had hybrid learning. Version 1, sort of before my time, was Google Meet and Schoolbox. Version 2 was Microsoft Teams, Schoolbox, and Google Docs. And they were using classroom codes to get into that, but that had problems in itself. Version 3, we went all out. Microsoft Teams, smart boards, web cameras, Schoolbox, and identity management, and that's what's running right now. So we rapidly web-enabled every single smart board in this room, in the school, sorry. We gave them an identity and said, right, you are all students. And it is pulling we're using Identity 1, and it is pulling that data directly from the timetable. So it knows if it is a student and the class is in that room, that Teams client on that board knows which Teams, and that's all it knows. Of course, the complexity is, you have a teacher decide that they do know best and they want to ignore the timetable, that they change rooms, and then they wonder why the new room doesn't get it. Well, it's because we didn't update the timetable. But they've learned that, and I say, treat this board as a Year 5 student. It needs at least a day's notice, change of room, and you also need to help it sign in and get going because it doesn't know how to type yet. They got that, and it's working really well. So if we've got a staff member sitting at home and they're COVID positive, but they're perfectly fine to actually continue teaching, we bring them in. We've got students at home, we bring them in, and they connect to the students in the classroom. I think most of us have done similar things around that. Some of us have used Zoom or Google, but I think it's really important, especially going forward, that we offer this opportunity post-COVID, thinking about bringing in Antarctic explorers without having to fly them back, or bringing in specialists from overseas. We've got the facility now. The smart boards are Teams enabled. They run the client natively, and it just works. So that's where we're headed with hybrid learning. But we also survived the lightning strike. The two schools I've been at, and I think most of you have survived the lightning strike, and this was in November 2021. It was awesome. I had 3 weeks of the phone system dying, which saw myself and the property manager here at 4 o'clock in the morning on a Sunday morning, 3 weeks running, and then the lightning strike. It melted the phone system, or rather, the ISDN melted copper. So we very quickly changed the SIP. And if you can imagine, we made it look really simple because we've been working on it for 10 months already. And we already pulled in a Telstra NBN private connection that had a month earlier finally been commissioned. We managed to get it going within 4 days, the final stages, because there were some technical hiccups. We had about an hour of testing and then I turned it on. Thankfully it worked. Because we had no calls going in or out. The ISDN was gone. And if you recall trying to get ISDN fixed, it could be weeks. There was no alternative. So thankfully we already had that in place. Otherwise, it would have been a very interesting conversation, but what can you do? So we pulled a rabbit out of the hat. Also lost 3 stitches, 3 switches, a couple of APs and a few handsets didn't make it. We bunked out some ports. I wasn't worried about that. It was the phones. And if you've ever been in a school where the phone stopped working, your phone starts ringing pretty quickly. Generally the marketing team, the principal, the registrar, they want to get phone calls. So what lies in store for the rest of 2022? Well, I'm going to be an idiot and probably migrate GLPI or to GLPI because I just don't like web help desk. I know there are some people in the room who like web help desk. I don't like web help desk. Never have, never will. I just can't stand it. Looking at also integrating and automating some workflows because we don't have any. And I'll be really interested around that workflow panel later about what I can do around that. A lot of our stuff is still manual, a lot of it is Google Docs. Don't want Google Docs. The way we share stuff in the college is we individually share a doc and send it to 20 people. It bothers me. Looking to shift to Microsoft Defender ATP. We've used WebRoot up until now. It's all right, but I don't like it. The amount of data I'm getting back into the security and compliance dashboard is keeping me awake most nights. It's actually quite awesome. And I've only got it on the servers at the moment. I don't even have it on the endpoints. I was looking at my dashboard yesterday and I saw with the April cumulative update, my risk factor had gone up to 29. So I got onto the servers yesterday, I did all the updates, went back down to 19. That was pretty good. So just being able to get that, it also acts as a network scanner. I'm not here to sell MSD ATP, but I'm finding it a really, really useful tool. I know I've got one internal system at the moment that is vulnerable to Spring Shell. Funnily enough, it's Web Help Desk. And I've got nothing vulnerable to Log4 Shell. So it goes off and actually scans the network and it'll look at IoT devices, the whole kit and caboodle. It knows about a lot of stuff. I'm looking to develop a clearer and cleaner onboarding process for new students, staff and parents. And looking at the LMS, the Wi-Fi, the digital textbooks. If anybody's got a process around that, I don't think anybody really does. But at the moment, our onboarding process, I'm seeing some raised eyebrows, I'm seeing some laughs, I'm seeing some smiles, and it's rubbish. We all know that. But I look forward to actually improving that over the next year, so the start of next year is much better. And you know, that magic long list, improve our backups and disaster recovery plan. Does anybody ever actually complete that? Anybody in the room? Oh, do tell. Put your hand up again. What was that? Mike Parker. You've completed a backup and disaster recovery plan.
Yep.
Okay, I want to hear your wisdom later around that.
Okay. Yeah, there's actually some new information related to that, by the way, in terms of disaster recovery and business continuity. In terms of
Hang on, Mike, we've got a microphone coming.
I just wanted to mention that in terms of disaster recovery and business continuity, there's some new advice about that which we don't always think about, and that's related to the security that basically maintaining our security when we're in business continuity or disaster recovery, which is not something that we always think about. So I just thought I'd mention that. So that's sort of the new stuff that's come out. It's actually not that new. I think it was about 2013, but I hadn't heard about that until just this last year.
That's a good point, Mike. I mean, who can get to your backups? Who can mess with your backups? I think that also comes down to removable backups as well. Who can mess around with it? Or one of Nathan's points, I remember Nathan talked to me about who can restore your backups. Is that right, Nathan? If anybody can restore and doesn't get logged when they go accessing. And in the rest of our spare time, we're going to try and do a staff device rollover. Go and try and get some risk and management workflows. And that last one, I'm not kidding. We're going to move the TAS. Term 3, term 4. The staff have been told it's okay. It's not a secret. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to invite Ms. Jane Soulis up. Jane has been here. Well, I'll let her answer that question. Jane will just going to give a quick history of Santa Sabina College and get away from the technical. It's a little bit of a whet your appetite. Jane will be leading the school tour, which is scheduled to leave for 1:10 from this year. It'll be a school tour of the difference. If you really, really want to see a server room, come and tap me on the shoulder. But seriously, we've all seen server rooms. Jane?
Okay, go. Hello everybody, I'm delighted it's interesting as a non-techie to listen to the content that means absolutely nothing to me, but thank God you people know what you're doing. My skills lie elsewhere. We call ourselves a Catholic school in the Dominican tradition. Dominican after St. Dominic, this guy in the dark over here, part of a portrait that was written, I'm into writing code. It was painted by another Dominican, Fra Angelico, you've probably heard of. And he's sitting here with a Bible. A few years ago, some bright spark said, if Dominic were alive today, he'd have the Bible in one hand and the newspaper in another. And of course, now we update it to a Bible in one hand and an iPad in the other. Which is a way of saying that although the tradition is 800 years old, it's very much about keeping in touch with the real world. The girls are very tech savvy, I think, from a teacher point of view, but knowing absolutely nothing, it's very easy to impress me with your tech skills. So Dominic is the underlying ethos of the school. And it's highly appropriate because he lived and preached in northern Spain, south of France, Italy. And when you've got to go on a pilgrimage, it's a terrible spot to have to go to. I'm so grateful he didn't live in outer Mongolia because I would have had to go there. So it's a lovely part of the world, but in the 1200s it was riven by a lot of controversy. In church terms, a lot of heresy going on. People are coming up with fake truth. So the idea of preaching about two gods, a good God and a bad God, really got up his nose and he got mobilised to preach the truth. And that's why on this wall, the key word is veritas, Latin for truth. It's a very big concept and it's really hard to get across to young minds because they tend to think of it in terms of not lying. But as our world today tells us, truth is just so important. So maybe the Donald Trumps of this world and a few others are helping us get a bit deeper into that motto. So when Australia gradually started to get out of the convict era and we started to get middle-class people who wanted their daughters educated well. One of the bishops invited, I think it was in one of those situations where he had a sister in Ireland who was a Dominican and invited them to come to Australia to set up schools. And in a state that's so Sydney-centric, it's a bit strange to think that the first Dominican school in New South Wales was in Maitland. Apparently that part of the world in the late 19th century was booming and thriving, and that's where it all started. Then in the early 1890s, they were invited to start a school here in Strathfield, which at that stage was sort of the edge of the known universe. The train line had just hit Strathfield and that created the ability for a boom. So the beautiful old houses that used to characterise Strathfield, now characterised by 4-storey underground bunkers and McMansions. The old ones are largely gone, But that was the nature of Strathfield. Big houses, large number of children needing education. Sand was also a boarding school until 79, I think, so that many of the girls came from long way out west, north to a good education in Strathfield, and only went home at holidays. And as I do history sort of tours with the Littlies, they find that really hard to imagine, that you would live away from home and only go home at holiday time. Probably some of you lived that life or know people who did. Life's very different for the locals. Although we do have kids who come from the Blue Mountains and long ways. I kept saying, look, there's got to be a lot of good schools between there and here. But there's something, you know, maybe if mum went to school here or whatever, but there are plenty of people who will send their kids very, very long distances to get them to here, which I'm delighted about as an ex-student. The name Santa Sabina is interesting. Obviously Santa, Saint, Sabina. But the fascinating thing is that nobody really knows much about who in the hell Sabina was. And yet we have a school named after her, which makes it really difficult, you know, celebration times. You know, the Jesuits have got Ignatius, and they've all got their big people that they can hold up, and we've got this woman we know nothing much about. But the reason that was given this name is actually after what you might call the mother house in Rome. There's a church called Santa Sabina, and it became the administrative and spiritual centre of the Dominicans. And so the cardinal who set up this whole thing decided, well, that would be a good idea for a name. But what I find fascinating about this Saint Sabina woman, she's from about the 300s. And the church dates from the 500s. I say to the kids, there's no windows, no glass. There's some glass bricks right up the top to let the light in. There's no windows. Why? And when I say to them, it's because windows hadn't been invented yet when this church was built. That helps to get across to them the age of this church. Beautiful basilica. So that's where the name comes from, based in Rome, and why our chapel is the shape it is and whatever. So, you know, I could talk for ages about this, but that's probably enough. If you want to come on a tour with me at lunchtime, love to do it. In the meantime, I'm off to pack some donations for the Solomon Islands. We have Dominican sisters up in the Solomons, very poor community, so we try and send them textbooks and Bibles and anything we think might be useful. So we're doing that today, and I'll come back and join you whenever I need. Okay? Thank you, everybody.
And I just want to thank Jane for giving up her time, for coming in this morning, and for agreeing to lead the tour. I hope it's a tour of a difference. You'll be seeing some buildings. There's a bell tower. I don't think we can ring the bell anymore, can we?
Only for funerals.
Only for funerals. Okay, it's next day. We do actually still have some sisters living on site, but Jane will she'll point them out to you later, and always good for a cup of tea. So we're going to move into, that hasn't updated. Now it has. Google Slides, seriously. So we're going to go into a panel, current issues in cybersecurity. It's going to be led by Nathan Mayers. On the panel we have Chris Gersh from Net Strategy, Mary Lou O'Brien, currently at Redlands, and Richard Jones from Shaw School. Please make them welcome. Just a reminder, we are streaming this, so P's and Q's, please.
All right, welcome everyone.
I'm Nathan Ayres. I'm a risk compliance and tech consultant with almost 2 decades experience working in education. I know many of you. It's great to see you all after what's been more than a 2-year break from us having these MITIE conferences. So I'm looking forward to catching up with a few of you later in the day. I'll be leading us through this panel session today, current issues in cyber security. This topic doesn't need much of an introduction. As EdTech leaders, I'm sure we're all aware of the increased focus this has had in the last few years. COVID, working from home, learning from home has probably increased everyone's awareness of some of the issues in this space. And certainly increased the interest of other stakeholders like principals, school boards, insurance companies, and parents as well. It's a pleasure to have these 3 esteemed panel members here today to talk through some of the experience they've had in this space, some of the experience over the last few years, dealing with some of the challenges that have come up through that time. So I'll introduce each of them to you now in turn. So Mary Lou O'Brien, who I'm sure many of you know, she's had a varied background that included being one of Australia's internet pioneers when she started one of Australia's first online retail businesses in 1997. Via a career in higher education, she landed in the K-12 sector in 2009 when she became the Chief Digital Officer at Melbourne Girls Grammar. After finishing there in 2019, Mary Lou worked as a consultant for 2 years, working both in Australia and abroad before accepting the role of Director of Digital Innovation at Redlands in July last year, which is where she is now. Richard Jones, who I'm sure many of you also know, he's the current ICT manager at Shaw School. You've been there for a long time. A long time, a few years now. He's worked in IT since 1985 and in K-12 education since 2008. His main expertise is in infrastructure, service delivery, and incident problem and change management. We also have Chris Gersh, who works with K-12 schools all over Australia. He's been working with them since 2005 to help them with all facets of moving packets around the network in a secure manner. Working with CNI, I had to check what this acronym meant, Critical National Infrastructure Organisation. So I think that means electricity grids and ports and those types of things, specifically within their operational environments, and the wacky world of federal government to help improve their cybersecurity posture and train their SOC teams. He is now employed at NetStrategy and leads their information security practice. All right, let's get into the questions. Where does responsibility for cybersecurity sit within your IT team within your school, Mary Lou?
Yeah, look, I'll answer that one. It sits with everyone, I would say, from the board right down to 3-year-olds in ELC. It's basically, you have to think of it as anyone that can connect to your network is where there's a risk. So that's my answer in a nutshell. It doesn't sit with a specific person. It's everyone on your infrastructure.
Thanks, Mary Lou. Look, I agree with that sentiment, but I would say that when it happens, the fingers will be pointing at you. So yeah, it is a shared responsibility, absolutely, but in a practical sense, when you need to respond, everyone's going to look into you for that support.
Chris, where does cybersecurity sit with the schools that you support? And is that the right spot?
I mean, the utopia is to have everybody responsible for IT security. I echo the sentiments on the panel here in terms of basically anybody who touches a network device is responsible in some form. If the proverbial hits the fan, typically it's your leadership team that has to face the music. So there's this, I guess, this concept of responsibility and accountability. So your leadership team, the board, are ultimately responsible. They own information security. You guys, as the facilitators of IT within your environments, are effectively accountable to the leadership. So it's quite important, I think, to make sure people are aware of their responsibilities. You know, do the teachers know that they're responsible for IT? You know, making sure all that's propagated throughout.
If your school leadership team or board aren't yet interested in cyber, how can you bring them on that journey?
Do you want me to start?
You start, Chris.
So from a fairly agnostic sort of external view, I guess you could take a couple of approaches here. You could bring them into the fold. You can make cybersecurity real to them. Subject them to things like spear phishing type campaigns. That's the more technical side of things. If you have somebody who's supportive on the board or within the leadership team, ideally you want an advocate within that team to drive those concepts. The thing that I see as sort of like an external party, so working with like an MSPs or vendors, one of the main things that you would try to do is talk their language. So talk in terms of risks, talk in terms of ROIs. Typically, boards don't really care about, you know, the latest patching or the latest CVE criticality vulnerabilities that are being put out. They want to know what's risk and what it's going to cost them. So if you can sort of translate those more technical concepts into those risk-based concepts, because a lot of these guys are running businesses or have run businesses, that's probably a key component.
Thanks, Chris. Yeah, look, if I can just add to that, I would say be transparent with the school leadership. If you get incidents, be very clear, transparent, involve them in it. So the idea of risk management and adopting some sort of risk management framework, whether it be NIST or the ISO 27001 standard, just so you develop a common language around risk management and cyber. And I think also there's a tendency for senior people to think that cyber security is all about criminal activity, and it's not, right? So it's anything that is involved in the protection of information. So it's not just criminal impact, and so you need to look broadly, and that's where a framework like NIST or the ISO standard can help.
Yeah, look, I'd noted down here, engage, educate and provide a motive story. So there's nothing like putting them in a case study, some scenario training is always really a great way to bring them on board. I also noted that the school board actually holds ultimate responsibility, and so there are some legislation changes coming soon that will make them liable around this. So if your school board isn't asking you already for things like your data recovery, business continuity plans, response plans, they will be shortly. So be ready for it, because you will be hearing from them.
Thank you. What advice would you give to a newer aspiring IT leader about preparing to lead cybersecurity as part of their role?
Okay, so I've said read widely, participate in networks and PD, and just recognise that anything that is digitised can be a target. And you may, I'm sure you've all heard the story of the fish tank in the casino that provided that was a breach hotspot years ago. But any device in your environment with a chip in it, right down to the software that monitors the fish tanks in your science labs. Just be mindful of everything.
Yeah, totally agree. I'd say ask lots of questions. You don't need an expert in the technical side of cybersecurity, in my experience anyway. It's about looking at patterns, looking at behaviours, I guess making sure you're aware of what's going on in the cyber landscape. And if all of that doesn't whet your appetite, don't take the job.
That's why I've got no hair. The other key points here is you can't do it by yourself. And you really need support from your executive team. If you don't have that, then it's going to be a real uphill slog. as Mary Lou mentioned, right, that you should be, if you haven't already, be getting questions around, okay, well, what's our exposure risks? You know, what are we doing about business continuity? All those sorts of questions. You really need that support, but then you also need to understand what your team's capable of, right? Because if you want to roll out something that's aligned to NIST or the Essential 8 or ISO, heaven forbid, you're going to have to rely on your team. You know, looking at Ali's team here, there's 5 in the department. If you want to bring on a information security program within that, with that environment, with everything else that they do, you know, it's going to be a struggle. So expand out, ask questions, leverage your community, and understand what the school's appetite is. Are they all going to freak out if you start implementing things like MFA or privilege access management? If they do, you know, there's some education that needs to happen there as well.
Great. All right, hopefully we never have to deal with a cyber incident, but one day, probably many of us, maybe all of us will have to. What advice would you have for the people in this room and for other school leadership around how to go about handling such an incident?
Well, there's handling it and then there's being prepared for it, right? Probably the biggest thing I can say is log everything. Log as much as you can. Because you don't want to have to be searching through incomplete logs or missing data to try to identify, is this an incident? What's the scope? What's actually being infected? So log as much as you can. It doesn't have to go into anything, I say this with caveat, but it doesn't have to go into anything like an expensive, cumbersome scene type thing, even if it's just sort of sitting in a database for reactive investigation. Get your cyber assurance sorted. They will assist greatly with incident management, or they should. If you were to take out proper cyber insurance, they will typically have some sort of DFIR, so digital forensics incident response capabilities, understand what those capabilities are and the limitations and conditions. And one thing, for those that were there for the Newcastle Grammar incident, one of the key highlights there was make sure you've got your communication channels all sorted. Last thing you want to be doing is trying to contact people and not having an idea, not having an effective means of communication. You don't want to be making this stuff up on the fly, so make sure you test as much as possible.
How frequently should you be testing those?
I mean, it comes down to how much things change in your environment, right? If you've got a very dynamic environment, then your testing regime should be a lot more frequent. If you have a change in staff or a high rollover employment, again, that dictates the frequency. I guess that's sort of a roundabout way of saying it depends. Look, I would suggest somewhere like maybe once a semester to go through, do some tabletop workshops. It doesn't take much once you've got things established. It doesn't take much to actually sort of do some couple of tabletop exercises.
Richard, what advice would you have for schools managing an incident?
Okay, the first thing is it's going to happen. So get your mind wrapped around this posture that it will happen. When it happens, it won't be the way you expected it to happen. So I've had two, one more serious than the other. Both of them were supply chain. Both of them I didn't see coming. And so, yeah, so it's going to happen, and when it does happen, it won't be the way you expect it to happen. So thirdly, on the communication side of things, in the incident, the most recent one that I managed, mobilise early, because even if you think the scope of the incident is not widespread, it's almost certainly you're only seeing the tip of the iceberg. So mobilise early. What that means is get people around you quickly. They can help you with the communication side of things, but also you will need an investigative arm to try and understand what actually the impact is. That needs to be running concurrently with the recovery arm as well, so that the two people or the two groups can't do the same thing. So, you know, I know from experience, you can get very down in the weeds with understanding what has happened and how you're going to recover from it. But you also need people actively thinking about the recovery while you are still doing the investigative work if you want to respond quickly.
Just a quick one in addition to that was, Chris mentioned the case at Newcastle Grammar. I would just ask that you be transparent and share your knowledge and your learning. I don't think there's anyone in this room that hasn't benefited in some way from Newcastle Grammar sharing that knowledge and passing it on. So I would ask that, you know, in a community like this, that we do all contribute like that.
That leads into my next question. What could we as IT leaders be doing to upskill ourselves and our teams in everything related to cybersecurity? Certifications, training, you know, attending these days are great, but what are some other specific things?
One thing I've done is I signed up for the Australian Institute of Company Directors because I wanted an understanding at board level, and certainly whilst I was consulting, this was really important for my own benefit and professional development. The other thing would be to sign up for the Australian Cyber Security Centre notifications at cyber.gov.au if you haven't done that already. But probably the AICD one has been huge for me, a real benefit. They offer some fantastic webinars. They're quite expensive, but they will be the webinars that your principals and board members are listening to and attending. So I know I get questions from our board and principal all the time, and they forward me on links to some of the resources that the AICD put out. But in most cases, I'm already across them because I'm also a member. So that's a really good resource for me.
Yeah, I agree with that. The other thing I would say is that everyone's radars needs to be up all the time. So look for odd things in the network and follow them through. Don't just accept that they are normal conditions in your network unless you're confident they are. Because any one of those slight anomalies may be evidence of something going on. And if we've learned anything from Newcastle Grammar is that criminals can be persistent and they're very patient. And so they may be residing on the network for a long time. And that raises the importance of you being aware of what's going on. So Chris, you mentioned about logging. Logging is certainly extremely important, but it's also what you are getting from that information and how you follow through with it.
Yeah, I think that's a valuable point. You need to understand what's normal in your environment. And you know, there are tools out there that do that use of behavioural analytics and you know, all those fancy machine learning concepts that you know, you and your team have been in your networks for years typically, so you should have you know, get that sort of idea of what normal is. I mean, cybersecurity is such a broad thing, right? And this is something that I've struggled with, I must admit, in terms of setting focus, because something interesting comes out and you go, oh, cool, yeah, I'll go investigate that. You know, malware analysis, that sounds like a cool thing to do. And then somebody comes out and talks about, you know, a new Kali distro, and you go, oh, cool, penetration testing, let me go hunt that down, right? So, schools, from my experience, have very finite resources in terms of staff and time that they have and the money they have. So I think one of the key things there will be to set focus on, you know, all right, you want to build up your cybersecurity skills. Okay, well, what do you want to build up? Do you want to build up an offensive capability? Do you want to build up a more blue team capability? Do you want to spin up your own quasi-SOC? So I mean, personally, working for an MSP, we have a lot of quite valuable vendor relationships with security partners, security vendors. We get advisories coming through all the time, so that's something that I would recommend. And there's a lot of great online resources out there. So, you know, if you want to focus on, you know, what the bad guys can do, you know, go look at services like Try Hack Me or Hack the Box. You know, get an understanding of how these guys actually, the techniques that they use. If you want to be more sort of blue teamy type things, there are online resources out there that are really good. So there's a resource called blueteamlabs.online. It goes through and, you know, looks at, okay, here's a compromised machine, find out what it's been doing. So these are good exercises that you and your team can work through. But you need to be realistic. Your team typically wears a lot of hats. So you know, cybersecurity by necessity is going to be a part-time job, effectively.
Can I ask a question of the
Go for it.
audience?
Of course.
And don't feel obligated to answer this because it might be a bit embarrassing. But an example of looking for patterns of activity, put your hand up if you would know if a domain administrator logged in, say, between midnight and 6 a.m. in the morning. Okay, so you've got one hand up. So would you know, based on your current monitoring tools, whether someone with a domain administration privileges logged on to one of your servers, any server, between 12 a.m. and 6 a.m. in the morning? Okay, so there's a few hands up. Now, so I would say, you know, with all due respect, I mean, there's a lot in cybersecurity, but there's an example of one simple thing that can be done that could have it's low-hanging fruit, right? So if you know when your domain admins are logging in and you start noticing an odd pattern, well, there's a clear indicator that something's not right in the network. It could be legit. Here's another question. In the last week, who has checked to make sure that your backups are working? Okay. Yeah. So you ideally want to see all the hands up, right? You know, because that's what you're going to count. That's what you're going to rely on.
Right, hopefully everyone, or many of you have heard of ISO 27000 and or the NIST cybersecurity framework. I've heard one of those described as comprehensively incomprehensible. What are the most important aspects of those frameworks, those standards that we should be aware of?
Thanks, everyone. Okay, so I think where they, so I lean towards NIST. I find it a little bit easier to understand. I think the main benefit is a common language and vocab. Okay, so that, as Mary Lou's already said, if you've got board engagement and you're using the terms in those frameworks, then people start to understand what you're talking about. So in NIST, there are 5 key functions: identify, detect, protect, respond, and recover, I think. So that language is important when you are talking to your boards. So for example, you want to invest some money in something new, you can align it with part of the framework and say, we're investing for this.
Yeah, we've just run the Essential 8 at Redlands, and I think it's more about providing a gap analysis. You can see immediately where you need to focus. So that's probably the biggest benefit for us so far.
I actually brought prompts. So this is NIST in all its incomprehensible glory. And this is ISO 27001/2 with all the controls. Yeah, I struggle through these things. But they are invaluable to, as the panel here have said, to provide that common language. I prefer NIST out of the two because of those 5 key functions. They're really easy to understand. And they give you, I guess, a sense of direction. Aside from privacy and data breach notification requirements, InfoSec in that sort of indicator 12 is relatively unregulated. coming from sort of federal government where you've got very strict adherence to the Information Security Manual, the Australian Government ISM, you have very loose, I guess, steerage on how you approach information security. So it gives you a framework on how to build the house and where to put your controls. For example, you might think your pull out the back is really, really expensive and important. So, if you didn't have something like a nest, you would think, okay, I'll put a door with a lock in the middle, and that should be enough, right? It gives you an idea of what controls are appropriate, where, and how you should implement them.
All right, how frequently should schools be having external penetration tests done? And are external penetrations enough? Are there any other types of assessments that schools should get done?
So I have a love-hate relationship with external pen tests. They're like the lead singer of a popular band, right? Everybody wants to be with Bono, but from YouTube, but Paul, Larry and Adam get sort of left behind. So, I mean, they're valuable, absolutely. They're valuable. If we look at NIST, with all the controls, so there are 108 subcategories in NIST, in the cybersecurity framework. A penetration test, in all its forms, could tick off about 3 of them. So, whilst they're valuable, there's a lot more involved. Do you do just external pen tests? And how often do you do external pen tests? Again, how often is your environment change? If your external interface into the internet doesn't change all that frequently, would something like a vulnerability assessment be a better use of your resources?
Yeah, I think in a practical sense, once or twice a year is probably about right. I agree with what Chris is saying. They're not covering the full framework, whether it's NIST or ISO 27001. However, I'm being the ultimate pragmatist, what I would say is that your insurer will have a box on their cyber insurance form saying, have you done one? And when you're in that hot incident, and it becomes evident that it could have been prevented by a pen test, then just put yourself in that mindset about whether you should be doing them or not. I think they can give you some good actionable steps, but to do it more than twice a year, I mean, my gut feel is you wouldn't be through remediating the first lot in the first 6 months. There's little point in starting the second one, so I think every 6 months.
Yeah, I was going to say at least once a year, if possible, so nothing more to add.
Great. Right, we've talked about logging, we've talked about doing backup restores. What other key activities should schools be doing to make sure they're prepared or preventing cyber incidents?
Yeah, look, I think just having that framework there, so whether it's the NIST or the Essential 8, reviewing that and making sure that you have all the processes and systems in place and trial and tested. Your business continuity plan is always going to be a really important one. I don't think you ever finish that document. I've never finished that document. It's continually changing in every school and environment I've been in. So that's ongoing work, but you must have it. It's your guide to everything.
I think do something every day, right? So just pick an activity which either advances your understanding of threats or advances your understanding of activity on your own network. Just pick something each day that improves the chances that you are going to discover something or improve your ability to respond and recover, so that your mind starts to develop that habit of being actively engaged in cyber. Because I think it's just, as Mary Lou and Chris have both said, it's such a broad thing that I think it can feel insurmountable. So I'd encourage just starting small, It could just be log checking, or it could be just checking your backups, or it could be tapping into the ACSC information or the CERT threads from the US, things like that. But just get yourself involved.
Yeah, I would probably focus on key three areas. Identify your risks. So go through and establish some sort of risk register. Schools typically have, I guess, a school-wide risk program. Establish one, obviously, for information security. Get your assets under control. So know what is connected to your network. Get some control there. And I'm not saying, okay, all my iPads are over here and my bibbies are over there, but also look at things like system hardening, having like gold images. The ACSC has a really good documentation on how to harden things like Windows operating systems, workstations and servers that you can use as a guide. And then gain visibility on the vulnerabilities and threats, so incorporate some sort of threat management. That then at least gives you a really good solid foundation to then work from to improve. As Richard said, you get that sort of continuous pick things off consistently.
What you've all had experience working outside of education. What IT or information security controls have you seen in other industries that haven't yet made their way into the space we work in?
A lot. I mean, coming from a federal / SCADA / industrial control environments, these guys typically have very unique requirements. But having said that, the challenges they face are very similar to the challenges that schools face. A hacker's a hacker. They all take opportunities against things like the MITIE attack, initial access vectors, and all that sort of good stuff. The key things that I would see though are privileged access management. Does that service account need domain admin privileges? Like, does it really? How do you assign domain admin and SA privileges? I know some schools are incorporating MFA, which is great. I'm a big believer of MFA, but it's still not really widespread. I think it needs to be more prevalent. Touching back on the 3 key points, get a risk management program established, get some vulnerability management happening, understanding the threats, and then have some sort of managed detection capability. I think that's probably really key, and that helps you sort of be able to identify incidences sooner rather than later.
Yeah, if I can now, perhaps rather than talk about cyber threats and think about cyber security from a how do you protect your own information perspective, so it's your own incompetence basically. So one of the things that I brought into Shaw was systematic change management. So what so all techies will tell you, you stop me from doing my job, and I'll simply say to them, no, I'm helping you do your job safer. Okay, so systematic change management is a way that you can cut off about 80% of things that threaten internal reliability and stability of the systems. I could prove 80% in my prior job of the remaining 20%, but I couldn't prove. I always suspected that 90% of that remaining 20% was caused by change that wasn't well managed. So if you're trying to manage cybersecurity broadly, you can't just focus on the threats, external threats, criminal threats. It's your own incompetence you need to manage as well.
Chris, you touched on MFA, and with any school now that has cyber security insurance, you know that you must have MFA to qualify for insurance. That came in last year. And I have heard talk of schools trying to grapple with how they turn MFA on for their junior school students. I think you have to look at these documents. They are written for organisations that don't generally take into consideration school environments and 3 and 4 year olds who struggle to type and And certainly the expectation of MFA, I don't believe is even an option for junior school students. So you do your research. Yes, we have MFA turned on, but certainly not for junior school students. It's for staff. It's for those accessing our secure, our SIS, LMS platform, platform, etc. So that's just something to be aware of.
It's sometimes very frustrating reading through those questions on those cyber insurance. The questionnaires, they've not been put together by someone that's certainly ever had to manage IT in school, maybe even in another organisation. But often if you go back and have a conversation with the broker, you say, we haven't turned MFA on, but we're doing this instead. Our kids can only log into their accounts from on campus. Then that may be an acceptable solution for them. All right, I think this will be the last question. Where should schools be spending their money in cybersecurity, and what proportion of the IT budget in 2022?
I think number one's always around education, and that's cheap for us. It's our bread and butter, and that would be always where the focus should be, is number one. I was going to add at the last AICD webinar I went to, they had 3 cybersecurity panelists. One is a guru that has written a recently released book. They actually talked about a lot of small businesses now dropping insurance because it is so expensive for them. And there will be schools out there that can't afford insurance as well. So the 3 things they said that you must do if insurance is not an option. Number 1 was education, staff engagement, making it a constant discussion. 2 was having an incident response plan. 3 was 24-hour monitoring, because next working day is no longer good enough. And they had the annual pen test as number 4.
I agree with all that. However, my number 1 would be backups. So if you've ever had a hot incident before, and that sweat starts to develop, knowing that you've got good backups that you've tested regularly is a lifeline. In terms of the percentage of spend, I think it really depends on whether or not you're talking about active preventative measures or things like education. I mean, I guess I could say mine is 20%, or it could be as high as 60%, depending on what you include. But I think if you were looking at core technologies designed to protect and detect and recover, it's probably in the order of 20 to 30% of recurrent.
Yes, I'm going to echo Richard, backup. Make sure you've got that very well documented. Make sure people know how to restore backups. Testing is critical. If you look at the ACSC's Essential 8, backup is one of the Essential 8 requirements, and a big portion of that is regular testing. Immutable backups, if you can, that goes a long way to sort of, saving the sweat to a certain degree if an incident was to occur. I will also add, just get the basics covered. A lot of these attacks that occur leverage known vulnerabilities, so make sure your patching is up to date. If you don't have a good patching program, then I would probably suggest that's a good area to focus on.
Great. A lot of those things sound like they don't cost a whole lot of money. Just time.
Maybe I can just add to that concept about backups as well, and that is that when you're in a hot incident, backups don't matter. It's recovery that matters. So if you've not tested your backups, the time to not do it is during the incident.
All right, with that,
Can I ask a question?
Go for it. We're running out of time, so this is the other question.
Sorry? Doesn't matter for the stream, for the microphone?
No.
Cool.
Yeah.
All right.
Big voice, big voice.
My question is, I have tried for many years, for example, to get MFA in my school. I have a good solid technical understanding about myself, have a bit of a background in security, and I thought I was talking the right language to my leadership team, and I simply could not get MFA approved. We had been attacked twice by ransomware, The second time, the first time, we were very lucky. It was almost a practice run and only took out access databases, very minimal impact. But it did help us to prepare for the second time. Credit to my infrastructure manager, IT operations manager, David Nichols. It was noticed just before 8 a.m. We had to rebuild the entire infrastructure and he got it done by about 11. So it only cost us 2 periods. The downside of that is that my leadership team doesn't rate ransomware as a great impact. Because hey, we only are out for 2 hours, it's old school. So I come in and say, we need MFA, MFA will help, MFA will lower the risk, the risk. I try and use the right terminology and I wasn't getting anywhere. And yet, late last year, our cyber insurance said you must have MFA, otherwise the insurance is going to go up. Bam! Overnight. We now are rolling out MFA for staff. I get frustrated with this because I feel I'm communicating well, but I'm not being listened to. I'd like to have more influence. Clearly I don't. Another story. But my question to you is, I think that at some level I'm responsible for security at my school. I'm accountable for it. And that's some type of failing there. From a school perspective, because the only thing that got us to MFA was the insurance directive. It wasn't from me and it wasn't from other influence they had. How do we deal with that better?
So what you're talking about there is that the board could see a return of investment.
Not so much the board, leadership team in the school, executive,
could see,
could see the
that
operational senior leadership team in the school, bit separate to the board.
Okay. So the key thing there is that they could see that return of investment. So, okay, if we implement MFA, it's going to bring down our premiums by X amount. I think, at the end of the day, cyber security, like any IT function, there is a cost benefit to it. If it comes down to, okay, implementing a particular control is going to cost $250,000 to protect something that, when you do all your risk analysis, is $100,000. Is it warranted? Probably not. You're probably looking for more efficient ways. I guess you're in a can I say, enviable position by saying that you've got good recovery capabilities, it seems like. But that can be a negative thing, right? Because
doesn't mean the next one will be
exactly. But it also points to the fact that cybersecurity in the environment is perceived as an IT issue, right? And it's not. It's absolutely not, right? This is a business. It's a business problem, and it's something that I try in my role try to focus on. Is cybersecurity is not a technical issue. It's a business process issue. How do you convey that to a leadership team that doesn't quite understand that? Is challenging. I'm not going to lie. That is challenging. I think you probably need to come back to then look at, okay, well, what's it going to cost? If it happened on during that perfect storm where key staff are away on leave, or they're out sick, or they just managed to slip through a particular gap, and it just decimated the network. What would that look like from a reputation point of view? How would the school recover from that? How would the school respond to that? And what will it cost to recover?
All right, quickly, I think we're giving people for morning tea.
One thing for you, OAIC. So the Office of the Australian Information Commissioner. So don't think about the network becoming destroyed and having to recover. Think about the information that the school has been stolen on the dark web or being sent out in emails by people who shouldn't have had access to it. So MFA can help you tighten that, tighten those controls up, and maybe that's a measure that might work.
Chris, Richard, Mary Lou, thank you for sharing your expertise. I'm sure some of you will have other questions. Feel free to come up and hassle them at over morning tea or lunch or through the rest of the day. All right.
It is morning tea time now. We're running a little bit late, so we'll come back a little bit late. Let's see you all down there, please. Go and have a chat with the sponsors and everybody else.
Thank you.
But yeah, email it.
Thank you.
Where'd you send it to?
Yeah.
I found out about it.
They've got big sensors on them.
Oh, you too, yeah. So what was your background? Consulting?
So I worked a lot with school vendors, implementing firewalls and content security systems and student welfare systems. Sort of went out there and then moved into the government world, which is interesting. They're obviously very heavily invested in things like essential aid. So a lot of my background there with the essential aid was to help these organisations improve their essential aid compliance and get them
And I was writing that on the weekend and I kept on going back and adding more.
So yeah, I know these.
I forgot about that.
Yeah.
And the
It's
lightning
just so
strike.
simple, I just
And
like
the
that.
ISDN and the phone system.
Then it's just like,
I mean, it's something like focus on those five key. It's really easy. You identify what's necessary to protect it. But yeah, actually,
And I'm slowly Microsoft is
challenging.
which shows I had all these notes from it. You look at the president, you just go off the screen.
A lot of the utilities.
We're adding a little bit of Microsoft. It's just we're picking the best of breed
Yeah, so
across the
yeah, so that was all interesting and then very interesting.
No, we're not doing cut off.
Came over
What's
to,
that?
business strategy.
Yeah, go for it. Just
Lead
pull off the hub there, that might work. We're just doing it slowly. So, you know, if it makes sense to do Microsoft space, we use the Microsoft tool. If it makes sense to use Google, it's Google. Then you've also got change management. And change management with staff is really, really annoying. You get people who just don't want to change, because that's not used to. Okay. Go and have some more tea. I'll be down there shortly.
Yeah, absolutely.
Good. See, yeah, it's not sitting there in my sent. See, it's in draft still.
This is what I mean by this is the
Shit.
alright, that's cool.
What's the problem?
That's not readable.
What's the problem? What are you going to do?
Flat 32. Flat 32 is readable by Mac, isn't it?
Yes.
I'll send it through the next session.
Okay. Well, send us an actual address as well. That's good.
I don't know whether I have that either.
Oh yeah, I'll give my, by the way, I can't get my computer
I think you might be right now. I think I fixed it.
access the internet.
It really doesn't like your key.
Okay. Can I log into my webinar?
Yeah, go for it.
My Microsoft Surface Book with Windows 10 can't get onto the internet here.
Bring it
I'm
on.
on Wi-Fi. I can't get onto the internet.
had a problem with the Wi-Fi initially? Yeah.
That was, sorry
Or it was just me?
No.
Oh, there was a problem with Wi-Fi for all, was it?
Yeah.
Oh, that's okay. Oh, maybe it is fine. I only tried it at the beginning.
More specifically, we'll expand the So, yeah, I mean, the reality is, I have to know what's try to most likely, hopefully, to each one of us stop working all the time. And how many students that's a good way to do it. It will help it as well. Just to see a number of they can read you know what? Can I tell you? You need to radio Thursday, we've seen all these accounts that is very unusual, so we walk on that and
All right, folks, welcome back. I hope everybody enjoyed morning tea. A little bit of an oversight. We didn't have some cool drink. Didn't realise it was going to be so warm. So we're organising that. We're organising some water, some juice and such, which we may bring up to the back of the foyer. There will certainly be some available for lunch. It is my pleasure at this point to introduce panel facilitator Mary Lou O'Brien, who will be speaking on or leading a panel on MITE. On the panel, we have Sarah Clark from Redlands. We have Bianca Rona from Winona. We have Nadia Merchant from Central Coast Grammar. And as the token male, we have Fred Sherwood from Rosewood College. Please come on.
Ellie, I think you need another chair.
Just excuse me, although these batteries have gone flat.
Is that on? So thanks for joining us this morning. One of the things that struck me recently, I've been doing quite a bit of recruiting, and I think everyone in this room probably recognises, like I have, that there's a massive shortage in labour supply in ICT, and that we need more participation to be competitive. So what needs to happen to unlock the golden human capital we already have in our women, our mature age workers, migrant workers and the disability workforce? Women currently only represent 28% of the ICT workforce, and that's 15% lower than all other professional industries. So this session's focus is on how we can boost engagement for our girls and women in ICT and also retain them once we have them in the workforce. So I'll introduce our panellists today. So we have Bianca in white there, Bianca Aroma from Winona. Bianca is an ICT projects and service manager at Winona in North Sydney. She has a Brazilian background and started at Winona in 2018 after arriving in Australia as an immigrant. In her role, Bianca is responsible for managing the ICT help desk and their staff to ensure a high level of service and support, triaging and allocating requests for technical assistance, documenting processes, supporting managing project tendering. Sarah Clark is actually from my team at Redlands, and she is a systems analyst, and she commenced at Redlands as a help desk officer back in 2018. She soon moved into the systems analyst role as a result of Redlands project to implement a new SIS. And prior to commencing at Redlands, she was a music teacher and worked as a trainer at Apple. Sarah is responsible for support and training for ICT systems and assisting with the implementation of new systems. Fred Xu, who isn't our token male, he's our male ally. And Fred is the head of IT at Roseville College. He came highly recommended to me by Anthony English at PLC. And at Roseville College, which is where he is now, that's a private girls' school located in the suburb of Roseville. And prior to that, he had been Deputy Director of IT Services with Anthony at Pymble Ladies College, also having worked at Sydney Grammar and Barker. In his current role, Fred oversees and is responsible for every aspect of ICT at Roseville College and facilitates a strong connection between learning and technology. Fred is energised by solving unexpected challenges and is eager to creatively discover solutions to any problem. To him, challenges are opportunities to be stretched and to grow. Fred and his wife Becky, who is a school chaplain, have 3 children, and when he's not spending time with his family, Fred loves riding on his Harley and is involved in the motorcycle ministry. Finally, we have Nadia. Nadia Merchant from Central Coast Grammar. Central Coast Grammar is Head of Library and Information Services. She's worked in diverse roles in education over her career. She's been a classroom teacher of English and drama before retraining as a teacher librarian. Since then, she's worked in a variety of technology and library roles in schools, from digital learning leader to heading up the ICT and library teams in an independent school. Recently, she worked in the digital innovation space before taking up the Head of Library and Information Services at Central Coast Grammar. She is utilising the extra time in her day she has gained by no longer commuting, by studying a Masters of Education in Leadership. Very good. So we're going to work through a series of questions today and certainly have time at the end for questions hopefully as well. So I'm going to start with Bianca and Nadia with the first question. And what first sparked your interest in working in the tech industry?
I think it was the diversity of the work and also that it kind of overlapped in everything else that we were doing, and I suppose I wanted to have a deeper understanding of that and wanted to understand it from all angles. So, and then I found as we were talking about over lunch, the project manager elements where you get to get deeply into elements of it that you kind of skim over when you're classroom teaching because you've got so many other things on the go. Really fulfilling, really enjoyed that, having your own baby project managed. Yeah,
Great.
Yeah, for me, I think I have always been a very curious person, like since I was really young. And when the internet and all this stuff came up, I was so curious on how things work and whatsoever. And then I decided I wanted to be a telecommunications engineer just because of that. And it's been pretty, like, my career path has changed a lot. I've been working in so many different departments, like industries such as media, telco, and now in the education department. So yeah, I've been working through so many different things that led me to IT specifically. But I think the curiosity of how things worked led me to this career path.
Excellent. I think curiosity is a big one for me.
Yeah.
And it's something that I think we need to all focus on with our students. It's
Yeah,
what
I never thought I
drives.
would be working in the education department, so yeah.
Yeah, excellent. We might start with Sarah for this one. What do you think is important for more women to join the tech industry?
There's a lot to that, obviously. I do think that it's important to note that as IT in schools and in education, we're actually really well placed to be a fairly safe starting point for females. I know for me, I never would have thought to kind of pursue a career in IT or in technology. My brother-in-law, Vice President Tim Griffin, thank you very much, invited me to interview for a job. And since landing in technology, the things that have kind of, I've noticed that keep me here are things like professional development. I didn't study a degree in IT. That wasn't a choice on the table for me. And so once I'm here, for me to get that professional development is really helpful. And I do think it is a lot about being visible and having women visible in your teams. For me, being able to be out in the school, running training, running support, I hope that that shows the girls in my school that women in IT are really powerful and have a really important space in IT. For me, that's not necessarily my technical abilities, but my really excellent communication, my focus on education and training.
Yeah, I think that, as you said, coming into technology through the side door, I mean, I don't know how many people in here, can I get a quick show of hands? How many people in here came to technology as a second career or through a side door? So not very many of you, a few hands up, interesting. I think that that's often the case with women that I meet, certainly in educational technology, is that we've come through having a different first career, or we've filled in for someone and thought, this is actually fantastic and I love it. And I think the more that we can make that a friendly thing to happen, the more that we can foster that in the schools. And I can see that there's other businesses outside of education that are working really hard to do that consciously. I mean, I don't know if I agree with quotas necessarily, but they're really trying hard to get the right graduates from a variety of domains, not necessarily having studied technology at university, and offering them opportunities, and then can grow them into different roles. And I think that's fantastic.
Yeah. Just adding to their points as well. I feel like the image of women in like working not only in IT but all the careers that men are a majority. I feel like we feel empowered and showing people that we are able to pursue that career as well is something that brings up to other people's minds that we are powerful, and then we have our place in the workforce as well.
Yeah, look, it is about being visible, and
Yeah.
I would just like to urge you, anyone that's on Twitter particularly, to take a photo of this panel. Often coming to these things, women are definitely in the minority. I know I belonged in Melbourne to a network that when I first arrived into it, it was a fairly new network, and it was cross-sector, it wasn't just independent schools. And I was the only woman when I walked into the room of 50 men for our first meet-up. And at the end of that meeting, they actually stood and gave me a standing ovation for just turning up. Now we probably again have about 10% females in that room, but it was just me tweeting, getting out there that I was a member and participating in that network that boosted those numbers. So, if you can put it out there on Twitter today, or send me your photos and I'll put them up, just to show that we are represented at these meetings is really important, and will encourage other women to attend. So Fred, what is behind you being an ally for women in ICT?
Thanks, Mary Lou. Yeah, I think it started from what's similar to what you said before. Ever since I've been involved in roles where, so I'm using cheat notes. Ever since I've been in roles where I'm involved in the recruitment process, I too have noticed that really disproportionate amount of applicants, between male and female. And I guess I don't really understand why that is the case. I've got a very capable daughter, I've got a very capable wife, The last 2 schools I've worked in heavily focused on bringing up women leaders. I have and still am working for some very, very capable female leaders. So why should this be any different in the IT space? Why are the opportunities not seen equally? How can we, I asked, how can I make a change? So yeah, I'm keen to know, as big or small a role I could play, what is it that I can do that can bring this space more equal for both genders? I think for us as school, I think Sarah mentioned this before, for us in the school environment, we have a very unique opportunity to offer the next generation of leaders, to see women leading in IT as a normal space, rather than something that is exceptional. So this is sort of things that we can play a role in influencing them while they're in schooling, and it's a golden opportunity that we really shouldn't take for granted. In terms of what can we do as men who can help, like, make an influence or closing that gap in that space? I think one of the things a man can do is look for opportunities, really. Be aware that there is this issue, and look for opportunities. Look for opportunities to bring women into the ICT space, whether it be those side doors opportunities, or be aware of what are the available talents out there that you can reach out to that can help add value to your team. Also opportunities to celebrate the gifts and the values and the talents that women can offer in this space. It may not be the technical skills, but there are other skills that you can bring into the team that will really bolster the value of your team. I'm not sure. So, like, I guess, like, how do we celebrate those women in those space is a big thing. I was talking to Saida before. Saida from Ravenswood. She's a very dear friend of mine. She is now the information service systems manager at Ravenswood, and she does some pretty important stuff behind the scene. So how can we look for opportunities to celebrate those achievements? How can we bring them up to light? How do we celebrate that even in front of the students? That, hey, we have women in the IT team and they are just as capable, if not more. How do we do that? One of the things actually that came to my head today as I was going for a walk and thinking about this panel, the movie Hidden Numbers came to my mind. I'm not sure how many of you have seen the movie Hidden Numbers, but it's just a story. It's an incredible story about 3 African American who breach all gender and racial barriers to be the human computers in NASA and responsible for, sending the first American astronaut to orbit around Earth. So how can we celebrate those achievements? What can we do to play a part in bringing those things to the surface and not just something that's hidden in the background? I'm going to rely on my cheat notes quickly. The movie Hidden Numbers, the tagline is, "Meet the women you don't know behind the mission you do." So I think that's really powerful statements. How do we meet these women behind all these amazing things that are being done and are often neglected or not being serviced?
Yeah, so true. I know, and I presented at MITIE a couple of years ago on boosting female numbers in IT teams and talked about making the women visible too. At Melbourne Girls Grammar, I'd been there probably 8 years, where we moved in and merged into the IT office space where the help desk was. So all of a sudden the girls would walk into the help desk and they could see half the team were female. And the comment was like, "Oh my God, there's women in IT!" And I've been there 8 years heading that team, but it just wasn't visible to them. So to set that example, particularly, I think in girls' schools it almost happens quite naturally because everyone's just so hyper aware of it. When all of the IT team is male, it's quite striking, and you hear reports of the younger girls, not feeling as comfortable going into IT, or yeah, it's just, I think it really helps to make it visible and just for them to know that there are females there.
So I've had the pleasure of working with Fred at Pymble Ladies College, and if you don't mind, I'll say a few things that I think he did to really encourage women in the team that he worked in. I know that Anthony and Fred worked really hard when they were advertising to make sure that the language was inclusive. I think even one ad I saw, they even said, you know, women encouraged to apply. Like they just made a really, you know, just put it out there. So that there was absolutely no question about that. Again, your note about having an inclusive help desk centre. A lot of work was done just before Fred and Anthony's time to make help desk the place you want to be. I don't know about you guys, but do people want to be at your help desk? Maybe not because they've got a problem, but is there somewhere for them to sit down, feel welcome, not feel like they're actually discouraged from being there and then hurry up and get back to class? When you walk into the help desk that Fred ran, there was lounging areas, there was somewhere to plug in and get charging, there was, can I help you? There was a kindness and there was a welcoming. And I think that is equally as relevant in a boys' school, girls' school, co-ed school, but there was certainly that, I suppose, gentle touch that was really clear strategy for that team. So I think having, as you said, lots of women on the team, having that welcoming for everyone and having that really clear point in your advertising that actually we would love to see women applicants in this. I think that was a really, for me, it felt like a really female-friendly space to be in.
While we're talking about kind of practical things for allies, this is actually something, Mary Lou, I've noticed that you've done since being on your team, and I think it's a really practical and easy thing to add, which is that in our team meetings when talking about the upcoming project or what's coming next, Mary Lou often says, if anyone's interested in this, if anyone wants to know more or have anything to do with this, just come and let me know. And for me, I found that really empowering because maybe we feel like we're boxed in somewhere, maybe a lot of females are in that e-learning space, and maybe actually we want to branch out just by simply saying, this is what's coming up, this is the team that's owning it, but if anyone else has any interest in this or wants to learn more and come along for the ride, even from a training perspective, it's just a really empowering way to make me as a female feel validated and feel like I have the option of putting up my hand and actually being a part of something that maybe I might not have the confidence to suggest for myself.
Right. Yeah. And look, I think we've all heard that research about when men apply for jobs, they say, you know, here's the key criteria. I hit 5 of those. Yes, I can do the job and I'll apply. And then they say women will look and go, oh, I only hit 9. I missed the 10th one. No, I won't apply. Like it's this completely different attitude. And there's lots of research on that, and I think it was opening my eyes to that made me, you know, when I look at an application or a PD now, I think, okay, well, I don't quite hit that, but I think I could add this in addition to what's there, and sort of I go into it with a very different mindset. But I think if women don't know that you can do that, and that's all right, you don't have to hit all 10, that's, you know, that's really empowering too. So, Bianca, in your experience, does being a woman in tech come with extra mental challenges that you have to overcome? For instance, doubting your own ability?
I have always been surrounded by men. Like since university, I was part of a small group of women, just 5 or 6 of us. And I never felt like I wasn't able to get my degree or get a good job, the dream job or whatever. In the contrary, I felt empowered that I could show people that women can also pursue a tech career or whatever. No doubt there is a challenge for us to be amongst skilled people, skilled men in the area. But we are, for example, myself and I feel like Sarah as well, being back from maternity leave, breastfeeding still, needing to take care of your child, whatever, still needing to be up to date to all the newest technologies, and there's a lot to us, but we're still there, we're still doing our job like the best we can do. I feel like there is a challenge in this, but we managed to get it done. Yeah.
Fantastic. Anything to add on that? So So that was around any extra mental challenges that you have to overcome.
Yeah, just even walking in today, it takes confidence. It takes confidence, especially as a young female. I feel very much like the minority, and so I do think it takes an extra level of confidence for a female maybe than it does for a male, and that takes energy. Those situations you're in when you are having to really think about presenting yourself and being confident, that takes up your energy. So being able to walk into an office where you feel welcomed, it reduces that extra energy you're having to put into that and allows us to work at our best for sure. And I do think it's hard not to mention that coming back from maternity leave, coming back from a year off and trying to transition back into work, it's just hard. I don't know how to say, you know, how to make that better or what we can learn from that, but just acknowledging that it's hard. Yeah. Maybe if it's been a while since you had started your own family and trying to remember what it's like when you first became a parent, it's a really hard time. And so again, just having that understanding and flexibility, something for me again that helped in that time was just really open communication. So if my son was sick from childcare, which by the way in COVID happens all the time, they're very strict on sending them home. Actually having the flexibility to start out the day and at the end of the day reflect and say, I got about a half a day's work done in between caring for him, or actually I tried for an hour and then got cut off and didn't work anymore. Again, in some ways I feel like I should say I have to look after my son, so I'm taking a day, but I know I can still contribute valuable work in that time, even if it's 2 or 3 hours in the day. Mm-hmm. So having that open communication with your team so that they feel confident to say, rather than, oh, I'm at home, my son's at home so I can't work, making them feel comfortable and confident to say, if you can get some work done today and you feel like that's the right option, we can discuss that. It's just a really practical way to help through a difficult time. Yeah.
Good. Fred, how can tech companies and conferences make a change?
Great question. I think that I'd like to go back to the word I mentioned before, and that is to celebrate. What can companies and conferences do to celebrate the value, the gifts, and the talents that women can have and will continue to add to this ICT space? What can it do to help in changing the mindset that realise that tech is not just for geeky blokes? Tech is very much part of our life, the same way as science, English and maths. We use it every day. Women can bring so much into the space, and in some areas, if I dare say, that can't be done as well by men. So how can tech companies do to celebrate their female talents publicly? And how can conferences provide more of opportunities really for our female colleagues to share their journey with us? In the context of a school, how can tech companies partner with schools that can bring more balanced engagement of women in ICT? So challenge the partners that are sitting in the crowd out there, what can you do to work with the schools in bringing this gender equality in this ICT space? Again, going back to the hidden numbers, this is a press conference from NASA, press release from NASA dated back in June 24, 2020. And it says, NASA Administrator Jim Brotherston announced Wednesday that the agency headquarters building in Washington, D.C. will be named after Mary W. Jackson, the first African-American female engineer at NASA. So how can companies publicly celebrate the female talents that are in their organization? I think it's being aware, being mindful, and have a leadership that embraces this movement and publicly acknowledge and celebrate those outcomes. So it's not just always male high achievers, tech, Elon Musk, or whoever, or male. How can we bring women into the spotlight?
I know I've cheekily, I think I've even called out MITIE and AIS, a number of different organisations across this space for holding panels regularly, and often where there's no diversity, it's middle-aged white men, not to mention females, but just that whole spectrum of diversity is lacking, and you know, even just to have one female on the panel might look tokenistic, but it's sending a message, and there's a really strong advocacy group. They started off being called the Male Avengers, but now they've gone very corporate, but they were started as a group of academics that refused to speak on a panel. And they got traction, and so on Twitter that's big. There's the hashtags that you can use to highlight conferences. There was one on the weekend in Turkey that was being advertised, a conference for something around anatomy, but this year's theme was on the female anatomy, and it was middle-aged white men were all the speakers. I was like, that is outrageous. So someone else had called them out on it. I think I probably retweeted it, and you know, what a joke. But it happens regularly. It really does. So I think that's one thing that all men can do, is just be really mindful when they're asked to be on a panel to ensure that there's at least one female or some diversity on that panel as well. Nadia, is there, or can educators and parents play a role in this as well?
Absolutely. I think that, as Fred's already pointed out, providing those opportunities for girls to see equality in action is really powerful. And so educators model that. Kids are watching everything you do, just as they are to their parents and as their teachers and as IT staff in schools. They notice everything. Unfortunately, sometimes it's what outfit you've worn 2 times in the 1 week. Other times, though, it's, you know, really powerful messaging, and they do notice who's on the exec of an all-girls school, why there's so many men in that executive committee, and I think that we're starting to see more balance with that now. So I've recently gone to a co-ed school for the first time in many years, and felt a little bit nervous about asking, can I start a gaming club for girls, so that they feel, you know, confident in building their own games in a space where they're not going to have to deal with the competitiveness of boys looking over their shoulder. Is that okay in a co-ed school to do that? Because I haven't worked on one for so long. The answer was yes, it is. So we're going to start that up, and that's going to give them an opportunity to fail in front of each other without worrying about what the boys might think, if that's still a thing. I haven't asked them that, but I shall next term. So I think it's, yeah, providing those opportunities for them to grow and see that there's possibilities, and you know, making sure that what they're seeing is a world that they're reflected. Yeah.
I do think as well, and it's something that Fred spoke about, which is just shifting our expectations of what a person in IT looks like or brings to the table. For me, it's not necessarily, as I said, my technical ability or my understanding of networks, but it's communication, it's training, it's those other skills, and it's problem solving. And so I think from that younger age, it is also about identifying those skills as IT skills. Sometimes those skills are identified, you know, elsewhere, maybe into teaching or education. But for me, I think, yeah, we can shift our expectation of what it looks like to take to get to IT. It's not necessarily just that technical expertise, but IT technicians require excellent communication skills as well.
Definitely. Fred, how can we reduce bias in the recruitment process?
That's a great question. Thanks, Mary Lou. I think we sort of covered a lot of that already. I think certainly, I think it's a space that we can all do better. I'm sort of challenged just reflecting on that, having advertised role recently. Could I have done better in making that a bit more gender neutral? I think we talked about the terms that we could use in the ad, and Nadia mentioned that before. You know, it's understood like terms like competitive, determined, dominant, sometimes have got a more masculine taste to that, as opposed to other words like collaborate, consider. I guess it's not so much as specifically what term to use, but just be aware of what terms are you using, and are you unconsciously being biased towards male as you jot down a few technical terms and words in your ad. How can we make our ad more appealing to assets like Sarah had mentioned before? Like, what are the other gifts that they can bring to the team that is not just technical in-depth knowledge like empathy, creativity, interrelational communication skills. They're all so important in helping your team runs well. So how can we bring those into the picture as part of that recruitment process? Besides language, this is a little trick that I learned from TED Talk that I hope I can apply next time. Besides language you use, how can we move the gender chat box to the bottom of the form rather than towards the top of the form? And if you're using a panel to conduct an interview, maybe elect a more gender diverse panel that can help you reduce the risk of unconscious bias, gender bias. Having gender diversity would not only foster a gender inclusive workspace, but it also projects a diversity positive outlook for the candidates who's applying for your job. You notice that, yes, if I'm working here, I know that I'll be included. I know that I'm not going to be judged or given less opportunities because of my gender. I think it's very important for the schools and from a leadership perspective to be able to demonstrate that and portray that outlook to your future applicants. At Rosehill, we provide a fantastic environment for women with different passions to grow. The college is led by 8 executive members, 6 of them are women. I'm the only male in the operation leaders team, led by a very capable director of business services who is also a woman. So, and they add so much value to all the discussions that we have. I certainly can learn so much from each of them, and there's certainly no reason why really the next head of IT at Rosehill can't be woman. So the question is, how can we make that possible? How can we be aware, be mindful, and play a part in shifting that mindset that is going to make that accessible space for women?
Great. And this one's more about the environment, I suppose. How can we make our IT offices more welcoming for women? Bianca,
Yep.
let's start.
I feel like supporting us both mentally and professionally. As you said before, I think that Sarah mentioned you, like supporting you for training or whatever we need, being part of the team, that like have a word to say, oh, I want to be part of this project, I want to learn a bit more about it. But supporting us and balancing the workload, like the work flexibility as well. So everything that makes us feel more like part of the team and confident. I feel like this is something that adds a lot to us.
I guess another thing to think outside of the office is do be aware of those social situations you find yourself in as well. I can tell you there's been a number of times where a group of people have gone for dinner or drinks after the office, and it happens that it's all of the men and none of the women. Just be aware of it, just be thoughtful, because although I'm certain that those situations did not occur on purpose, I am certain they didn't say, let's have a boys' night, we won't tell the girls. But it does actually take that next level of mindfulness to consider that, and consider the entire office. It just plays a role in how we feel in the office, when outside of the office those social gatherings are generally happening with the men.
Not anymore.
Thank you, Mary.
I'm always leading everyone down to the pub. Friday night drinks. So for the 3 female panelists, what advice would you give yourself just starting out?
Just not to be afraid to learn on the fly, not to expect to know everything at the outset. I'm really lucky that I have wonderful managers who encouraged me in that way. But had I had a different manager, I would have needed to step up to that myself. So just knowing that it's okay not to know everything at the outset, and that you will learn it as you go.
I would say don't be afraid of the IT communities. I mean, even though it's a room full of a lot of men, and good to see more ladies here today than there was many years ago, it's been nothing but welcoming. The MITIE crew has been nothing but welcoming. All the men that I've worked with in IT have been nothing but welcoming and supportive, and you know, even working on the AIS ICT Managers Committee, nothing but support. And admittedly, I was the only woman in amongst lots of middle-aged white men, but I didn't feel out of place. I didn't feel scared about that situation. I may have if I'd thought about it beforehand, but I think that sometimes it can be perception, and the reality is actually quite different. I felt nothing but supported in this community.
Yeah, don't ever feel like you're not qualified or you're not a good fit for a job, even if it's as you said before, you don't fit any of the 7 or 9 things they ask for. Don't ever feel like that, and especially as you said about my background as an immigrant and a woman in tech, I felt like it was really tough to get a job, but I managed to get there with all my skills and all that, and just feel empowered, and that's it. Just go for it.
Yeah, look, I'd just like to echo what Nadia said. This group has always been extremely welcoming to me. Peter Anderson, for years when I started Melbourne Girls Grammar, every year he'd let me know these conferences were on. He'd contact me down in Melbourne and say, Mary Lou, can you come up? We'd love you to present. I think I might have made one in the 10 years, but now I'm here, which is great. But you know, Graham Michelle, you know, there were lots of people in the room that I would say have been male allies along the way too, that have encouraged me, and that means I'm happy to contribute and give back too, because they've always been so supportive. So that is really important. Have we got time for questions? Or
yeah,
a
couple of questions.
Yeah, so that's it from us, unless anyone has any questions. Yes.
Ian here. These are not so much questions, but some things that I've seen over the years. One is, if you're in a co-ed or all-girls school, what worked well at Skeggs, Darlinghurst, we used to ask the students who were really keen to come and work on the help desk in lunch hours, so they had a bit of a real experience. I'm just wondering too whether schools should be encouraging men on the staff to take paternity leave, because almost by definition that means a woman can go back into work without having to spend so much time on leave, so to speak. And just going back to when I was president, one of the things I used to do was bring around females that were in the community and ask them to stand for membership of the steering committee. I think you have to get out there and be active to encourage women to go forward. Not always, you know, everybody's got stuff happening in their lives, and there was a fairly small pool of women that you could actually harass. But we, you know, I think if you think back of Tanya, Jenny Luca,
yeah.
Tanya Bilton and Jenny were great additions to the committee, and that was, you know, in part because I actually tapped them on the shoulder and I said, you know, put your hand up. You know. So we should all be doing that sort of thing, I think.
Great. I think that's it. Thank you, everyone.
All right, thank you, Mary Lou, Sarah, All right, so we're moving on to our next session now. If I click the slide, it will tell us what that is. In here, we have a session on kicking goals with workflow and business automation. And in the other location, I'm sure someone will guide you to where that is, a journey into shared iPads with David Coleman and Tim Griffin. We'll try and finish these sessions up by around 12:40. So if you're heading off to the other session, feel free to stand up. Ali's going to take you. If you're staying here, stand up, have a stretch. We'll keep off in a few minutes.
Sounds like you felt water.
Yeah, grab the mic.
Yeah. Well, all the questions are not wrong. It's rare. Occasionally I do it.
So based on the last session, I need to start by apologising for the lack of female representation on this panel. I will say that there was some fluidity in the membership of who was going to sit here, and I'll take that as an excuse, but not actually. But anyway, this is what we ended up with, a bunch of blokes. Yeah. So hello, my name's Michael, formerly at Canberra Grammar School, now at ACT Education. I guess, well, Nathan wasn't supposed to be here. So I guess, Michael, you've done something in the field of workflow and automation. Perhaps you could lead the panel. And then he showed up anyway. So, which was good because Simon Jones from Chalk Systems, who was supposed to be here today, was not able to make it for the obvious reasons. And so we're just sort of working with what we've got, I guess. Anyway, so I have it's assumed that you know Nathan, and it's assumed that you know me, but I do have bios for Mitchell and David. So Mitchell, I'll read out, leads IT delivery for a group of geographically diverse schools in Queensland. Young people who attend these schools typically experience one or more significant and complex educational, social, developmental, psychological, health, legal, or family circumstances which demand unique responses, focusing on system integration through the use of APIs and web services. Combined with his background in finance and accounting, Mitchell implemented FileBound across the Wanamai Flexi Schools network and national IT team. So that sounds like pretty good. Welcome to the panel, Mitchell. Now David, he's from Central Coast Grammar School, is the ICT operations manager there. He oversees customer service, the day-to-day running of all infrastructure. He believes schools need to focus on the classroom experience and that technology should be like furniture in schools, functional and stress-free. That sounds great, doesn't it? Functional and stress-free. Sounds wonderful. So I guess I should say I'll contribute a bit to this as well, but I'll try and let the other panel members sort of dominate a bit. I was at Canberra Grammar School responsible for the sort of educational technology department there, and we did implement what was IntelliDocs Infinity, which is now Smart Comms, Smart IQ, the company got sold, which was a generic forms system, and yeah, so that was the sort of system there. And anyway, so the first question I have for each of you guys, I guess, is that, you know, what is the system that you've relied on to do your workflow and automation, and what's great about them, and what are the challenges in them? And Mitchell, maybe you could lead us off there. And, yeah.
Yeah. So we settled on FileBound as our solution for our AP automation. Basically, it came down to, I can't remember what it was called. It's now called Ali. But yeah, we relied on that, and basically, yeah, that's kind of the process we started, was using FileBound to ensure that we're meeting our compliance requirements, predominantly because our auditors were a little bit anal about who signed things. So now, these days, we can guarantee with pretty much certainty that the right person signed off on the right invoice, and reduced a lot of our compliance work based on those workflows.
Mm-hmm. And what's good and what's tricky about it?
What's tricky? It is a big system, and there's a lot of bits that rely on other bits that rely on other bits, and trying to work out when something goes wrong, you've got to dig through 36 million different layers of workflows to find out why it didn't send an email, or why it pushed across a piece of data that it probably shouldn't have. But what's really good is, yeah, it's all integrated. It works relatively seamlessly. Very rarely do we have an issue. And the reseller that we've partnered with to implement it, really quick to get back to us when we've got issues if we can't work them out ourselves.
Yeah. Cool. All right, thanks. Okay.
So we're using Microsoft Power Automation and Microsoft Forms for our workflows. It really came down to, it was the beginning of COVID, all the online classroom stuff had been done, and I got asked, hey, could I build this? What else am I doing right now? So started building something and made it all work. What's good about it is the cost is incredibly low. I think we keep all our like workflows and stuff in under one account, so I don't have to buy 50 different professional licenses or premium licenses. It does take my time generally to maintain it, which isn't nothing. I hate the phrase, it's just my time, that's free.
Very little of my time, so it's great.
Yeah, thanks, Dave. You were the one that said, how hard can it be? As you said, how hard can it be? Here, you go play with it. The best thing about it is probably the communities around it, because it is something that so many businesses with Office 365 use. Whenever I run into a problem, I just have to Google the problem and there's about 1,000 responses of how to fix it. And it has so much power. Like I've even working at the moment now of, even though it's in the cloud, pulling it to pull data directly from local SQL service, which, you know, it just gives us so much more power for what we can do with it. And look, the biggest problems I've had with it is I actually listened to the guy who wanted to build the design, where he said take out the you know, one of them was the PD workflow, which said, you know, how much is the PD you want to do, the accommodation, the travel, the other, and then put a total in. And I originally did a calculation so the total would be whatever that was. He said, no, take it out. We want teachers to actually do that calculation themselves. Of course, they don't put the total in and just leave it at like 0. So it doesn't do the if over X amount go to principal. And suddenly I get yells down the front of, why didn't this 10 grand one go to the principal? It's like, well, because they said it costs 0. So, yeah. But it works well.
Cool. Well, one of the systems that I've used is Laserfish from Rico. I mentioned earlier my experience with them. And that was a really powerful system. It's not just workflow and forms, it's also document management. I think that was really one of the strengths. And you know, you could build civil workflows, do it all, you know, it's all web-based, you know, it's all in a GUI. So you could really have someone that doesn't have, you know, has never had any experience writing code, build a workflow that does, you know, a whole lot of stuff. But then you can also extend it. So if you needed to integrate other systems, pull data in from a SQL database, call a REST API to send some data off to another system, there was the flexibility to do that as well, which is really good.
Thanks for that. And I can tell you with Smart IQ, it was a system that was quite generic in terms of the applications that you put it to. It is quite robust in that it will keep working, you know, with whatever data people provide, and it can come back to it, keep going. In that though, you are limited to what the framework can do. So it's a little frustrating sometimes knowing that, hey, we're doing web forms and there's new web technologies that like drag and drop, and why don't we have that in this system yet? So you keep waiting for the next release to drag you closer to the modern sort of norms. And once you start sort of pushing maybe sometimes sideways or a bit beyond those norms, you do need to sort of hack away at some code. It's not just the drag and drop or WYSIWYG sort of stuff anymore. You do need to nous on that particular system. So the next question, I guess, is going back to, and there's usually a sort of a need that prompts the adoption of these systems. David, you sort of talked about it briefly, but you know, what was the initial sort of need that says, okay, we need something to do enrollments, or we need to do something. So who wants to go first on that one? You got the
Okay. Yeah. 2 schools now. Really, the first workflow that we ended up deploying was around procurement, so probably similar to your story. And it was around the principal wanting to be at one of those places, the principal wanting to have increased accountability, the increased ability to see who was signing off on invoices. The auditor had questions around that kind of stuff as well, but really the principal wanted to have some additional visibility of that, being new to the role, and this provided that. And the other school, we implemented another workflow system. That was all. That was back in the day of ASP Classic. That was all, you know, custom dev stuff, which was fun. I don't recommend you do that. It's not sustainable. But that was really around efficiency, because we were sending carbon copy purchase order books around the school. And, you know, back in the day, I mean, even then it was crazy doing that. They got lost. You never know who'd signed off on an invoice, who approved it. They never went back anywhere centrally. So that was about improving that process as well, and adding some efficiencies around generating of purchase orders, being able to email them.
Yeah, look, our big starting one was professional development. We used to have a paper form that went around the school, and you didn't know where it was until it was finished. And half the time we'd come there with just a bunch of signatures and no actual comments as to whether you were allowed to do it or not. Just signed off, and you assumed they understood it all. So that was where it started, and we were looking at some workflow forms. We didn't like how some of them worked, and we kind of thought, well, with Power Automation, we could do it ourselves via just a yes/no field, and linking quickly into Outlook and Teams, where it just sends an email alert that actually updates in the email. Like, you don't have to click into another site to log into to approve it. It just comes in and says, this is the PD they want to do, this is how much it costs. Do you approve yes, no, with the comment field, or within that one location, or in Teams, whatever they want. And it was all about, we wanted to have really good connecting in back into the budget. And this was a good way of having that total cost in there, which could then be saved into an area that then via Power BI, and I don't know if this has been done yet because I don't actually see one of these Power BI budget dashboards. The idea that you would then see as a department head your year-to-date PD spend, where are you at, and even for like the director of teaching and learning, having a whole school year-to-date PD budget, where is it at? Because a lot of times we get towards the end of the year and they go, we haven't actually done much PD around the school. Why not?
We should be doing some.
Or are we way too much spending? And also, like I said, letting everyone know. So the flows now go from the head to the head of school, whether that's junior or middle or senior. And if it's over a certain amount, it goes to the principal for approval. And they all get the ability to put comment in there. The next email shows the previous person's comment. Works really well for us.
So our need stemmed from the fact that, because of the fact that I've got a school in Mount Isa, one in Rocky, and then two in the southeast corner, invoices and things like that were getting processed by local staff. And again, it was a bit like your situation, go around with 1,000 different signatures on it, and then you get a supplier ring me in Brisbane and go, hey, I haven't been paid. And you're like, okay, haven't seen that one. Let me find that for you. And then you hassle a school about it. So for us, it stemmed from the need to ensure that stuff was getting actioned, it was getting actioned on time, and we knew who was doing it, so that we weren't getting phone calls from suppliers threatening to cut off our accounts, which I fielded far too many times. So that's basically where we started.
Yeah, thanks. And I can add, my experience was in terms of enrolments, there was a lot of paper involved in enrolments, and the data didn't really go anywhere. It had to be manually handled after that. So making it an electronic thing that flowed into the systems that it needed to go into was quite a good thing, and over time you would find that. But once we had gone through a couple of these forms, replacing paper with electronic, realising the potential that automated workflows could have, so it opens up a lot more opportunities, and you start realising that lots of things are a workflow, and a lot of things that are going on in schools, because it's sort of a large organisation that's spread out, can benefit from these sort of automation processes. And it became, look at everything, and almost any software project almost became a forms project, to the point where we ended up with more than 200 forms across the school after something in the order of 7 years or something like that. So quite a powerful thing when you try and apply it more than just replacing a piece of paper. All right. Now, in terms of advice, let's give these lovely people some advice. I sort of have probably given you too much advice there, but if you were about to start, like if you were going back, to start your process, what sort of advice would you give to somebody starting out? What are the objectives? Who do you need to involve, and those sorts of things?
Probably the biggest regret I have is not involving the school staff more, the ones who are actually on the ground using the product. So it's all well and good that, me with my accounting background built this fantastic workflow. I've got to remember the lowest common denominator is a school admin person who has probably got no idea how finance works or what the concept of GST is. So I think for me, probably, getting those kind of people involved, the ones who are actually going to be using it on a day-to-day basis, and those who are not necessarily in the same, space as you. So making sure they understand how it functions as well, fundamentally.
Very similar. When I did my first one, I trusted the people who had designed the system had spoken to everyone. And after we rolled it out, we found they hadn't. Because, for example, some of the last things that happened in the PD one, for example, is it goes to HR and finance so they can pay the bills and stuff. And what I was told to put in the confirmation email was nowhere near enough information for them. And I just assumed that check had been done. So when I built my next one, which was to actually use, and it sounds weird, but I used a flow system to create a maintenance help desk system. I made sure I spoke to every member of maintenance before I built anything, because I didn't want to have a mistake of building it one way and then finding I needed to change half of how it finished. So, yeah, speaking to everyone, even if they say, no, these people don't need to be involved, just ask them anyway, because you never know what they might say, even if it's a bit of help anyway.
Do you get them involved as testers? Like, I mean, have you tried that as well?
No, a lot of the testing I just more did myself by testing every single scenario I could think of.
Yeah.
It was more around the design, making sure, because the testing part's easy. I created a lot of silly forms. The amount of people at the time that were going for boat captaincy licenses, but it was around the boat-based time. And one of our staff had just bought a boat, so I was being silly. But it was more around before I built anything in the system, I built a big flow on my, first on my whiteboard and then a digital one. And I should have spoken to more people then to make sure I was doing it in the right way. Because one of the things I found out was what I then needed to do couldn't be achieved with the system. It was too many kind of steps down. So I had to actually break them into two different flows. One triggered the other, which if I'd started at the beginning would have been a lot easier.
The two bits of advice I have, one, make sure you're resourcing the project management piece. Often, don't just add that to someone's existing role. It requires, people to have a good understanding of how project management works. It requires you to use some tools. They've got to be the right person to go along to meetings and document requirements, and keep people accountable, because going back to the security MFA question before, we're not solving IT problems here. We're solving business problems, and so you need that accountability outside of the IT department. You need to be able to communicate with those business leaders as well. The other piece is, such as on a similar point, the link to strategy. If this isn't an initiative that is being driven from the principal to transform the school, to improve efficiency, to be better at doing something, then I'd say chuck it on the back burner, go back and say, this isn't enough of a priority at the moment. I don't think we're going to get anywhere with it. Let's go back or find somewhere in our school strategy document that this project links to. Otherwise, it's going to be really hard to drag other people in the school along. You might get a form or two built, but you're going to peter out at some point. So.
I guess one thing I would add is that I can talk anytime. Designing a form sounds simple on the surface. Oh, we'll just whip it up and we can do it. But to be honest, it should be treated like a proper software development process, with the proper design involving the proper stakeholders and getting people to test it, and then realizing that it has a life. Some of these forms, after a few years, need to be reviewed, and then the information that they're collecting may no longer be relevant, or you need different information, or just the fact that you're asking a parent to fill in like a 20-page sort of form. What can we simplify here to make it less arduous for those people that are doing it? I guess that answers some of these other questions, but let's find some other good questions here. All right, so moving on. So we've all talked about the various systems that we're sort of using. Just sort of taking a step back and looking at, so you've got this claim from a lot of these systems that they're no code. In other words, you just whip up a form by dragging a few things around, signing some. Is that realistic? And is such a system going to meet the complexities of the needs of schools? Who wants to go first on that one?
I found for me, yes, it is. The most coding I use is more an equation in Power BI.
Mm-hmm.
No, sorry, not Power BI, in Power Automate, where you want it to grab a yes/no answer, but also include a value from another field. That's kind of the most I've found, which again was one of those quick Google showed me how to do it. But Power automation, or what we used, I just prefer calling it Microsoft Flow, which it was originally called, was very much built around the idea that anyone could do it. And being a Microsoft product typed in 365, they've just kind of said, everyone, here it is, you have access to it, go have fun. So it's not like something someone's buying. It's, you know, they don't want people to have to try and spend 2-3 months figuring it out. They just go, it's there, use it, whether you do or don't. And it's been very much built with a massive template library of pre-built things that link to 1,000 different other services already there. So for this one, Power Automation, or Microsoft Flow, whatever you want to call it, yes, it is no code. Because I'm not a coder at all. I don't even know how to do a SQL query. But I find I can't do it all with this.
I think, yeah, with us with FileBound from memory, it's been a while. I think again it was probably pretty similar to your experience. It was very much just an equation kind of thing for, you know, or kind of think more Excel, if this then that kind of style. But that was probably about it from memory. With the FileBound project that we ran, and we're about to go down the whole Microsoft Flow path as well. That's our next journey. So yeah.
I'm a bit of a control freak, so I like to write code to make things do things the way that I envisage them doing. But that's that's a hard skill set to find sometimes. You know, it's really hard to find any kind of IT staff for schools at the moment. And the challenges with COVID, where we've had to get people signing employment contracts and invoices and other things remotely, where they've not done any of that before. There's some great solutions out there that don't require any code, that allow people to quickly adapt and respond. So yeah, look, maybe no code is part of the solution. I don't think it's all the solution though. I think there are some. You can probably get a whole lot of quick wins with some processes, but eventually you're going to need to push some data into a database somewhere, or call an API to interact with some other system, and that's kind of hard, impossible maybe without writing code.
Yeah, and found similar things that you can design a form, you can design a workflow without any kind of coding, a lot of those things. But once you start doing things like, okay, we want the behaviour of the form to be slightly different, then it requires a bit of JavaScript to sort of nudge something here or there. And particularly integration, we were using Synergetic, so getting something into the database, someone had to write a stored procedure, and then someone had to utilise that stored procedure. So there was a bit of coding there. We did have a guy in the role of taking care of forms who was sort of from a design background, and he hadn't had any coding experience, and he'd often have to require help from the DBA or from one of the devs to make the forms happen. When we replaced him with someone who's a bit more software oriented from that sort of background, it became a lot smoother bringing those skills together. We started being able to create and refine our forms a lot more quickly, but with someone who had that more focused experience. So the other sort of thing is there are a lot of form solutions marketed to schools for specific purposes. So, okay, this is your enrolment solution or your excursion solution or something like that. And then at the other end of the extreme, you've got these very generic forms systems. So I guess each of us is sort of talking about a pretty general purpose system, but what do you see as the value balance there between taking something that's designed specifically for schools versus maybe one of these general solutions?
I think the general solutions are great because there's a whole lot of every school, we're all educating kids, we're all employing teachers and other staff, but I can tell you every single school that's represented in this room has a different variation to routine process. And they're all going to have differing levels of complexity. They're going to integrate with different systems. The risk assessment is going to look different for each of your schools. Some of the general purpose, some of the specialist solutions out there, there's quite a few in the enrolment space now. They're pretty cheap. The amount of time you're going to spend when you quantify the time of your
maybe you've got a developer, maybe you're engaging a consultant from the company that writes the workflow solution. It's going to be much cheaper, I think, to rely on one of those other systems. It's going to look more swish than you can build in a general purpose solution. And there are some things that are just really hard to do in those general purpose solutions that are really important in in say even an AP automation system. Being able to see where all your invoices are up to in a nice graphical way. That's pretty hard in Power Automate or Laserfish or you can see it at a table, but maybe you can't see it in a nice graphical way. Whereas you can in an off-the-shelf workflow system that's specialist in that space.
I'll agree with that, because while you can do it in a nice graphical way, you then need to bring Power BI into it, and that requires a license per person, and it's not per person who builds the table, it's per person who views the table, which has caused us to look at different ways of displaying our data, because it's not very cost effective to give every single teacher a Power BI license at $6 a month. I don't want to spend that money there. And in terms of things like enrolments, I find a lot of the time they've already got some custom thing they want that does more than just a flow. It's, it also tracks where all their requests are coming in, so they can see what suburbs we're getting the most kids from. And they want all that data as well than just an enrolment sign-up form. So things like that, I tend to let them pick what they want and do what I'm not in trouble.
Yeah, that's true.
I think there's a fine balance though between obviously buying a specialist product because whilst it might work, typically these developers work with a few schools and they have very similar processes and so it ticks that box. And then you look at like my schools, for example, which are the polar opposite to a lot of you guys. It doesn't necessarily work for us because you can't put this in this box because that doesn't work for us. And so I think there's a fine balance, especially for us, between going super general and then super specific, and trying to find something in the middle that works and ticks all of our boxes is something that's probably worth considering.
Yeah. Look, so we've all probably got a bit of a bias here, I think, but if I'm playing the devil's advocate, I think so the disadvantage of one of these general systems is the cost by far. Like we were talking licensing fees of up to 20 grand a year. There's a particular person, once you commit to these sorts of systems, you then need someone who's going to do the design and maintenance of these forms, because it becomes, when you've got a general purpose system, it becomes an applicable system for lots of applications. And in the end, what you started off with was you just wanted a system that did that, and maybe lack of flexibility can sometimes be good, because then you don't have to worry about it. You just go, well, that's what that system can do, and we're going to have to live with it. So I guess there are advantages to some of the general purpose things, but I guess in the end, I never would have been able to live with it myself, because anyway, there was always some other goal or some other application that needed to be dealt with. Talk about resourcing though. How do you guys resource the system for workflow and automation? And by that I mean, is there a person or dedicated to it, or is it part of somebody's job? And is there licensing and things like that, and without stating necessarily figures?
So for us, Filebound, we purchase SaaS, so we don't maintain any of it, which is the most beautiful thing under the sun. The extended maintenance is when we want to change things, which is starting to slow down now that it's starting to mature. We've had it now in place for close to almost 3 years, I reckon. So now that it's starting to get into the groove, we haven't really made any changes since then. So for us, it's not heavily resourced in a sense, because it kind of looks after itself, or at least the external vendor does.
For us, I'm the one that looks after it. That will change, because eventually, for the last couple of years with COVID and the worry of numbers, we kind of pushed back a lot of the infrastructure projects, so I had a bit of spare time, but that's now stopping and all those are coming back. So eventually I will start retraining and even looking at kind of sitting down maybe next holidays with the help desk team and saying, all right guys, this is how it works, this is what you can do, here's the dev one, have fun to do that. In terms of costings for us, as I said, we trying to do it in a way where I look at it going, well, instead of having, you know, myself creating forms and automating them through other people and buying them all a license, create a generic account that holds all that, because the advantage of that as well then is, if I'm ever away, it's not tied to my account. They don't need to get access to my account to do something to it. It's a generic account which is stored in our password database. And then when I do need a premium license, it's just one premium license as opposed to say 5 or 10. Yeah. So I believe in keeping money in the classroom, not in back-end systems. So yeah, I'll do what I can to cause that.
Yeah, sure.
I think in an ideal world you'd have, and I've been fortunate enough to work in an environment at the Anglican Schools Corporation where we could do this with the scale that we had. There was a dedicated team who spent a lot of time working with workflow, with business systems. So you know they spent quite a bit of time going backwards and forwards, building new forms, building new workflows, talking to staff. You know they have a roadmap for new processes that they were going to develop. That's not possible for every school. In fact, it's probably not possible for single schools on their own. But what you can do, I think, even just a single school looking at a project like this, is make it part of someone's job description. Because when you start having a conversation with your principal, with your leadership about someone's job description, and this is now part of their role, you've also got to ask the other question: all right, what are we taking off them? Because it's not just in terms of resourcing, you can't just keep adding responsibilities to people. And maybe that means that it makes it easier to backfill some additional support in the service desk space. So it would give someone an opportunity to step up and take over part of someone's role that is now going to do some of this workflow stuff.
Yeah. All right. Well, being conscious of time, and Ali said that I could just take over lunch. You think guys don't want lunch? Anyway, so just a couple of questions. If we open up to the floor and maybe get some questions there. No? Anybody else? David? Oh, you're coming down?
Well, I just think the people at the back need
Hang on. There you go. Come get your microphone. Someone needs to take it.
Always keen to hear tips on the political project management side. So I'll talk about a school that I know very well, not necessarily my school, but there often seems to be people who are in a workflow. They've been doing it their way for a long time, and they think it works really well for them. So when you talked about that carbon book going around the school, I bet the person that sent that out on the journey and then didn't have to worry about it coming back, I bet they thought that system worked really well. And I'm wondering, when you implement something like this and you have to review your current workflow, and you either replicate or you change/improve it, people who were doing the workflow before have to change the way they do the workflow. So my question, political, people, project management side is, have you come across that kind of resistance, and how do you overcome it? Because this is a good project, I reckon.
I like a couple of nods I'm thinking.
Isn't that the definition of bureaucracy, where someone gets given a job and then they automate that job and basically relieve themselves of any responsibility except for overseeing the bureaucracy? Anyway, question for you guys?
Going back to something I touched on earlier, having that buy-in, the leadership from the top. If the principal says this is what we're doing, then it makes it much harder for people to push back when you're talking about changing your process. You've got to do that, compassionately. You've got to spend time on their hand, walking through, find out what their concerns about changing are, and spend some time with those people. They may have legitimate concerns. They may be worried about their job, not having anything to do. I remember a project that I worked on. Someone was worried about not being able to, not having as much work to do and what that meant for their job. The strategy, the buy-in from the top, and just dealing with it compassionately.
I agree with that. And the other thing I tend to talk about when I'm trying to get people to agree to something is the current way of doing it. How much does it cost people to do? Like, what is, because we're effectively all paid an hourly rate. We normally work way more hours than we should, but that's a cost to the school. So if someone's spending 2 days a week doing a process, that's not free. That's costing the school probably $2,000 or $1,000 for 2 days of work. how can we make that better? And will this solution save that money? So that's what I try to look at, and if it's going to save money, I'll push as hard as I can to.
I think we had a similar experience to you, Nathan, like addressing things compassionately and trying to understand why there's going to be pushback, and the buy-in from the top. So for the buy-in from the top for us was compliance, and pushing that down to the lower levels where work's actually getting done. And I think I spoke with someone in Mount Isa, their concern, not super technically literate, so not necessarily very literate at all. So now we have icons. Something as simple as icons. They wanted icons, we gave them icons, they are happy, they bought into it because they got a little icon that says tick for approve or cross for reject. And that was their concern, was the fact that they're going to have to use a computer to process invoices, and how is that going to affect them. So we've got things like SAML in place, we've got icons, and yeah, that was the buy-in at the lower levels with things like that. So yeah, being more compassionate and understanding about how the little box that says sign here isn't going to say sign here anymore.
Yeah. I guess one final thing I would add is that if you can prove to them that it's easier, simpler in the end, right? You've taken away all this paper handling and remember all those forms you had to sign. It's just an email. You just click here, and that's all you have to do. As soon as you prove that it's easier, it becomes obvious to the people that that's the change they want. All right. Any other questions? No? All right, well, I'll ask you to join me in thanking the panel of wonderful experts here. And offer you an opportunity to head off to lunch on top.
Thanks, Michael.
No worries. Well, actually, it was easy to justify my presence here that you weren't going to come, because I said, I'm already getting credit.
I just love it. Their support level is fantastic. I'm on side and the confidence of people, ideas. Cheers. No, I was going to say. So that's all right. We've got it. Just.
Not really. Sure. I'm tired. Get any sleep. Sleep. I didn't get much. Midnight doing the PowerPoint. Just in between and
What time is it? As soon as it is element when he's in front of everyone.
Oh, I know.
6:30.
So what time are you there?
Got here at last night. Pretty good. Wouldn't like to see it on a normal Tuesday though. Tuesday next week is a crack, I reckon.
What's happening now? I mean, the kids coming back.
No, just the traffic. Heaps of line out on school holidays. That'd be good stuff.
All right, folks, welcome back. I hope everybody enjoyed their lunch. Is David Edel in the room? He's not here?
On his way.
He's on his way. I wanted to ask him how the party plans were. I picked up especially for him. It's my pleasure to introduce, well, reintroduce, you should all know him, David Sutter, the man who can talk underwater. You need to have a little bit of sympathy for him. He was chopping down a tree yesterday, were you not? And 200 little green ants came out and bit you on the right hand?
No, 200 green ants came out. They didn't all bite me.
It's really glum idea.
Only 10 or 15 of them did.
Only 10 or 15. So his right hand's a little bit puffed up. I don't think that's going to slow him down, however.
Should not.
So David's going to be talking about building it in-house.
G'day everybody, it's great to see you. For those of you that don't know me, I have a very strong policy on banter or heckling. I don't like it. I love it. So you just need to call out loudly, because what is the point of the person next to you being the only one who benefits from your humour? Hopefully it's funny anyway. For those of you that don't actually know me, my name is David Sutter. I'm the Director of ICT at Central Coast Grammar School, and about 3 years ago we looked at doing some custom in-house software tool development. I was very excited to share this with you 2 years ago. COVID hit, and we've done pretty much nothing in this way since. So I'd like to talk to you about building it in-house, going custom. I've got some pros and cons up there. The number one thing for me though is that you get a better experience. The features can be better. You're building exactly what you want for your purpose. We took the opportunity to do some terrific integrations with our school management system. We're a synergetic school. With our learning management system, we're a schoolbox school. We brand that as My CCGS. Another advantage is there's no ongoing licensing when you build it in-house. The process of building it, I find you always get better stakeholder engagement as well. So when you go out to someone, it's quite different if you get a group of stakeholders internally and say, right, guys, we're going to improve or upgrade X. Here's 3, 4, 5 competitors' offerings. Which one do you think would suit you best? You know, that's still some good engagement from the stakeholders. But when you actually start talking about writing something exactly for what they want, you really have that opportunity for the eyes lighting up experience. You know, wow, I can get this thing that I've always wanted and dreamed of. It's customised, it's targeted, it's specific to you. On the downside, there's maintenance costs with any software tool. And one advantage that a larger software company has with many customers is they can amortise that cost across multiple customers. $5,000 of a year from 100 customers is 500 grand. You get a lot of maintenance for 500 grand. But if one school has that software tool and they need to spend 30, 40, 50 grand in maintenance costs, might not be such a good idea. The other problem that I find is that ICT in schools, like, we're not software houses, right? And there's often very little software development expertise, and you're looking at someone who certainly exemplifies that. One of the cons is always great to have someone else to blame when things go wrong. In my school, we've certainly had a lot of challenges with our school management system or school information system over the years. We can certainly point the finger accurately and truthfully at the vendor. But when you are the one that goes to your leadership team and says, I would like to build or I would like to get built a custom tool to do X, and then you go and get it built, and then it doesn't work or there's a problem with it, well, all those fingers are pointing directly at you, aren't they? So you might want to think through that one before you go down this path. Like any software tool, there's always renewal and upgrades, but it's a little bit harder with a custom built product that you're kind of responsible for, that you own, because you might have to get that constant ongoing, financial commitment to do that, whereas with a external product that you're just locked into the budget on a yearly OPEX, it's not so, we just keep paying and hopefully they keep upgrading and we keep paying. And then of course there's the upfront costs and the risks. You actually have to pay someone, whether it's an internal person or external person, to build this thing. But I want to talk to you about three platforms, three tools that we've built in the last 2 years. And the success and failings of each. So hopefully that will encourage some of you to opt in or warn you against doing so. Or you can opt in knowing the mistakes I made and you can avoid them. That will be helpful too. We built a online canteen, and the backstory to this is that when I got to the school 10 years ago in the old days, the canteen was like paper. They had brown paper bags and they would write on the paper, I wanted an egg sandwich for lunch or a Vegemite sandwich, and they'd take it to the canteen. They put their money in the bag, and then a kid from the classroom would take it down to the canteen lady, and the canteen lady would this is actually what they were doing. And I said to Lynn, our canteen manager, I said, we need to get an online canteen so people can order online. She said, David, what on earth would anybody want to go online and order a Vegemite sandwich for? We're going to stick with what we're doing, we're going to keep doing it, it works. Go away and don't bother me. So I was like, okay, I've only been here 6 months, I guess that one's not something I should prioritise. We'll chuck that in when we upgrade the school management system project, we'll look out for one that has an online canteen integrated, or we'll deal with it then. And a few years later, it's exactly what we did. For those of you that have been around MITIE a while, you might be aware of a post that I put in there. It's got the record for the most engagement, the most number of characters or words in it. It's like exceeded all these limits that the stupid server had. I think it's called like upgrading or migrating your school management system or something, I don't know. But it's certainly been looked at a lot. And in there, one of the features that was highly requested from our parent community was an online canteen. But when we went down the path of putting Schoolbox into our school, Schoolbox doesn't have an online canteen built-in component, nor did Synergetic. We left it and did all those other things. But we came back to it. And then a couple of years later, I asked Lynn again, now that we've got Schoolbox and MyCCGS running, we should do an online canteen. No, David, no! Don't you come near me with that stuff again! And 2 years after that, 2019, she came to me and said, we need to get flexi schools. I said, what? And she said, because I've got all these volunteers working in my canteen now, all these mums, and they want to know why they can't order a Vegemite sandwich online. And I'm like, well, you think. And my problem though was, I said, Lynn, let's go out and at least see what the market has to offer and see what's going to be best for Central Coast Grammar School. And we did that, and one of the things we found, and admittedly this data is 3 years old, so it might not be relevant for today, but when we did it, the two major players at the time, including I think the current market leader, they had a transactional cost for each transaction. So first, you put $100 into your Brand X account. There was a minor charge for that, 50 cents and 1.5% on your credit card, that's fine. But then they charged 30 cents for a transaction, plus a percentage of the transaction cost. And our average canteen transaction was $5 for lunch. And we were paying 42 cents. We were going to be paying 42 cents out of $5, which is a bit over 8% for those of you good at maths. And for those of you who aren't good at maths, it's still a bit over 8%. And we were talking between $20,000 and $25,000 a year cost being kind of raked out to our Brand X provider. And I thought, man, for that cost, really? It's a point of sale system, it's pretty simple, we should be able to build it in-house. The other problem I had was that the Brand X offerings, they thought that this customer base would come to them. You would go to Brand X and you would be their customer and they would be your supplier, and that's where you order. And it was almost like a secondary thing that the school would then kind of fulfill the order. Almost like kind of Uber Eats versus, McDonald's. You don't actually, you go to Uber Eats to order all this stuff and then it arrives through Uber Eats and it takes 10% or more or whatever of all these different restaurants. And so for me, the first problem was, well, that's a really poor user experience, isn't it? Because all these parents now have to have two accounts. They've got one school account that they use to log in and check their school timetable and what's going on, and then they have another account and they go and log in to order the Vegemite sandwich. And that's a different site and it's skinned differently, and it's just not a very good user experience. The other thing is, again, 3 years ago, they didn't have a mobile, smartphone app. It's 2019, you don't have a smartphone app. How are we supposed to order on our phones? Oh, it's coming. They said it's coming, and we spoke to a couple of schools that had this Brand X platform, and they told us it's been coming for 2 years, and it still was coming. So I didn't like their roadmap development offering, or I wasn't satisfied they could deliver to it. But the big thing for me was this UX, the user experience was poor. Like as a parent, you couldn't do a whole bunch of things that we felt as staff of the school, and some of our staff were also parents of children at our school, and they wanted to be able to do things like have recurring orders set up so that they could order, when the kids from separate families and they spend weekend with dad and they go to school. And I know that in this room, all of the dads from separated families are fantastic at doing lunches on Monday mornings when they say, I know. But I'm saying in other families out there, one of the things that we found was that these kids would always be coming to school and having to order lunch, and often dad would forget. It was pretty poor. So we wanted to be able to put like a recurring order in. Every second Monday of the term, this was lunch for these 3 kids. Hooray! We wanted parents to have control over this. And wouldn't it be great if I could put $100 on my account, give $20 to Nathan because he's a reasonably trustworthy Year 11 student. He can now order, but I'm going to cap him on $10. And all of these apps, platforms we looked at, they just didn't have it. So here's our rough comparison between the advantages and disadvantages of Brand X versus a CCGS custom built application. You're not supposed to be able to read it, but congratulations to all of you who actually can. The point is that there are a lot. We were diligent at comparing the advantages and disadvantages of both Brand X, external, and custom in-house development. And for us, custom won hands down. Much, much better user experience, which was the most important thing for us. You've got to decide what's the most important thing for you. But gee, a good close second was the fact that after you've spent 3 or 4 months in software development costs, you're going to be saving 25 grand a year ongoing in that transactional cost alone. And it doesn't take long to get a good return on your investment at that rate. And what we're building was going to be useful for point of sale in our canteens, and not just the online aspect, but point of sale, and also the uniform shop. These slides, they'll all be available on MITIE. Hey, I'll do another post. That'll be great. We can all go and have another really long post discussion. It'll be there forever. Then you can read it if you're interested. No need to take photos. Everything that I know is readily shared for everyone you can suffer with me. So we created an internal stakeholder team, and we created a scope. This is what we want. This is what we're going to do. This is how we're going to build it. And Lynn, the canteen manager, was really happy because suddenly she could see it wasn't just about allowing the parent to order the Vegemite sandwich online. She could get a whole heap of things that she couldn't even get out of that brand X product, let alone what she had at the moment. Things like reports. How wonderful to know that 26 salad rolls would be required that day. Seems basic to us now, doesn't it? But automated fulfillment ordering could be done. So that was pretty straightforward. We created a stakeholder team. We created a scope. This is what we're going to do. This is what we're going to build. Top of the list was integration with our school management system and our learning management system. We wanted to go to MyCCGS, school box, and we wanted it to look and feel like it was part of that. So you weren't really going to a separate place, skin the same, single sign-on. We took advantage of the fact that Synergetic actually keeps medical information, including allergies. And so we could access those through SQL queries and make sure that if the kid's got a dairy allergy, they wouldn't be able to order, or the parents couldn't order anything containing dairy. Now that also meant that when we were putting the food in to the system so that we could sell it, we had to be very, very careful, make sure all the ingredients were correct. But why wouldn't you be careful and do that anyway? You only have to do it once rather than actually checking. So it's a little extra due diligence step in student care, I think. Parent control over student accounts, we really like this. So we've got the ability, parent can load $100 into their account. They've got a kindergarten kid, well they order for the kindergarten kid, they don't allow the kindergarten kid to order their own lunch, they're going to order 16 nuggets and nothing else. The year 11, year 12 student, they're supposed to be better, so you would allow them to order to whatever cap you wanted. The recurring thing I spoke about earlier. Now here's the problem. We engaged a developer, he did about 2 months of development work, and then he quit on us. He had some personal problems. So it wasn't a bad business relationship fallout or anything. But gee, I was disappointed. We're about 60-70% of the way through, I reckon. Only probably another month to go of finishing the build, and then the next month was, prototype, test, rollout, deploy, launch, all that kind of stuff, some bug fixes maybe. And that threw a spanner in the works. So that was disappointing. So really, really quickly, we got a second developer in who could finish the job. The second developer, whom I hired, I'm responsible for this stuff up. He didn't like what the first developer had done in terms of code. He didn't like the way he did it. The first guy, he was writing native, HTML and PHP and stuff, and I want to use what's Laravel? What's that framework? Where you pull things down. So he wanted to do it all differently, and he also thought that he was across the scope when we hired him. And it wasn't until we got near the end of his contract that we discovered he wasn't really understanding the scope. So boy, that was disappointing. That's a failure, that's on me. Is this recorded or just streamed?
It's recorded.
It's recorded, yeah. When I retire, that'll be the highlight reel, won't it? It's like, I'm a failure, that's on me.
You know what, Dave, we're going to turn it into a meme.
But the third one...
Is Bruce watching?
The third one we hired was terrific. He was a gun. And he went back to what the first developer had done, finished it really, really quickly. And we had a great product and a great launch. So I'll go into the launch and then I'll show a bit of a demo. Where's this screen go? To the right?
It's mirrored.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
Well, this has got something else going on.
Would you like help, David?
Yeah, probably need it. I'm not convinced. Come back here. We've got sound with this?
Turn the volume up.
How do I do that?
What's the volume?
Yeah, we made sure quite well we're doing.
Where's the volume button?
It's pretty impressive. We spent a lot on the ad as well.
Volume's max there. Okay, now I'll skip that.
And started building her business.
Introducing MyCCGS online canteen, a new way to order food for your children using the MyCCGS app on your phone or from any other smart device. You can place an order for your child or load up their account with credit for self-ordering. Press the online canteen option on the MyCCGS app or navigate to MyCCGS and select Online Canteen on the dashboard. Adding credit is easy. Select My Account and decide if you want to add credit to your account to buy food for your children or to your child's account so that they can place their own order online. To add the credit, press the Add Credit Now button and either sign into PayPal or insert your card details for secure credit transfers. Does your child have a dietary requirement? No problem. Within My Account, you can specify their exclusions by tapping on the specific food category. From the home screen, you can quickly order lunch for the next available day. Just remember, orders are finalised by 9 AM each day. Select your child and then navigate the menu to pick your food order. The online canteen gets to know you the more you use it. Your popular choices are automatically highlighted in blue. Go back to categories to select your next item. Your total for each menu category is helpfully placed next to the icon for you, with an order summary placed at the top of the screen. You can customise your orders to suit your tastes by adding extras. Dietary icons make it easy to see if food allergy types are a consideration. Don't want a default extra? That's not an issue. Add it to the order notes. Save your order as a favourite to quickly order again in the future. Click All Done and confirm your order to finalise the payment. The Home tab will indicate the total of your yet-to-be-fulfilled orders. This will update day by day as your orders are fulfilled. Want to order the same meals for multiple children over multiple days, all in one go? Then go ahead. Using Order Lunch, you can select multiple children and select multiple days, and then order. You can even add new names if you're ordering for others. The menu icons will show the cost for one student for one day. At the top, the overall total is displayed, along with summary information. If you change your mind and need to cancel or edit an order, navigate to the home screen and you'll find all your orders stacked under your accounts. Click on the order, followed by the Change Order button to go back to the menu to edit the order, or press Cancel to receive a refund back to your account. If at any point you require help, click on the question mark in the top right of the screen to access documentation.
I think I found the single biggest productivity hack of 2021. It's this Google Chrome extension called Speechify, and it can...
Well, can we watch?
Leave it on, leave it on.
All right. We've got to click harder.
More often works.
Click harder more often, yeah. Scroll the opposite way. Righto.
It's natural scrolling, David.
Yeah. So if a student or parent comes onto their MyCCGS dashboard, they can get to the canteen widget, I guess you'd call it. This probably shouldn't work because we're on school holidays, but if, for example, someone made this a order possible day just to do a demo, then don't tell the canteen people and we should be okay.
You wanted the egg like that.
So you can go through, you can order stuff. This red thing, gluten, white bread, it has gluten in it. So, you know, be aware if you're ordering, and if you were listed with a gluten allergy in the school management system, or the parent decided to add that when they logged in to the online canteen, then that would no longer actually even be available for the student to order for or the parent. So look, we think it's pretty impressive. I think it's way superior than any other online canteen product that I have seen. Admittedly, I did all this research 3 years ago, but we were well ahead of it there. It's just taken me 2 years before I could get to show you guys. The back end, pretty straightforward. They can do a print of collated orders for the day. I mean, it's just basic, simple stuff. Are there any questions on that? Because I'd like to move on to our second product that we tried.
How much did it cost?
What's that?
How much did it cost?
It was a bit over 1 year's projected brand X costs. So I have to be a bit careful because of the allocation of developers' time with the contract they did. But basically, when we did it, we're looking at say 20 to 25 grand a year for the brand X commission that they were taking, the transactional costs. This costs a little bit more than that. However, one of the outstanding things, now I get back to my, the success that we had, it tripled our canteen revenue in 6 months. Tripled. That's pretty impressive, I reckon. Although, I guess we don't know what type of increase we would have had if we'd gone with brand X, because we went from the online, the paper canteen ordering method to online in one jump. But most of that increase, the average canteen order went from $5 to a bit over $7. So the majority of that tripling of revenue was from far more students ordering far more often. That was. So when you consider that, you're actually talking about a 6 month, 8 month return on investment. The money we spent on developer costs, we got back in 6 to 8 months compared to that brand X. And after that, we're well ahead. We're just so far ahead. I mean, this was a huge success for us with the parent and the student engagement. We had parents that were using brand X at other schools, or their kids go to other schools, and they were just saying how great it was. And of course, our headmaster loves hearing from our parents that something IT has done has just really improved their world. That's great. It built huge political credibility for IT in the school. Financially, it was an absolute winner. And it gave us a bit of momentum to go into the next custom development project, which was...
Question from the front.
Yeah.
So, any bugs that you found?
It's pretty good. The question was any bugs, and the answer is we had that gun developer on site developing, and it was just one of those things where we're piloting it and someone notices something and they'd speak to him in a meeting, and he wouldn't be typing notes into his laptop, he would be modifying the code on the fly and fixing it. It was a gun. It was an impressive thing. We didn't have to record it and send it off to an external party, right? So it was pretty impressive in my opinion.
The biggest problem we had was he decided to be funny on April Fools and put in a fun dog. Zero cost.
That's right.
It was still something you could add and check out. Parents didn't read it properly.
The 1st of April.
And wanted a hot dog.
The 1st of April, there was a $0 fun dog for sale, and that actually did ruffle a few feathers. I thought it was pretty funny, but
it said, you will not get anything for this. It is not actually provided. When people weren't reading it, just ticked it out and checked. Every time there were 60 orders for it.
Yeah, everyone wanted fun dogs. No fun dogs. We run out of fun dogs. Although at least he did that like a year after launch.
Yes.
So if you'd done that in the first month after launch, that might have been a problem. And look, we were delayed on launch, all right? We were delayed because I had that first unforeseen developer left the party issue. The second one failed. The third one, we were just about to launch in the end of term 1, 2020. Something happened. What was it again? That's right, everybody left. There were no students at school, there was no canteen, there was no food, there was nobody there. So we in our launch, we tested it with staff. We gave everybody a $10 credit, all the staff would order, then they went and picked it up, or we did bulk. That's right, the maintenance people got an electric golf buggy and they drove around the school delivering the lunches, but that was only for launch day. That wasn't, a regular thing. And then the second launch that we did was Year 12. We gave them $10 credit, so they all got to spend $10 free money, and they loved it as well. We got some useful feedback from them. Yeah, there are a couple of little things I didn't like on the phone, you know, I'd like to slide left or right, I don't know. But it all got sorted out really quickly, and it was great. It was a terrific success. So on the basis of that, I would encourage everybody here to do their own custom here's the point of sale. So, you know, after the online canteen, you come down and you order. Pretty straightforward, right? Sign in with your card, order. Can I move on to the next thing already? No?
Just a question.
Yeah?
Did you end up developing an app also, or did you just make the web UI?
Yeah, it's just web UI. Nathan?
Where's the source code? Can we download?
You know what? I'm not against that. If you are a school with Synergetic and Schoolbox, how easy would it be to adapt what I could provide? Talk to me afterwards. Look, I don't have that much longer to go. 10 minutes? 15 minutes? 15? Okay. Student wellbeing. This was the second custom software platform that we built. And look, I don't want to promote myself to you guys too much, but can I say that the project management for the online canteen was outstanding. And the level of engagement with customers, and the reason I did it, so I was a project manager, for those who didn't get it. The reason I did it was because I was trying to take Mr. Developer along to be the project manager and chief engagement person for all the other projects that we wanted to do, right? And I didn't want to have to do all that because it's hard work. We've got to deal with people, we've got to talk to them, we've got to listen to them complain, and then they change their minds. We don't want to order a Vegemite sandwich to, yes, we need it now. So I pulled back, and I was involved in some initial setup, and I thought we had a really good system running with a good engagement, you know, stakeholder group, and then our developer could develop. Turned out that some people in the stakeholder group were much better at communicating to Mr. Developer what their particular needs were, and they got prioritised in the end product, which wasn't ideal for those who had stronger needs but perhaps hadn't communicated that clearly what they were. So, quick little aside, the importance of project management and engagement, and in this project, it wasn't optimal. So we had this old product. It was an MS Access database. It was created in the late 90s. And initially it was just an MS Access database. And we called it student support. And teachers could log a problem. Johnny in class was punching Lance hard. And then the house coordinator would follow up with Johnny. And then maybe the head of school would have a talk with Johnny's parents, or they'd issue order marks or suspensions or whatever they would do. That's up to the wellbeing team. But the problem was it was done in a 90s Access database. Then we did port it to a SQL database at the back end and an Access database front end, just for the simple act of data entry. And look, it was simple. So teachers like that, they would log in and it was simple. But they had to use the Access database on a school mapped network drive, so they couldn't just do it on their phone in the playground if they saw something occur. We came along, the other problem is this system would alert people by email about this issue that was raised, and then everything else was kind of done through email or paper or in-person conversations and didn't come back to that original student support database. Now, that meant that there was all this follow-up being missed, lack of accountability, didn't know what was going on. So we took the opportunity to create a new student wellbeing system, modern web front end with SQL back end. We did actually heavily engage with multiple stakeholder teams. So these wellbeing team members, the heads of school, teachers, heavy involvement. We knew from the beginning it had to be very granular with the roles and permissions. Our school psychologist or counsellor needed to have very high level access. The headmaster needed that. Heads of school needed a high level access, but only over kids in their own school, and not other schools. And then when you work down to our house family system, it gets, people can only see their own house family and can only see certain things. So if a teacher raises an issue of like, Johnny in class punched Lance, they could see a follow-up that the next person they'd escalated to what they'd done, so they'd be happy. as long as that person had put a report in, put a case update in. But what the wellbeing team told us they wanted was the ability to categorise, filter and report. And that kind of meant we had to build the front end in a way more complex way. So we need people to tell us that this was an issue inside or outside the classroom. Was it on an excursion? Was it cyberbullying? Was it some type of sickness that occurred? Was it a fight in the playground? What was the issue? And you have to actually categorise it, which makes the reporting, the logging of an issue much more complicated, right? Because instead of just one field of simple text and then it emails someone else, you now have like 12 or 15 fields, half of it have dropped down, lists to choose from, and then you can put your text in. So that was a real cultural shift, but it's what we needed so that we could get all this really rich reporting, workflow, categorising and filtering data at the other end. So that's a real challenge. So you've got to weigh up as attention there. Look, it also does acknowledgement. So it wasn't just the negative issues. We could actually put acknowledgements in. Now I want to go through and show what this looks like. I've tried my best to log on as a couple of different users and then redact heavily. So I'm pretty sure, it was up till midnight, but I'm pretty sure there's no information in here that will identify the student. But it does give you a good overview of what a teacher would see logging in and searching up a particular student's profile. So this student has some medical alerts, those conditions there. There's 2 open cases over here. I don't know what they are. I don't have permissions to log in and see them, but there's 2 open cases that this teacher and that teacher have raised and are working on. You can see they're involved with these co-curricula, and then there's these staff pastoral care items that come up with some type of reference back to that student. Maybe they were involved in something else in the past, maybe they were a witness to another incident. You'd have to click on them and find out. But it just means that at a quick glance, you can see what this student is up to. And it's the first time we kind of had this student profile available to us. At the bottom, you can see a bunch of acknowledgements. So this student, outstanding work in the Law Society's mock competition, public speaking, fantastic participation in PDHPE lessons, excellent entry in the House Music Festival. There's a scroll thingy there, so it goes on and on. That's what a normal staff member would see on that student. But if you're a head of school logging in to your student wellbeing dashboard, that's what we call this student wellbeing kind of management platform. We call it student wellbeing. Then you see all of these active cases of students in your school. So in this case, head of senior college role up the top right identifies those granular permissions. It's years 10, 11 and 12. And they can see which particular cases are open that they need to actually work on themselves or touch in some way. Then there's active cases. You can see that the active cases list is a heck of a lot longer than their My Open case. So this is a list of things that they need to touch or engage with, and this is a list of all cases going on in their school environment. They don't necessarily need to touch or deal with any of those. And then there's some recent cases in the last few days, which is nice so they can see closure or resolution or something like that. If they go to a student, then they see this type of profile. So we've got absences down the bottom. Okay, so they had a day off. A comparative profile. So this is an absence, total students in the student's year. So you can get like a mapping for the year, how the student's gone compared to the year, and you can see this student's hardly had any absences compared to their cohort. The colourful one, the dynamic profile, this gets really interesting because we've got 7 or 8 different colours, and there are all sorts of things that can come onto a graph, such as an issue in the family. Is there a separation? Are there medical problems, extended absences at school, poor academic performance, so they're not handing in assignments or getting really low scores in assignments. All of these things can be graphed along there, and it starts to build a picture of possibly this student having a problem, right? You see lots of different colours, particularly if there are multiple colour spikes in a short period. Bam, that actually triggers all these warnings for the house coordinators at our school, which have that the wellbeing pastoral care type role. What else have we got? Oh yeah, I think that previous slide was, no, that should be for the student, and that one is for the student again, but in a different time period, more recent time period. I'm sorry I can't read those dates. If I could read the dates, I think it's different time periods across the top. It gets a little more colourful and spread out, and yeah, I can't read the headings over there, I'm sorry. But I hope that gives you an idea anyway in terms of the kind of categories or whatever we're filtering for. Down the bottom, this head of school has got absence, attendance, co-curricular, pastoral, acknowledgement, actions, can't remember, concerns, incidents, managed, mood, and referrals. They can open up all of those tabs and have many more of these lists down the bottom so they can work through. It's a very comprehensive, very granular student wellbeing management system that we've built. How am I going for time? Where's Ali?
I'll give you 7 more.
7 minutes? Great. Okay. Outcomes. Well, look, it required a lot more staff professional development training than we expected. Okay? Everybody figured out how to do the online canteen order really easily. It was kind of intuitive. But man, when we presented a much more complex platform like this, and instead of just one simple text field, Johnny threw a pencil at Lance in class, or Johnny hit Lance in class. Now it's like, where did this take place? Classroom, excursion, or school? No, it was classroom. Okay, who was the main person? Johnny. Yep. Who else was involved? Lance. There we go. Lance. Who was the teacher? That was on the teacher. Choose me. On and on and on, right? Before you get to the point of Johnny punched Lance. So that needed a lot more PD than we expected. And even to this day, we still have teachers complaining about the fact that the new system's a lot harder to use from a data entry viewpoint than the old system, and they're right. But the wellbeing team love it because it makes their back-end stuff so much more efficient and rich. They can do some really good wellbeing and pastoral care now, way more efficiently than before. We've had a few simplifications requested for V2. Remember that developer I told you about, that gun developer? He's no longer with us. He's still alive, he just left the school. And that makes it a bit of an issue for me to get in and make these modifications. I have to source a different person, different developer, but I am and we will and we are. Adjustments in project roles. Yes, that was a mistake. I've already mentioned at the beginning. Project manager role in this one was just not done anywhere nearly as well as the canteen. It created tensions between the wellbeing team, stakeholders and IT, and that took me a long time to kind of soothe ruffled feathers and placate people who were rightly annoyed that their needs hadn't been addressed the way other people's needs had in their perception at least. So I guess, if you're going to do custom software, make sure you throw heaps of really high quality project management resource at it and you'll get a better outcome. There's a takeaway. Now look, this was successful, but it's a lot harder to gauge efficiencies with this compared to the canteen, right? Because we're talking about all that pastoral care stuff and how many hours are people doing. We suddenly found we had a lot more cases over any time period, within a term, within a year, in this system than we did in the old system. Does that mean we've suddenly had this spike of kids are behaving a lot more badly? No, it just means we had this focus on reporting it and then following up and dealing with it. So it's really hard to kind of figure out these efficiencies, but We do think that it's a heck of a lot more efficient, and so does the student wellbeing team, and I guess that at the end of the day is a great outcome. And look, the workflow changes. Yeah, this is a problem, this one. So, like I was asking Nathan and his, Michael and his panel before, yeah, Nathan was on it, about their, you know, people have been used to doing their workflow a certain way and then you change it. When we had the opportunity to redo this tool and make a new tool, and you re-look at the way you've been doing certain workflow things, well, you take the opportunity to change some of the workflow things regardless of the tool, and some of that was negative. And so some of that got caught up in like, oh, I don't like your student wellbeing because A, it's too hard to enter a thing in, and now B, I've got to do X, Y, Z. But we wanted you to do X, Y, Z because X, Y, Z should be done regardless of the tool. Yeah, but I just, you know, so there's that kind of negativity. But overall, pretty successful. And I've got 2 minutes left, maybe. Oh, failed third. Went to my executive and said, we need a better school calendar workflow that encompasses the 16 calendars that we use for different things around this school, automatic feed to parents, permission notes built in, workflow so the teachers can see where events up to, blah, 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 blah. And the options are, we keep using what we currently have, which is a really old Access database. It's going to die in a minute. It's really bad security vulnerabilities, and I don't like it, so I don't recommend that. But that's an option. 2, we go with Schoolbox. I'm a big fan of Schoolbox, love Schoolbox, but their component for some of the calendaring, EOTC, which I actually pay significant funds to upgrade, by the way, still doesn't do what we need it to do. Or 3, new custom in-house super duper app, just like the online canteen, only better, let's go with that. And the executive as one said, yes, let's go with that. And then some key stakeholders discovered that we're going to move all of this paper-based stuff to a digital workflow environment, so they're not going to get like the permission note for the music excursion trip to Sydney on paper, and they can't look at the paper and then circle the thing on paper and then hand it back for someone else to edit and then photocopy, and then the paper notes go home and then come back. And it became a real issue for us, and it held up development, and we were put on delay, and then that developer couldn't finish what he'd started. So I've now got 60-70% of calendar coded sitting on a server with no workable product and no actual means to resolve the outcome. So I'm just going to gloss over that failure pretty quickly, but let it be a warning to you all before you too proceed down that path for custom software development. Any questions on custom software development or any decent feedback? Any learnings I can have? Mr. Parker was first.
Yes.
Loud voice, mate.
All right. So, David, I just thought I'd say that I was interested in terms of the well-being initiative, because you obviously have gone for something that was much more, has a lot of different features. It's very impressive. So I'm not surprised that you went down that path, but one of the things that I looked at was that I believe both Synergetic and Schoolbox both have a well-being module, don't they?
No workflow.
Okay.
So Schoolbox will pull, there's Chris in the room, but Schoolbox will pull partial care notes out of Synergetic and display and push back in, but as David says, no workflow.
The real problem is what you've got is a simple text field in a database with a heap of text. Now when a student goes from kindergarten to year 12, and you end up with 1,000 lines of text entered by 100 teachers over the 12, 13 years. It's just, you can't pull anything useful out of that in terms of how this student's going. No one's following it up. It's pretty poor. Didn't suit our needs. There were 2 more questions, Ali. Can I take it?
Absolutely.
Well, I'm going to quickly say.
But Nadia had her hand up first, Mr. Nichols.
Sure.
Nadia, didn't you have your hand up?
Oh, I didn't, but now
beg
I'm
you.
letting me come in.
Beg you. All right, Mr. Nichols, you get the floor.
I was just going to say, for you there, Mike, well, it's one of the things Dave glossed over is one of the things in the system is if you tick, for example, self-harm with a kid, instead of going through like the partial teacher to the head of whatever, and then it goes instantly to the psychologist and locks that whole case. So that's one of the great workflows.
Actually, it actually doesn't.
Oh, doesn't it?
As soon as this one's interesting, right? What it does, no, as soon as you go to tip self-harm, right, you want to choose student self-harm, it goes bang, you're not allowed to use this system to enter a situation of self-harm. You must go immediately to the headmaster or the head of school as per school policy. Over here, here's a link to the policy.
Okay.
Go there now. You cannot enter this into the school. Go there now.
Okay.
But then after you've gone there and come back, you are allowed to log something to
It's
school council.
designed to get to the right people quickly as opposed to going through 10 people before it gets to the right person.
Yeah.
So.
Sun was in my eyes before. Is there any other questions? Any other hands? Last chance. Any more heckling? Any more banter? Richard, you're quiet. We're all done. No, up the back.
Is that available as well?
Can I just say, I think the online canteen would work incredibly well, particularly if you're a school box synergetic school, but it wouldn't be too hard to adapt to any other LMS or SIS because it's PHP and HTML and just got a few calls, right? But the student wellbeing, I think, is incredibly custom tailored to my school, and I just can't, you know, from what I know, the way other schools work, they're all just so different. I think you'd be spending so much time rewriting what we've developed, you may as well just do your own from scratch. That's my opinion.
Is it your plan to continue with like your own in-house stuff given the death of Synergetic?
The question was, do we continue with the in-house stuff based on the death of Synergetic? And that is such a good question. And interestingly, even really recently, our deputy headmaster came to me and said, we'd like to improve the way medical records are collected and you know, easier for parents, better for our school administrator, that medical information. And I said, yep, we can do that. We need to do all this work and blah, blah, blah. But it involves making changes to Synergetic, customising some Synergetic and work on Synergetic. And he said, credit to him, is it worth doing given the fact that we're probably going to be moving off Synergetic soon? And I said to him, I still think it's worth doing because it's probably 50, 60 hours worth of work. We're probably still going to get a year and a half, and we'll still get some benefit when we do migrate for having done that and put it in place. But we are now actually starting those conversations. It's a good question. I'm loving the engagement, and oh yeah, great. Ali probably wants to move on, but I want to hear your question.
I noticed you still charge a fee for people to top up in the canteen module. Is that fee purely merchant fee, or did you use that to offset costs?
Yeah, so that fee is like your PayPal 1% or 1.2% or whatever it is when you put your credit card in. So I think the choice is like you want to put $100 onto your school account. Do you want $98.80 to end up in there, or do you want to pay $101.20 to end up with $100 or something like that? And so the only cost is that credit card cost on the way in. There's no other transaction cost after that. Is that?
You didn't take any of that though.
Sorry?
No, you didn't take any of that.
No, that just goes straight to. We either use PayPal or we use card access services.
Yeah, Westpac ones, whatever.
Westpac.
I just heard Nathan say Stripe.
Sorry?
Stripe.
So, do you want me to sit down?
Strike.
Any other questions? Thank you very much for listening to me. It's been a pleasure to talk to you.
Thank you. David, we gave you 45 minutes looking at that counter. You went for 57. You never ever failed to entertain.
I did ask.
You did ask. It's not a strike. It's okay. You've got one left. That's fine. You got two. I thought Nathan just called one.
That wasn't justified. That's not valid.
Is that going up to the referee box, is it? Again, thank you, David. I look forward to seeing the open source release of the Canteen software.
Brand X might not like it.
Brand X? Can you name Brand X? Or you guys tell me later.
If you're paying attention, he did in the talk, he said it twice.
He said it twice, did he? I wasn't paying attention. There we go.
That's why we're recording.
Yeah, we'll go back. Look, we're going to move on to the last session of the day, which is actually a panel, which is moving between schools, of which I'm sitting in on. I believe David Nichols is leading.
Apparently.
Allegedly. Who else is joining me for that? We've got Safe Seman and I keep on forgetting the third person.
Alan.
Alan.
Yes.
Beautiful. So we'll be doing that. Now keep in mind that after this we'll also be doing, Mary Lou O'Brien will be giving us an update around the upcoming conference on the Gold Coast. There will be a prize draw, and then for those of you who can stick around and are inclined, we'll be packing up and heading down the road for a quiet lemonade, or perhaps a gin and tonic.
Ali, could you just delete that, close it, whatever you do? Change the screen, something video.
Order David's lunch this morning.
There's no one there.
She'll get hungry when she gets back. She's been ordering for a school holiday.
Coming to join us? Well, you were being to this, so you're stuck as well. Alright, thank you for joining us. So this is the discussion around moving schools. We're going to talk more around when you're leaving one school, going to another. There's normally some good stories there, so we thought we'd have a chat around it. We've got Alan from Moran College. Is that correct? Moran College. So Alan started his IT career in schools as an infrastructure engineer at Stegs Darlinghurst. He's then moved on to Kumbala and worked as the infrastructure manager, a role I know well. And he's then where he is now as the systems engineer administrator. So is that very similar to infrastructure manager? Yeah, just different title? Yes. Okay. We've got Ali, you've probably heard from him today. If you weren't paying attention, it's fine. He's obviously the ICT manager here. Before here, he spent 18 years at Giant Steps. He is the El Presidente of MITIE, because he hates that title. When he's not doing either of those two things, he's in Lycra riding on freeways. And safety is at the Campbelltown Anglican Schools Council. Before that, he worked at Mackay College, Rosebank and Kampala, to name a few, and I've heard from him for many years, and very knowledgeable. So, as you can see, everyone here's been at least a couple of schools. So, look, I've only got a handful of questions here, so a lot of it will be, let's hear from everyone, but I'll run through these first. So, obviously, before you started a new school, you've got to leave the one you were at. What's the most important thing to do before moving on?
You've got the mic, you go.
I got the mic.
Yeah.
Oh. So I think. Good point.
Hello, 1, 2, 3. So I think most important thing for me is to leave the school the same way I wanted to see the next school at. And it's never been the last 4-week notice or, because mentally we decide to move on. Mentally we say, yeah, we're done here, the next challenge. And that's when we need to start first, maybe a little bit slowing down, or put some clear direction, documentation on what's happening next. And this is not a 4 weeks, this is 3 to 6 months. To the point when we give the notice, then it's just tidying up some documentation, some housekeeping, making it ready for the next person.
Well, I would definitely say documentation as well, because you're you got the role on IT manager, whereas my role has been more technical. And as a result of that, I think you have to make sure that documentation is I actually took some notes, that's why I'm on laptop. It's like as if you're leaving the planet. I hope I was able to provide that kind of documents in my previous workplaces, but I think that should be the goal. You should be able to document well, because systems administration is all about really knowing where to look for certain things, and if those things are missing, the next person that's going to come, it's going to be very difficult for that next person to find those certain things, the username, the password, the URLs. So I would definitely say documentation.
I'd have to agree with all of that. I mean, documentation is really critical. Making sure that systems are running the best way you can possibly leave them is really critical. But I think also relationships, the way you leave a school, you never really leave a school. I still see people regular basis from Giant Steps. We catch up at the pub, we go out for camel burgers. So just as important as the technical stuff is making sure that people feel assured that things will continue running, and you've done a handover and you've helped them and you've done the best that you can to facilitate that change. I think that's really, really helpful.
Okay, that is good advice. So the next one is now at your new school. and it's your first week, what's your priorities? So not long term, I don't want to, that's the next question. But what are you doing for the first week?
Okay, so here's the story. The first thing you can do is learn the names of the really important people. So just briefly, end of the first week, I'm at Santa Sabina. I'm still trying to work out where everything is. I've gone down the road Friday night, down at the Crossways Hotel. I'm sitting there waiting for a maid. Some person's come up to me, going, "Hi, how you going? Yep, great. How's your first week at Santa? Yeah, good. Blah, blah, blah." I looked at her and said, "I'm sorry, but I've forgotten your name." She hasn't let me live it down. She happens to be the Director of Community Relations. Her name is Yvette. She's on the executive. So get to know people, work out where you are in the school, try and remember their names, because you'll never ever hear the end of it.
You said first week.
Just the first week.
Again, looking at things from a technical perspective, trying to get your head around what systems are in place, and I kind of start making comparisons, especially, I mean, it's only been 3-4 months since I started my new school. So if they were using Gmail, now we're using Microsoft 365. So we're just, I'm trying to kind of make those connections. And again, going with documentation, I'm looking, I would have looked at, for example, what kind of documentation is the school using? Because you also need to kind of get into the habit of doing things the way they do it here. Of course, make some changes when necessary, but if they're using OneNote instead of some other system, then you need to start using OneNote and start looking for certain things in those systems. And it's all about learning systems in my opinion.
Yeah, very good points. And in addition to names, for me, knowing the people with power, it's very important because we all know it's not always, it should be head of school or head of the organization or the CEO, but there are other power leads around that CEO. It would be helpful if we can know that ASAP. The next thing is you're seeing everyone as kind of fresh and new. You don't know everyone don't know you. And there's this big gap. Is that guy down to earth? Is that guy gonna improve things or gonna break things? So being close to people as much as possible, as quickly as possible, is very, very useful. I remember when I started at CASC, we call Campbelltown Anglican Schools Council CASC. I went to Broughton Anglican College, then Zach took me to St. Peter's, and we went to staff. Little I know that the ICT manager before me wasn't based in the schools at all, and this looks like it didn't work, but I am based in the school. So I went to staff, and some staff thought this would be the first and last time they would see me. So I said, yeah, name is safe, pronounced S-A-I-F, spelled S-A-I-F, pronounced S-A-F-E, and it's always safe to talk to safe. So first of all, they remembered my name, and I just say this all the time, and I don't think about it. A year later, I was sitting with some staff and I said, the first day you gave us that impression that we can really work with you and remembered you. So I thought this was kind of gave me a boost of a start when later on people can forgive me if I do some of failures down the track.
Fair enough. I do remember, this wasn't at my current school, but at another school, I always found good to know who's on the board. Because you don't see them often, but I did bitch at one of them once who was walking through the campus of another school, not realising it was the chairman. Not a good idea. He remembered my name. So what would you do in the first 3 to 6 months as a priority?
So first of all, again back to documentation. What has been documented is there is a risk register, there's a detailed risk register. I was very fortunate and lucky to start in a new job when there is an ICT review by IIS just has been done. And as a result of the report, they advertised for the new ICT manager role. So I went in with a report and set of recommendations. How sweet is that? That's kind of cut the first 3-month job that I need to do. So I think if I haven't found this, I need to start collecting how to how to move on beyond, how to understand the environment, how to move forward with everyone. Also, and I don't want to talk about this a lot because maybe it comes later, how to adapt well with the new culture and the new environment.
3 to 6 months. Well, I'm in my 3 to 6 months, so that's quite a relevant question. I think in it, like looking at things from technical side, there's a lot of systems, and systems keep on growing. So, like someone builds a custom software, and now you have to support that custom software on top of everything else that you're supporting. So you got these cybersecurity, host-based detection systems, network. You got the firewall, but then firewall has got add-ons. So there's so many different systems that your previous colleagues have left, and they're in all different places in terms of proper configuration and management. I mean, a lot of times, like one of my biggest struggles is finding out that there's a system that hasn't been managed well, and now somebody actually has to go in there and learn that system, which is basically me in that case, and try to learn. So I'm still trying to do that. So I'm still trying to learn the systems and bringing them to a place where they're actually usable, and that there's a dashboard that gives you warnings, so there's proper monitoring. So that's the kind of thing I'm working on. And also, I think the other human aspect of it is understanding team dynamics. That's just something that you also kind of start learning about, and you see how different people do certain things, and you're thinking, okay, that's interesting, but you just kind of learn to work in your current team. So that's also important, because you just want to make sure that there's a good collaborative environment, and that you're the new person, and that you're actually helping this team succeed. That's my
First of all, relationships. I guess when I came to Santa Sabina, I was pre-warned by the principal that there were quite a few things that needed addressing. And that's one of the first things I looked at. Try and learn everything. Try and establish relationships with the key stakeholders in the school, and even the teachers, everybody. Be approachable. Learning how your team works when you're walking into an established team. Where I've got David, who's been here for 20 years, Scott and Andrew, who's been here for 7 and 10 respectively. They've already got their ways of doing things, but you've got to work out what is the best way for the school, and trying to establish that, and establishing that you are available to be talked to, and make yourself available and go around and actually speak to people. At the same time, you're looking at the way things work. You're trying to bring change. I was fortunate enough that the principal said, "Go fix," and that was really good. I believe within the first 6 weeks, I went back to the college principal, Ms. Skirman, and said, "These are all the things that I think that are wrong, and these are the things I'm going to change." And she went, "Okay." So building that trust. Brenton Hardy called it the honeymoon period, the first 2 years. I've always loved that, because you can get it wrong and you go, "Oops, my bad." So build up that political capital, know when to spend it, and know when to hold it back for future projects when you really bolt it up.
That is a perfect segue, because my next question is, would you ever consider doing anything risky at the start of a new role? Because I know I've done similar things and gone, "Oh, that's not how you do it here. Oops," to get something done. Have you guys ever done anything like that, where you've kind of gone on the ask forgiveness, not permission?
Absolutely. Absolutely. Sometimes when you're just driving change, especially when you're new in a school, and your team has an established way of doing things, and you go, "That's nice. We're not doing it that way anymore. We're going to do it this way." But you've got to do it in such a way which shows them why it's better, and they can see the benefit of that and bring them on that magical journey. And when you get it wrong, you get it wrong. Within my first 4 weeks, broke printing. Paper cut server just went, I'm done. It took a week to get fixed, and I had Toshiba out here, I had paper cut out here. It was just fundamentally broken, but because I was keeping everybody informed, it was okay. And everybody just came along for the ride.
I probably, like I said, I try to first of all learn and understand how people do things in a certain environment. Therefore, making a change, in my case at least, would be asking a lot of questions and trying to understand why people do things in a certain way. And if it's a problem, if it's an issue that needs to be resolved, I would probably, I'm seeing it quite regularly. There are certain systems where configuration, there are questionable configurations, and then I try to find out the history behind it, and if it's just a workaround, yes, sure. But if there's a system that's been going on for a while, not in the first few weeks or months, I would probably, that would be my first priority. I mean, there's plenty of issues to work with, and in this case, there are some certain sensitive areas that I probably would not go into.
So that's, for me, this is a tricky question because I like to consider myself as a risk taker. However, I always feel, and you would see that as well if you move to your next challenge or to your next school. The first you step into that new environment, there will be lots of people waiting for some decisions, and the minute you step in, say, "Can we do this? Can we do that?" If you kept taking risky decisions without it backed up by a data from somewhere, you might take a risk that take the school not to its direction or the bigger picture. So I don't like to take risky decisions when I start. I'm happy to take some risky decisions if it's well counted, if the risk factor of it is well considered. I think when I step in a new environment, especially between the first and 3 months, I allow myself to delay my decisions. Sometimes that will save us all time and of course productivity. Unless I have to take a decision that I'm not sure of, I avoid that.
Fair enough. Now, of course, I'm not going to ask you here for any dirty secrets. Though, how do you handle unexpected surprises when you start a role? Like, you might get the role and not even the executive know of a problem you're going to uncover. What do you do in that scenario? Is it, like I said, you don't have to tell them anything that you want to make you get school in trouble. But what do you do in those situations?
Yeah. So I feel when I go to new school, I feel like a dry sponge is being dropped onto a puddle of water, and I'll start sucking all of these things from all directions. So similar to putting in general how you manage the risk factor, what's the least problematic way you go into? There's something unexpected happened. So I'll give you an example. A decision that I've made at Broughton, that if I do it now, I'll do it differently, was early in my, couple of months only, not even a couple of months. And COVID hit and we were about to go remote learning. So we've been called by the principal, and my previous job was in tertiary education. We were doing so many remote learning. So remote learning, and we were using Zoom. So it's something that I'm used to. I'm used to Zoom. And because I'm kind of trained on Zoom, I'm happy to roll out Zoom in 2 days. Now, Broughton College using Microsoft Teams. And I've I never used Microsoft Teams in that scope. So for me, it was a quick decision when I say, if you want something in 2 days, then it's going to be Zoom, because that's what I know. If you give me time, then we have Teams. I'm pretty sure Teams will work as well. But then the answer, no, we want something quick. And we rolled out Zoom in 2 or 3 days, auto provisioning, single sign-on, all the policies, everything, and we rolled it out. maybe if I have some time to work on Teams, maybe I said why the two systems, because today everyone is trained to use Zoom. So we use Zoom for certain things and you use Teams for certain things. And that's the power of when we lead a department or we put a decisions, it's kind of affecting the schools down that track. Sorry, I talked too much.
So the question was once again,
So it's, you started at your new school, you've been there for, let's say, a few months or so, and you uncover something which is potentially dangerous or bad. Like I've been in places where I've found this wasn't exactly it, but everything's just said with password 1, 2, 3. So you find something very dangerous or something, unsuspected surprises. How do you go about handling and fixing it? Because obviously there could be, in my mind, political things like you don't want to badmouth the previous person who chose that.
I think when it comes to surprises, usually, like for example, why do people change jobs? I think that's an important part of this question. Like you change a job either for a lateral move or like you want to become a manager or something along those lines. In my case, it was a lateral move, going from one school to another, doing very similar things. But I was hoping to focus more on certain things, especially like I said, the Microsoft 365 side of things. But then, for example, the person that I was going to work with, I was hoping to work with, moved on to another job. So all of a sudden, you're left. You were thinking one thing, but then something else comes along, and now you have to do all these other responsibilities that you don't necessarily think about doing. I think it's just, the way I see this, you just, it's all IT at the end of the day, and if you enjoy working in IT, these kinds of surprises should not really surprise you. But if you're talking about things like password, like 1, 2, 3s and things like that, I would definitely act on those kinds of things, and I have. But like I said, the way I think about this question is more about like you made a change, thinking so many different things, and then things aren't necessarily exactly as you dreamed. Imagine you thought grass is greener on the other side, and by the way, I think grass is actually greener on the other side. So if anyone's thinking of changing schools, they should definitely give it a good thought. But yeah, where was I completely lost right now? But I'm just thinking that, like I said, you just take it as is, and you just play along. That's the way I see it.
Look, I think going into any new school, you are going to find things that surprise you. It doesn't matter whether it's a difference of opinion or a difference of process or just something that's password 1, 2, 3. So it's really important to get that history. For me, I'm still finding some things along the way, but I'll speak to my team that've been here for quite a long time and go, why is this so? Can you tell me why this is the way it is? Depending upon how critical it is, I might take it to the deputy and go, you know what, this ain't great, just found it out, I'm fixing it, let's move on. They'll generally support me in that. That's fantastic. And then we'll let the school know that, we're introducing this new system. And we'll give them the reason why. I won't go into the technical of it, but let the people above you know that you've found something. And the best piece of advice, and Nathan, you're going to have to remind me the name of the mentoring person we had a couple of years ago. Lynn Stone, thank you. The best piece of advice I ever had from her is when she was a head of school, she would say to her staff, don't come to me with a problem unless you've got a solution. So walk into the principal's office and say, this is wrong, but here's how I'm going to help you fix it. Because by the end of the day, Lynn would turn around to her staff and go, you know what, yeah, all right, you've got this under control, go do. And I've kept that with me. So find a problem, fix a problem, make people aware, have a solution before you even have that meeting and speak to your team and speak to the stakeholders who might actually have something in that process. It's because that's the way it's always done. Yeah, I don't generally buy that. There's usually another reason, whether it's political or whether it's being lazy. There's always a reason behind it.
One of of the things we all do when we're working in a school is we build strong relationships with our different vendors, whatever that might be. What are your thoughts on dealing with vendors when you get to a new school? Do you just bring the ones you know? Do you look into the ones that are already there?
Both. If the school's already got a relationship with a vendor, and it's a good relationship, you don't want to blow that away. You know, you want to work with them. If they're not performing to expectations, then you obviously have that conversation. You go, look, I'm new to the school. We need to work something out. This isn't quite working right. Of course, you've always got your backups. You've always got people who you've worked with before, and you can bring them in. But I don't think you want to be too quick to judgment on that. Don't blow away the relationship that's existing within the school for the sake of bringing in your mates.
In my case, I don't necessarily make the final call, but I do have a chance to influence the IT manager. And usually the kind of question that I get from the IT managers, do you know anyone who does this well? Or we're going to do this project, and can you work with someone that can do this well? And then I go back and think about the vendors that I've worked in the past, and just basically make those recommendations. So I guess the answer in a way is yes, because I do like to work with vendors that I've had good experience in the past, and especially after the sales team is gone and you're one-on-one with the engineer on the other side, you know who you're working with. So as a result of that, I try to recommend those vendors to my IT manager. Yes.
Yeah, I agree with the guys. It's I always on the lookout for new vendors to have some new relationships, and it's like us. Every one of us has our own strength. Each vendor has their own strength. If we are exposed to more than kind of the unique or the one vendor, that's healthy. So when I start a new environment, I think at CASC I never brought anyone because there are already vendors that we trust, and they're fantastic. They do a great job. But I'm still maintaining my relations with my previous vendors, and we ask them for quotations most of the time.
All right, I'd go on the question about culture, but we've kind of covered it, so I was given my warning of time. Is there any questions from the floor? No?
No, but I have a contribution, surprisingly.
Sure.
Talent. I haven't moved between schools, but I've moved between jobs, IT manager jobs in corporate companies, and I've arrived at a school. So I've got to one school, even if I haven't moved between them. And the number one thing on my list that I did, and I think is really helpful for, audit, assess, analyse. So for me, I break that down into multiple categories. People, I audited the people. Who have I got in my team? What are their strengths and weaknesses? The SWOT analysis. The equipment on the network, relationships with vendors, how much storage, security, what have I got? I would audit and I would assess. And I would do that before making any decision at all about what I might want to change. I would be far leaning towards keeping things as they are until I understood enough to make a good decision to change before just making that up front. But it starts with an audit and an assess, analyse, SWOT type of process. And I found that really helpful. So I did that in a very methodical way when I arrived at grammar school. I was lucky. Michael Oakridge handed over a terrific environment. It was very well set up, very well run. So I inherited a great situation, but it still helped me know strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, threats of people in my team, of threats on my network. I have an issue with this area, that area. And the only exception to that rule of not making any changes, if I saw behaviour that wasn't acceptable, then that was an immediate action event. So, if someone dropped an F-bomb on the help desk area or were rude and discourteous to a client, that's just not acceptable behaviour. I don't need to analyse, assess, think about that, go and have a peer review and a committee meeting. That's just not acceptable. So that's an exception. Other than that, that was my process, and it served me really well, and I recommend it.
And look, I agree, and following on from that, I think it's a continual SWOT analysis. Every single week, constantly looking at what can go wrong, what's gone right, what's gone wrong.
Every week's a bit exhausting, Alan.
It's all the time.
Well, there's no other questions. Please join me in thanking these three. Over back to Ellie. Or
Back to me. Mary Lou, pretty close by.
I promise at the next meet-up I'm just going to sit up the back and you won't see me at all. My first one, I feel as though I've been up here the whole day. What was yours, Mary Lou? This one? Was that one? I didn't know that, so. Yeah, look at that. Okay, so I've just been asked as a committee member to get up and remind everyone that the conference is coming up very shortly. And just to let you all know that the program is in its draft format now. It's quite progressed and it will be a similar structure to previous conferences. So again, with the pre-conference day, with the workshops and school visits, there'll be 12 options over 2 sessions, a welcome event off-site at the island with some fun features. I do not know what they are, but it sounds good. Also, there's always the dinner at normally at the Surf Lifesaving Club on that pre-conference day as well, which is the Tuesday evening, I believe. So anyone's welcome when you do register to opt in for that as well. Then the conference day, general things, welcome to country, keynotes, 17 options over 3 sessions, plenty of time for morning tea and lunch. We're looking at running an unconference session and we're seeking delegate feedback at the moment. So if you do have any suggestions, please send them through either to myself or Chris. That's things like, we've toyed with one idea that we toyed with as a committee is that you have, it might be 5 people, a session that is 5 people talking for no more than 5 minutes. It might even be 3 minutes, like a speed session, and they can pick whatever topic and they just take the stage for that amount of time. So anything like that, send it through. A conference dinner with live music and a special guest speaker. Conference day 2 keynotes, 11 options over 2 sessions, and a wrap up and prize giveaway. So that's pretty standard. Food and breaks, always good food and opportunities to connect with colleagues and meet other ICT professionals. We've got some great keynote speakers. I'm familiar with Catherine Ball and Michael McQueen. Michael is absolutely brilliant and very much a futurist, and sort of will recap on the latest trends. Catherine's, I mainly know her around her drone experience and having worked with her in the past with training up female drone pilots. So she's really quite interesting as well. And Glenn Gore, I think you're going to love. He is an ex-chief engineer at AWS and is now CEO of Infinity. And one of our committee members came across him and he sounds fascinating. So I think he'll be a real highlight for people. And he's one that I'd never heard of before. And I don't suspect many of you, anyone heard of him before or heard him speak? No, so I think he'll be great. One of the highlights is expected to be James and David Massa leading a presentation on ownership and change management in large information system projects. So basically moving SIS, and David actually led Redlands, my school, on that journey for the last probably 3 years. And now he's moved on, but he will be talking about his experience at Redlands. Of course, there'll be the exhibition hall, more exhibitors than ever before, more space, almost double what we had in 2021, more eating locations, more fresh coffee, and Microsoft again a platinum partner. There's a huge range of sponsors. And of course this year we'll release the conference app, which most of you would be familiar with. And there will be pre-enrolling into sessions, especially those limited ones, but generally there's a little bit of freedom around that as well. Information and resources on the conference webpage, the AIS New South Wales registration page, and there are links there to book your own accommodation. The organising committee, these are the state representatives. So if you do have any feedback from anyone, there's loads of people you can get in touch with. I'm sure you all know someone, at least one person on that list. And we encourage you to register now to see you there. Just out of interest, to raise your hands if you are already interested or you intend being there. Excellent. Good. Excellent. We'll see you there then. Thank you. Thanks, Ali.
So folks, this is the closing part of the day. I don't want everybody to run off straight away. We do have 2 user group sessions on this afternoon. The first one is Education Horizons. The CEO, David Wakehart, is waiting up in the foyer, which will be held here in the lecture theatre. We also have Chris Durante up in the library upstairs with a shared iPad was talking about Schoolbox 22.0. What we do need to do is there are some lucky door prizes, which I believe are up the back. Can I have the vendors stand up, please? Thank you. We've got Amanda, perhaps come down the front. Sid, perhaps come down the front as well. Sid, can you bring up the other bag, which is there as well? That's from Next Tech. Unfortunately, Greg's had to run off. Sid, Schoolbox, does Schoolbox have something?
No.
No? Okay, sorry. That's all right. So we've got Rico, Next Tech, Schoolbox, and Clipboard. Was there something from Clipboard? No? That's okay. All right. Amanda, would you like to do yours first? Rico?
We've already done the draw. We had an automated one.
We had an automated draw?
So it's Robert Bissett from St. Greg's.
Robert Bissett from St. Greg's.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
From Next Tech, as I said, Greg had to run off. Something about his daughter turning 13. And also finding out that he's hosting a Matilda's player who's turning up tonight. Alan Kusku from Mariah College.
Thank you.
And Sid, our dog sponsor from Sassian.
Actually, no, we don't have a name if you've got a.
Oh, I don't have one.
We don't have one?
I don't have one.
I thought you were drawing it, so how do we do it?
Well, how do you do it?
Innovation. There you go. Take out your cameras. Everyone throw in your
Go on, then. Okay.
occupational health and safety incident happening right here. All right, whoever wants in, throw. Let's go.
Ali, this is probably the greatest way you could have done it.
This is actually pretty good.
I had someone
This is a great way.
One on the data.
Now, I just want to know, did Michael answer that because he has a thing where he never gives up his
I
language.
want my badge back.
I believe you have every badge and lanyard for every conference you've ever gone to. Is that right?
That's correct.
Oh wow! I did issue a challenge to the team to see if we can get your lanyard off you at the end of the day.
We got it. And you do. It's on the floor. That's right. All right.
Here we go.
Okay. It's green. Nadia.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Right.
Is it a lovely card?
Thank you.
What is it? What is it? What is it?
Treat yourself online.
What does that mean? Lovely. Amazon voucher.
Do you want this back or should I sell it?
I should sell it.
So as we wrap up the day, I want to thank everybody. Can I have anybody who spoke or presented today just stand up quickly? Thank you very, very much. Can I have a round of applause for them all? The committee, if you can remain standing, the mighty committee. Sorry. Up the back. I just want to say thank you. This is very much a team effort. We've been planning this one for a year and a half, it feels like. So I'm very thankful we've been able to put it together today. I just want to thank them personally and on behalf of everybody here for everything that they've done. I know some of you have driven down from the Central Coast, from Wyong. It's been a fantastic day.
Not really.
Not really. Thank you. So for those of you who are sticking around, we do have the two user groups, as I said, Education Horizons and the Lecture Theatre. Can I have a show of hands who wants to go to Schoolbox? Beautiful, we've got a few people there. If you wish to go up the back, then one of my team will take you upstairs. And we are also, after this, who's sticking around for the sports club for a drink? Because David Eagle's fighting the first round.
I heard now. First two rounds.
Excellent. And if anybody wants to take some food, please make your way out to the Sienna Centre and just pull something out of the fridge. Thank you all. Thank you for coming. You could have stopped him.
Is this on?
It's still streaming. Just so you're aware. Okay.
Thank you, Ali. Appreciate it. I just need the right bit of tech advice from one of your team on where we, without just randomly. I'm not people on my man. No, ideally, if you can please keep the lanyards here. We would prefer it if we could keep the lanyards though, because we pay for it. Yeah, we prefer to keep. You can keep the paper insert, but the rest we have to pay for.
That's a good way to get them thrown in.
Thank you. Yeah, I'll see you. Half an hour. Somewhere. Call me. I'll call you when I'm
All right. Do we have everybody here who wishes to be here? Fantastic. With us, we have David Wakehart, who is the CEO of Education Horizons. I think it's fair to say that tensions have been high of late, and David's here to have a bit of a chat with us. I think it's going to be a warts and all chat. Warts and all, excellent. So David's going to talk for about 20 minutes, and then he's opted for a bit of a Q&A. So we'll see how that goes, and following this, down the pub.
Thanks, Ali, and thanks for sticking around to ask the toughest questions. I do appreciate that when you've got a choice between the lovely weather outside of the pub, so I appreciate you sticking around. So I'm David Weichart, CEO of Education Horizons. I've been with the business now for about 18 months, and look, as I said, thank you for staying around for this session. Before I go any further, just to acknowledge the traditional custodians of the lands on which we meet today and pay our respects to the elders past and present. I wanted to just quickly whip through a recap of our portfolio products, how we're supporting innovation in education, give you an update on service and support, and also an update on product. Some of you will have seen this through our quarterly product update, but there's some new material in here as well. I'll skip through it relatively quickly, assuming you have seen the quarterly product update. If you haven't, let me know afterwards and we can send you a link to that recording as well, or obviously feel free to ask questions. So we have a wide range of products from Synergetic and Engage, I don't know if any of you use that, through to Sector Assetware and SchoolPro and Zunia. So it's a broad school-focused product portfolio. We only sell products to K-12 schools. Our strategy is really based around providing long-term certainty and confidence. And some of the price discussions that Ali referred to, we're all about providing you with that long-term certainty and confidence. We've practically finished those discussions now, and so you do have that certainty and confidence in the fact that the products are around for the long term, and we will continue to support and improve those products. So that's now based on sustainable investment across all of this product portfolio. You'll be pleased to know. Just as a quick stat, we're spending more than a third of our revenues on R&D at the moment across this product portfolio. So we're really investing to actually continue to develop and grow these products, not just in product development, but obviously also in the support and in the customer success function. It's also based on school choice. So we know that these products will suit different schools at different times. So schools really have the choice about which product they want to use, when and where. We're not going to force schools to move from one product to another. One thing that you may not be aware of is our Education Horizons Advisory Board. I find these people incredibly useful guidance to me in the education sector. These people, we meet quarterly and talk about relevant topics for schools and technology. And they've been very, very good mentors to me as I've come into this industry. The key focus areas for us in terms of how we believe we can help schools in terms of the thinking and the thought leadership is around deeper wellbeing and engagement for learning. I know that's one of schools' top priorities right now in the post-COVID world, and schools have handled that incredibly well from what I can see, but it is a really important topic. Obviously, digitisation and automation for school operations and improvement, and you probably touched on these topics today, that there's a huge potential to automate, digitise all school processes, and many of our products are used for that today. And then clearly the power of connected data and artificial intelligence, and we believe that data is the most useful when it's actually connected and when it actually is accessible and can drive insights and actions rather than just reports. So these are the three key areas that we're focusing on in terms of helping with the thinking and with our products. If I get on to quickly support, it's a hot topic. It was one of the biggest complaints that people had about Synergetic when I started. I think, frankly, it's still not where we want it to be, but it's improved on average a lot. Individual schools, I'm sure, still have issues, But if I look at the actual overall statistics, the backlog is down substantially. We've actually got a 65% reduction in open tickets this year at this moment in time compared to this period last year. And actually the training of the people and the dedication of the level 2 and level 3 people to it, and even the bike fixing is going much faster. We're working on getting the response times and targeting kind of a 4-day response time, or resolution time, and again targeting that first response from a human, so that you can get that within a 24-hour period, so that you actually know that the right person's working on your ticket straight away. This, frankly, as I said, is not where we want it to be yet, but I do believe that we've got the right people in there, the right strategy in place. We're implementing Salesforce Service Cloud, which is one of the best support ticketing systems you can get out there, and we've already got Zunia and SchoolPro using that. We're next moving Sector and Engage across to it, and then Synergetic in August. So that allows our much better transparency about individual support agent performance, both in terms of responsiveness and ability to answer the questions and customer satisfaction, and much better reporting about how do we improve self-service options and again continue to take this one to the next level. So please bear with us on this. We're not finished yet, but I think we've made substantial progress at the aggregate level from where we were just 6 months ago. Professional services, this is an area where we believe, again, we can do a lot better in. When we go and talk to schools, we see that there's a lot of demand for professional services in terms of faster report turnaround, also more consulting, even just learning how to use our products better. Most schools, when we've gone out to them and said, can we do a quick assessment of how you're using our product today, almost all of them have found ways that they can get more value out of the products quickly through slightly changing their processes or changing their training. So if you haven't come to us to a quick kind of check-up, then I really encourage you to do that. And we think that we can actually, this is one of the fastest ways we can help add value to your school today. So, we've done a lot of these free webinars which have gone well. So, 768 people registered for it, and we've had 98 registered so far, including the upcoming STP2 webinars. The new process that we've got for providing quotes, I think, is working much better, where you'll get a quote for reports within 48 hours from a dedicated process lead who does that, and then we've got our reporting experts that can then actually work on generating those reports for you in a fast turnaround time. So we're doing a lot of innovation in this area, adding people to the professional services team, and so ultimately you can rely more and more on this rather than necessarily having to hire your own IT staff to do it for you. Clearly you can do both, but we want to provide this as a really high quality option for all of you. So there is this webinar coming up. If you're interested, scan quickly or reach out afterwards on STP2. That's live as we speak. I think there's payroll runs happening any day now. So we're just waiting for the first customer to actually submit their payroll to check that box. But as I said, it is live now, and the team's done a great job getting that ready. Customer success is another one that we're really focusing on, where we want every school to have a customer success manager as a partner, and actually move that to being a much more proactive and predictable model, where these aren't your point of escalation and ticket chasing. They're actually, because the support just works, these are actually really sitting down there and helping you achieve your school's strategic goals. So the goal there is that every quarter you would sit down with the customer success manager and actually have a proper business review of what are you trying to achieve in your school and how are the products contributing to that. And we've now reached out to more than 80% of schools in term 1. If you haven't had a meeting with your customer success manager, please get in touch with the team at customer success team at educationhorizons.com, and we can set that up straight away. So I'll just go quickly in the product updates. Again, our vision for Synergetic is that it's around for the long term. We're really proud of it in that it is actually by far the richest K-12 data system available. And as we talked about, that connected data is incredibly valuable and incredibly important in a school system. So it's got that rich granular data and connections between everyone in a school community, and highly configurable and all-in-one kind of broad feature set that's been designed for schools. So the main things that we're focusing on with Synergetic is really around leveraging the data better. First of all, building out the integrations to all the apps that schools use on top of Synergetic. And we know that schools are using typically somewhere between 20 and 200 different systems on top of their Synergetic database. So I'm not sure if you're at the 200 or 20 level, but it is the way of the future for schools to use lots of best-of-breed apps on top of a core platform, and a really high priority for us to build out more of those integrations. We're also working on the user interface process flow improvements. So again, to make that as usable as possible, and again, the better support experience that I talked about. So we delivered a lot since our November update, and in fact more than what we said. And a couple of the key things were around the developer portal, which is live now, so people are starting to connect into those RESTful APIs. And they've been built primarily around the student information at the moment. The SynWeb medical maintenance is also live, and we're about to release another iteration of that. And again, that's been built in React, which is a much more modern interface, so it's properly responsive, and I think inherits a lot of the design patterns that we built out for Zunia. So if and when you do move across to Zunia, that kind of design patterns and thinking are similar with the SynWeb experience that you now get. We also built out a new and improved deployment experience, and that's been very popular so far. I know that people have been booked out the Education Horizons assisted version of this for the next couple of months. We're just going through final QA testing of the self-initiated experience before we roll that out to pilot customers. So we should be able to deploy that once it's been through the QA testing and the pilot to all schools very soon. And I think that just makes that whole deployment experience much smoother. And again, that was one of the pain points that people mentioned to me when I first started here. So what we communicated about a month ago was that we're going to keep building out the APIs. We're going to work on the user experience for the community notice board and make further enhancements and tweaks to that SynWeb medical maintenance. We're also conducting the annual pen testing on Synergetic, something that we really prioritise, and continuing to work on the compliance for the product. To give you the latest update, we've had really positive and strong response from schools on the APIs. Hopefully that is a symbol that when we said please trackers don't trust us, that you can actually start to see the improvements that we've delivered over the last 90 days. The current work on those APIs is to continue to build those out, and in fact we brought that up the priority list in response to customer feedback compared to the community notice board, that there was a lot of demand for deepening and evolving the student contact data, timetabling, integrations, attendance, and assessments. If you do have integration needs that you would like us to prioritise, please get in touch. Myself, David, or Cecilia, who's our product manager for that space. And we're trying to make sure we can actually help as many schools with the highest priority integrations as early as possible. So the community notice board, again, the design testing's tested very well there, but we've responded and pivoted to customer feedback and working on the APIs this quarter, and we'll continue with the community notice board in the next quarter. Talked about the customer-led deployment and continuing to make those tweaks and improvements to the SynWeb medical maintenance. And the pen testing and security uplift is on track. In terms of sector,
Do you mind taking questions as we go? Would you rather wait to the end?
Maybe just hold it to the end, otherwise I might lose track, but I promise you get the first one. Sector, we're really positioning that as a leading teaching and learning support system. Where sector is incredibly strong is on the whole learning, well-being, academic attendance, and really that whole student and parent engagement space. It's a great product, and it works very well on top of Synergetic, as many of our schools have found. Where we're focusing on there is, again, deepening that focus on wellbeing, engagement, learning support, and student voice. So there's some extra things that can take it from being great to beyond, to even the next level there. And then similarly to Synergetic, enhanced integrations and reporting and usability there as well. So on Synergetic, what we delivered was around the current academic reporting tool and improved staff assignment capability, something that's been asked for a long time. System and security performance improvements. And then we had started the initial work on Microsoft Teams integration. I'm really pleased to say that since we talked at the quarterly product update about a month ago, that the Teams integration is going very well, and we'll be able to release something this quarter. So it's, again, I think going to really help people that are using Microsoft Teams. If you're not using Microsoft Teams, don't despair. We are going to get onto Google Classroom and other integrations beyond this as well. But I think this will be quite popular and really help those that do use both sector and Teams. So, the priority now is complete that Teams integration, the staff assignments, and starting to work on that sector synergetic attendance write-back architecture, as well as the security test of sector. As I said, the integration for Teams is going well, and we're currently working on that teacher experience of how do you launch Teams from within sector to make that as easy as possible with lots of different entry points from sector. The security pen test has been completed, and with a great result, there was no major vulnerabilities detected, and so that's great. And we continue to work on that sector synergetic attendance write-back architecture with a view to kind of building that out the following quarter. Assetware, we've got David Bruce here knows all about Assetware from his background, but it's a great product that gives schools confidence in the physical environment. Made good progress on that, and more and more schools are actually moving towards that cloud version of Assetware today. And then we're now building out the single sign-on for Assetware, and then continue to roll out 4.7.3. Engage, a great product for school management systems, and particularly what people like about this is the flexibility of Engage with the workforce kind of management tools that it's got there. So a lot of people have adopted that to help build out their custom processes for their schools. The Engage team did really well over that 90-day period and exceeded expectations, and you see a lot of stars there, what they delivered beyond what they committed to. Engage, we're continuing to improve service and support as well. You see some good statistics there. Again, it's not all perfect there, but the average trend is certainly very pleasing, and I'm really confident we're on the right track with that Engage service and support too. And then in the 90-day work plan, really doing a lot of work on to uplift the portal and the homepage. And again, it's that work around the usability of Engage and building in some of the best practice thinking that we've got now coming from Zunia about how do you make these great products even more usable. Zunia is going very well. Zunia, for those of you not familiar with it, is our native SaaS platform that we built from the ground up. It would have been much easier for us to kind of just continue to kind of reskin Synergetic or Sector or Engage and have that as the cloud product. But those of you with I think you've all got IT backgrounds know that if you just wrap a product that wasn't built with the cloud in mind with a browser interface, you don't get the same capabilities as you do as if you build something that was designed to run in the cloud in the first place. So Zunia, of course, is multi-tenanted, built with AWS best practice architecture. It's one single platform that actually starts with student information, and I think that's quite unique in this space. That a lot of platforms started out as finance systems or solving some other kind of problem in schools, whereas what we saw is that what schools really need is almost like a CRM system for students that is specific for students and specific schools. The schools have got very unique needs in that space. And then Zunia also combines that with data and billing management, data and billing management. Because again, that's very specific to schools and very complicated and a huge pain point if it goes wrong. So Zunia at the moment is in, we're selling that to smaller and simpler schools at the moment as a way of kind of getting customer feedback on that. We've got it running in about 10 schools at the moment across Australia. And the goal then is that by the end of this year we'll be able to sell it to and provide it to most schools in Australia, including secondary schools. So the integrations of that are going well, and that really unlocks the benefits of Zunia to a much wider audience. If any of you guys are interested in getting a demo of Zunia or exploring Zunia, feel free to reach out at any point in time. My guess is that most Synergetic customers, having talked to them, want to stay on Synergetic for a while and let other people kind of innovate with Zunia and work out where it's good and where it can be improved. So that's fine, and that's why we're kind of continuing to invest in Synergetic, so that you've really got that choice about when you want to move across to Zunia. But what Zunia is getting great feedback on at the moment is the ease of use for compliance, for doing all that annual kind of and more than annual reporting at federal and state government level, for the way the financial workflows work, for how the academic reporting works, and then just for the general vision and the usability of it. So it is going well, but it does take time to build that out, and we'll keep in touch with you about if and when it's ready for your school. So really just the last quick info announcement was that if you're interested in a wellbeing and engagement analytics webinar, this is a hot topic. It sounds like you've had a couple of sponsors on that space before, but feel free to put that in your diaries and attend that if you're interested as well, run by Jeremy Hedderbury. So really that was it from me today. I wanted to keep it as brief as possible so you got a chance to ask all the tricky questions and also get to the pub and enjoy the sunshine. So I'll wrap up then and then open it up to questions.
Thanks, David. Richard from Shaw School in North Sydney. Look, I've sort of been under a rock probably for the last 2 or 3 years when it comes to Synergetic, and I'm just going to be blunt. And I apologise in advance if I've missed something in that 2 to 3 years. The first thing is, I think I probably speak for part of the community here as to being confused about what is the strategic vision or approach of the product set. And like I said, I've probably been under a rock, but you kind of hear people talking about the depth of Synergetic. We understand you're owned by venture capitalists, and fees have gone up. I think I'm probably not the only one who's worried about the future of the product set and can we have confidence in it. So perhaps you can address that at a macro level for us. I don't know if anyone else shares that concern that I have. If not, then
I'll certainly add something to it.
So that's the first thing. The second thing is I was really excited to see what you're saying about the APIs, because we've been promised that for, I'm guessing, at least the last 5 or 6 years. Okay. And so it does sound like we're heading in the right direction. Are they bi-directional? So is Synergetic now moving to more of a posture of welcoming third-party integrations? Because I personally won't be writing software to interact with APIs, but I will be hoping that third parties that we already work with or might work with in the future can exploit those bi-directional. So can you just speak to your posture? It's not enough just to have APIs, it's a posture, right? It's a philosophy about how you're going to interact.
Yeah.
So,
yeah.
Two high-level things: strategic vision with the products. Can we have confidence? And secondly, the API and integration with third-party systems.
Yeah.
Have I covered enough there? Or is that?
No, they're good questions, and thanks for asking them, Richard. First of all, our posture as a company is to be customer-led and customer-focused, right? I mean, we only succeed if you succeed. And so when I went around and said, what do customers actually want and need, that integration point came up time and time again. I think Philosophically, there was a different perspective in the past, from Tim Dawson as the previous CEO, where in the past when something like Synergetic was built, it was probably built as a more of a vision of a standalone system that would do everything. We all know with modern software today, there is no one product that does everything, and it can do everything best in class. And we know that schools actually want choice and flexibility. And so one of the first things we've done is gone and build out those APIs to give schools that choice and flexibility to work with other products. They are bi-directional APIs. You can run Synergetic as the parent or as the child. They're modern, RESTful APIs. So they're actually borrowing the similar architecture to what we designed Zunia with from the ground up. And actually we could apply a lot of that learning and the architecture back to Synergetic and build that on top of Synergetic. So certainly they're free, they're open, anyone can integrate into them today. We're working with one to integrate with them so that if people already integrate with one, then they get those integrations. Or if there's direct integrations we can do, we'll support those as well. So yeah, the goal there is to make Synergetic fully open. It may mean that people end up using less parts of Synergetic going forward because they find that they might use a third-party payroll solution instead of Synergetics. But if that's the case, and that's what the right thing for customers is, then we'll support that.
So they're bi-directional today.
Yeah.
Third parties that actually can. Well, that's great.
Yeah.
That's something we've been asking for a long time.
Yeah. So I think it's a real moment of celebration. What I would encourage, a lot of people found workarounds in the past by doing direct writes into the Synergetic database. The challenge with that, as you would know, is that basically when you write directly into a SQL database, you don't get any feedback about whether the write was successful, and you can corrupt the database. So what I would encourage schools that have done that, and probably about a third of all schools have done that, is over the next few years is to change those direct write integrations into connections via the APIs.
Well, we had to, because there was no API and you weren't going to invent it.
Sure.
So we had to, so we were forced down that path.
Sure, I understand that, and this is why we're trying to do it the right way, so that schools now have an option to in their own time to do it the right way, because ultimately schools will find it very difficult to get off Synergetic if they don't get away from those direct write integrations. So this is actually, in the end, gives schools more choice to do it the right way, to hopefully move to Zunia at some point in the future, but otherwise to move to another system of their choice, because a lot of schools at the moment, whether they like it or not, are stuck on Synergetic because of those direct writes. And so the way we can actually put schools' interests before our own is to actually do the APIs the right way. In terms of our posture to Synergetic, again, it's to put schools first and realise that actually schools really do depend on that system. And I wasn't here to see how we got into this situation, but schools do rely on Synergetic, and it runs critical part of the infrastructure for many schools across Australia. So again, we've committed to supporting Synergetic for the long term and continuing to improve it. And so, again, when I started, I think there was a little bit more of a strategy of like, let's put all our chips on Zunia, we'll build that out as fast as we can. We'll then get everyone to move across from Synergetic to Zunia, and life's good for everyone. But this is not realistic. And so that's why we're actually building out Zunia again, but we're also continuing to invest and support in Synergetic. Now, I think Ali or someone else asked on one of the calls, well, that sounds expensive, and how do you afford to do that? What we've had to do is make each product effectively stand on its own two legs and be sustainable with the pricing that it's there, so it can actually support itself. And then it basically becomes irrelevant to us if people move to Zunia or they stay, or how many stay. We can actually continue to support people on Synergetic for the long term. We've got a contract with Catholic Education Victoria to supply Synergetic to them for at least the next 5 to 6 years. And we continue to sign up new schools on Synergetic as we speak. So those schools are certainly making that investment choice with at least a 5-year time horizon. So I'm very confident in the longevity of Synergetic. And that's certainly why we're investing, and doubled the size of our development team to keep investing in Synergetic, increase the amount of work we're doing in professional services there, increase the investment in customer success, increase the investment in support, so that you can keep relying on Synergetic for the long term. And look, I know the price increases have been painful, where for many schools, the price has doubled, or in some cases tripled. What most schools said to me privately is that if they knew that we were going to deliver, and they knew that Synergetic was going to be around the long term, and they actually thought it was a really good product and they got good value out of it. They were just annoyed that we did it in advance of making the improvements. And I can understand that. My challenge was that we had to do it in that order so that I could actually increase the development side, increase the investment. So we're basically doing it in parallel. If I joined earlier, we should have, I wish we had raised the prices on Synergetic, 5 years ago and invested and improved it 5 years ago, but I wasn't here 5 years ago, so doing the best I can right now.
No, I think from my school's perspective, it's never good to have to pay more for something. My biggest frustration has been the lack of delivery on commitments made.
Yeah.
And so when you're then asked to pay more money, and then no kind of confidence around delivery, that's, I think, the difficult situation that we've all been put in.
Yeah.
And that's why I made that comment about APIs, is that, I can remember meetings I've had with Simone and Tim about their understanding the importance of APIs, and years of those conversations turned into, well, when our supporting want, but there's no REST API natively in the system. So we've been through that whole conversation, and we're still talking about it. So I think that's some of the background for you to understand why there's a fair amount of tension.
No, I understand.
I think I speak for any school invested in Synergetic. It's logically, we understand the platform and probably want to stay on it. Emotionally, it's a different matter.
Sure. And we realise we've got a time period to prove that we will deliver, and the teams are under no certainty that if we don't deliver, then it's going to be a very difficult situation for us. So, it's a little bit of a burning platform under the teams internally. We've got some really good people working on it. We've doubled the capacity, like I said. 50% of the team at Education Horizons in Australia is new in the last 12 months since I started. So we've brought in a lot of really, really good people. We've tried to retain as many of the good people as possible as well. So we've got that mixture of kind of the experience plus the new skill sets and new way of looking at things.
If I can just, sorry, Eileen and David, the direction as well with, one of the things I could never understand was why was Engage purchased when there was already a SMS Synergetic, and also while another product was under development. It just seemed, or I'm not sure the exact timings, right, but Zunia is happening, Engage is being purchased, and so you can probably understand why we're thinking, what's going on with Synergetic,
yeah.
right?
So,
what's going on with the organisation?
So let me explain that to you. There's a certain number of schools that are in Australia, that you would obviously know that Zunia would be suitable for. Our focus is independent schools, both in the and the Catholic school system as well. We haven't historically competed in the Department of Education space. And when you look at the economics of building out something like Zunia, it's very difficult to make it stack up if you just develop for the Australian market. There's simply not enough schools, and we've got quite a high market share already with our products in Australia. And so the whole logic about buying the Engage business was that it would help us then also sell Zunia into international schools, particularly those with the UK curriculum, the GCSE curriculum around the world, as well as the UK domestic international school market. So our three primary markets are independent school and Catholic schools here in Australia, similarly in the international schools group, and similarly in the UK. So it was really about being able to be a global education technology company rather than just an Australian focused company. We continue to sell Engage in Australia, and some schools here like Barkers and Redlands and stuff get very good value out of Engage. But most 95% of our sales in Australia are Synergetic. We don't really sell Synergetic outside Australia because it doesn't have good multilingual or multi-currency capabilities. So Synergetic is probably our lead product in Australia, and Engage is mainly our lead product outside Australia. Does that make some sense? And when we're building our Zunia, we're trying to take a lot of the best practices and the thinking behind both and build that into one future product. Yeah.
Hello.
I'm sure you got an easy question for me, Alan.
No, I do not. I've got two or three, maybe 3 or 4 rapid fire questions.
Okay.
This is from people that I've spoken to.
Yes.
I've heard that Engage is going to be pulled from the market in Australia, either by the end of this year or the end of next. Is that
No,
true?
that's categorically
It's not,
correct.
so it's going to continue to be sold?
Absolutely. It's being sold today. The way we actually do our sales at the moment is we talk to a school and say, what are your pain points? What problems are you trying to solve? And then actually recommend the right solution for them based on the different product set that we've got. So if a school says, you know what, I want to be able to have a really proven data-rich system that's been around, and does it all for me, okay, great. We've got a good product called Synergetic for you. If a school says, I want to be able to do lots of custom workflows and I want to have a multi-currency capability, and great, there's Engage for you. So Engage is for sale today in the market if people want it.
And you're going to keep that around for the next couple of years at least?
Absolutely, yeah.
I've heard otherwise. All right, next question. Next question. I've also heard from multiple people who seem to be in the know that Synergetic is also going to get built in the next couple of years. You're going to continue to support it, you won't be selling it any further. Yes or no?
No. So again, our plan is to be customer-led, and again, while Synergetic is providing a better solution for customers than Zunia, then we'll continue to lead with that whenever it's appropriate for schools. Now, at some point, Zunia may get to the point where you go, actually, guess what? Like, it's meeting the needs of 95% of customers. We'll still sell Synergetic to the 5% of customers that it's better for. So a good example is we're not going to build out payroll in Zunia. If a school comes to us and says they want to have a solution that does integrated finance and payroll, great, here's Synergetic for you. So, yeah.
Third question. Are you moving into Southeast Asia with Zunia?
Yeah, so as I said before, our 3 primary markets are Australia, independent international schools, international independent schools, and then the UK. So certainly we've been reaching out to Southeast Asia now to see if schools are, if Zunia is suitable for them today, and actually understand what their needs are. So we've got about 10 customers in Australia, and we're just starting initial conversations in Southeast Asia.
But how does that work with stretching the support model? Because you'll have to support Synergetic here, and Sector here, and Engage here, and Zunia here, and then Zunia overseas.
Yeah. And
that's adding a lot.
It is. So that's why we have to do the pricing thing, so there's not kind of cross subsidies between the products. We believe that we've got premium products, and we should charge premium prices and provide premium support for them. Now, I can understand people going, hang on a sec, there's still gaps in the product and there's still gaps in support. That's what we're actively fixing. But each of our products is priced as a premium product that provides that premium support and that you can count on for the long term. Yeah, we're not trying to, I know the trust levels are low, Ali, but we're honestly not trying to shaft, trick, do anything underhand here with people. Probably a lot of you, you mentioned before that we're in my venture capital. It's actually private equity, but the private equity company invested in us because they actually think that we've got great growth prospects, and our growth prospects come from retaining our existing customers and being able to persuade them that actually our products are valuable and that they want to use more of them, and being able to grow to new customers. And we can't do that if we treat our current customers poorly.
There you did. But before I hand over I believe it's the public-facing reputation of the private equity company is they buy low, they pump it up, and in 2 or 3 years they flip it. So you can understand how we are. What's the right phrase, ladies and gents? Skeptical, scared. Go with all of that. Okay. The reputation of the company which currently owns you is buy, inflate, sell. Yeah, and that's on their website.
So how many of you have your super with NGS? Okay, so NGS is one of our biggest investors. So your super is invested with us. And what motivates me here today is actually growing the investment for NGS. For Aware Super is the other big investor in us. It's Australian super funds that actually investors in private equity, in potential, and particularly in Education Horizons. And they're ethical investors. We report to them on a quarterly basis about what we're doing and why. And actually, it's about growing the super for those pension funds. That's what motivates me, and why I took the CEO role here.
Can I ask you a few questions?
Please, yeah.
David Sitter, Central Coast Grammar School.
Hi.
We've been a Synergetic customer for almost 20 years. My knowledge of Synergetic extends over 11, back when I started with the current school. And when I started, I asked for a web-capable front-end, smartphone-capable, web-based front-end. I was promised it was coming. It's never arrived. It's one of those long broken promises, like Richard asked APIs, never arrived.
Yeah.
Now, in your presentation, you said that one of the reasons you increased the pricing was to give customers confidence about your long-term prospects in the market.
Mm-hmm.
I can tell you there seems to be a distinct disconnect between that viewpoint and your current customer base. Now, you would know all of your customers. I only know a small subset, predominantly New South Wales Synergetic schools, but a few dozen of those. And I can tell you that it has done the exact opposite. It has dramatically decreased confidence in Synergetic and the parent company, EHG, because of what you've done. Nearly all of them are talking about, or well, most of them I know, are actually planning on a migration. So actively looking for alternative products to migrate to. The fear then is that will compound the problem, because you'll have a lot of customers leaving Synergetic, so that revenue will go, and at what point does the company become viable to run? In your presentation, you said that investment levels in R&D, like product development, is now at 30% of revenue. You have increased my school's cost 2.5 times, almost tripled. You initially said that you wouldn't increase the support costs, but then you reneged on that later and you did. So it's almost triple at my school. That tells me that the actual amount that you are reinvesting in the product has decreased significantly as a percentage of revenue, unless there is just an extremely small number of schools that have had the type of price increase we have had. Because otherwise the maths is simple, yeah? Like if we were paying, if the total revenue was say 40 units and you increase the cost 2.5 times and it takes it to 100, and at the 100 point you're now investing 30 units into R&D, and you're saying that's double of what it was before. Well, that means before it was 15 units on a revenue of 40.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying.
Yes.
So let me just try and take it one by one. I think, first of all, the price increases have varied by school quite substantially, depending on what they were originally paying. And actually, most of our longest customers from 20 plus years ago were on the cheapest prices. Any school that signed recently was typically much closer to the current price, and therefore some schools received a bigger increase than others. Some schools have been excluded from that if they signed in the last couple of years. We haven't put a price increase through to them because it wouldn't have been fair to them. Other schools, with Catholic Education Victoria, they're on a long-term contract, so we 5-year contract. We haven't changed the price on that. So not all schools have got the same level of increases as yourself. The investment has been across not just the product, but also in the support, the customer success, and professional services. And the wage inflation is very high at the moment, just to retain the current people, as you'd be aware, in this industry. So a lot of that has gone in terms of attracting new people and retaining existing people. So the overall support and investment of that is, I'm very confident we've actually increased that even on a percentage basis. I certainly don't recall ever reneging on a support agreement. If we have done that, I apologise. I have to get the details of that with you. And
so when you first put out the price increase for Synergetic, you said it only applied to the base and that the support aspects would not be impacted by this cost increase. 6 weeks later, the support prices went up significantly as well, roughly in line with the base model. It was one of those things where, again, we had to go to our board and say, well, you're not going to believe it, but, you know, initially we asked for X and we had 2.5 times it. Now we've got to add a bit more for the support increase as well.
Why don't we
And
take
that
that
kind
on?
of thing breaks trust.
Yeah, look, certainly we've tried to act
But what?
correctly. If we've got it
just
wrong,
then you
let's.
said that you didn't think it would be fair for a company that signed up in the last 2 years
Yep.
to suddenly increase prices.
Yep.
Why do you feel that it's okay for a 20-year serving customer to suddenly have to face an almost tripling of cost with no notice? The way that you did it was pretty appalling. I mean, you made another statement just a few minutes ago that you don't want to treat your customers poorly.
Yeah.
That was an incredibly poor treatment of customers. We'd already submitted budgets to the board, and then suddenly we got this notification from Synergetic.
Yeah, and look, I apologise. I didn't want to do it, to be transparent. In the original version of the budget we put together, we had a 10% price increase in there this year. We just couldn't make the numbers work. We were running at a cash flow negative basis. We're not anymore. So that's.
Not now.
Well, we're not massively cash flow positive either, because we are, every spare dollar we're putting back into the product and improving. So, look, I think you had a couple of other points earlier on. I forget.
You said that it increased customer confidence, and I'm telling you
It's
that it's
the opposite.
actually
Yeah.
massively decreased customer confidence. I mean, I can tell you my personal opinion, but that matches my peers that I'm in regular contact with in these other Synergetic schools.
Yeah.
I am very doubtful of a solid future, because I suspect that, give it a couple of years, a significant majority of Synergetic customers will have left. Once that revenue base goes, I am concerned about the longevity of the product and the company behind it, and that is my advice to my executive team and my board. In other words, there is a risk here. This company will not be around supporting this product in 2 years because of what they have done and the response from my peers in planning to migrate and leave.
Yeah.
Therefore, we also should plan to migrate.
Well, that does become a self-fulfilling prophecy, right? If people think that way. I would say that when we looked at this, TAS, the Alpha system, did this 5 years ago, and they did it in one swoop. I spoke to a lot of schools that use TAS today. They all said that they hated that. There was a massive amount of noise. Everyone said that they were going to leave TAS and come to Synergetic. We didn't pick up a single customer, even though we're half the price of TAS for 5 years. So, and then all the TAS schools now go, okay, that was done. So actually what we're doing with Synergetic was just bringing it up to a comparable price to TAS.
Talk about TAS though. They at least have a learning management system built into their product. You do not. You have to add on sector, or in our case, we bolt on Schoolbox and it serves us well. But then we have to pay for both Synergetic and Schoolbox. With TAS at my school, I would pay less for TAS and I would get both a school management / information system and a learning management system.
But I don't think they're comparable to sector. Certainly, there's no other learning management system out there that has the depth of focus on wellbeing, parent engagement, student engagement to sector. It's actually in a class of itself. In fact, it's a lot more than just a learning management system, as you'd be aware. And Synergetic is also a lot more powerful than TAS in a lot of ways, and we win, a good, more than our fair share against TAS when we're competitive with new schools. So, I'm confident that we've priced it competitively and fairly, and when schools have gone out and actually done some of this testing, they've decided to stay with us. So, I think that the biggest risk to us, frankly, is the emotional one that Richard referred to, that, schools are pissed off. And I hear that and I get that, and I'm sorry about it. Probably doesn't help you much, but when I was at NYB, Atlassian came to us and said that the price was going up by a factor of 9 on Jira software. I didn't like that either. I probably had a similar reaction to you, but and we're still the best product in the market, and we stayed with it. So I'm aware that we've got a window to prove ourselves and to rebuild the trust. As you hopefully see, I'm doing everything possible by turning up today, by investing in the product, by showing you what we've done, by being transparent and honest to rebuild that trust. So,
David, when does that window close?
well, I think most schools would find it difficult to move off Synergetic in a 12-month period, right? And so, we've got at least that time period to
So when did you announce the price change? When was it? Last year?
September, yeah.
September?
Yep.
So we're in April now?
Yep.
So we're 7 months in?
Yep. And you see what we delivered already, Ali, and you see, the support's improved, the customer success model's improved, professional services improved, and the product's improved.
But I'm again worried about this disconnect between the experience that I have in my school with my staff that have to use Synergetic support and what we hear from our peers in other schools. My database administrator, my DBA, is usually the one who has to provide support to Synergetic staff because they do not know the product as well as he does. I haven't seen an improvement in support whatsoever, and he hasn't seen an improvement in support whatsoever. So I know you threw some numbers up there. It doesn't match what I'm experiencing in my school or what colleagues in other schools that I talk to, because now I'm talking to them a lot about Synergetic, also say with their support aspects.
Yeah.
We're seeing, if anything, a decline. Now maybe we're at the higher, more techie end, okay? My DBA is a very solid SQL database guru expert. He's actually written a hell of a lot of those rights to Synergetic's database that you mentioned earlier and might now have to redo them in API. But he did that because Synergetic wasn't allowing us to use APIs. But he's the guy that's done it. He knows the database structure inside out, and he often has to tell the Synergetic support people how it works just so he can then report the problem. You can't just ring up and report the problem because they don't understand the problem. He has to spend half an hour instead of a minute.
Yeah. So some of the things, just Ellie, let me just do one at a time. So one of the things we've done is move people like Chris Steele across into support full-time. I don't know if you know Chris, but he's one of our most experienced people that was in the product space. Now he works full-time in support. We've got Andrew Payton is another one that's moved across into support full-time to provide that level 3 support. That level 3, level 2 support that requires super deep, super technical stuff is the hardest to fix because when you look at the actual type of queries, there's a very dispersed nature of those queries, and so it's very difficult to kind of fix one thing and actually then fix it for everyone. The level 1 support, I think, has improved a lot. The level 2 and level 3, the backlog of outstanding defects and tickets is coming down, and the response time is coming down as well. So again, look at the specific issues about your school, and I hear your frustration, I'm sure there are. Let's have a chat afterwards and I can follow up on those and find out if it's, what's going on with that school. What again we're finding is that there's a lot of noise out there. There was particularly a lot of noise about, all the other schools are leaving, and when we actually go and talk to them, a lot of the actual reality is a bit different, and most of the schools we've spoken to and engaged with actually want us to succeed and hope that we succeed, and are giving us advice on how to succeed. So, we're certainly in it to succeed and to help schools, because I think that's the best thing for us and the best thing for schools.
We were told by your company, your people, 6 months ago, when the price increase came out, that Zunia was not an option for us then and would not be for 5 years minimum. Your people told us that. We're a K-12 school of 1,400 and we're Synergetic and Schoolbox. We're very sophisticated. You might have missed my presentation earlier on custom in-house software tools. We do a lot of that because there just isn't stuff in the marketplace that can meet our needs.
Yeah.
But we were told by your people that Zunia wasn't an option for us and wouldn't be for at least 5 years.
Okay. So that's not correct. We're aiming to have it suitable for all schools by the end of this year. The exact timeframes are going to depend on the individual school. So again, it might be a little bit longer for your school, depending on exactly what you need. But it's going well. It's going to be a good option. What we didn't want to do was actually just force schools into having a move by saying, "Hey, it's Synergetic's end of life." Because the worst thing for all schools is the transition costs, the hassle and the money, and having to move to another system that wasn't built for the web, wasn't built for a proper SaaS experience. So, we want to give schools that option. And our goal is to retain each and every single school. Maybe throw it over to somebody else. Ali, do you got another one, or do you want to let someone else sort of go?
No, I'm going to jump in. Joy's being the host. Look, I'm just going to back up what David's sort of saying around support, and you're saying that the level 1 support has improved. My 2 recent experiences had me hitting my head on the desk on the number of times I had to go back to the level 1 support team and say, this is the problem, because they weren't reading tickets. It took me 42 days to get something acknowledged, and it's only when I actually jumped on the Synergetic forums, which I do, it's my last resort. At that point, I got attention. But the number of times, and go back and have a look at the ticket yourselves, I had 2 tickets in, the number of times I had to say, no, this is what I'm talking about, and here it is, and here is the detail, which I've already given to you, and this is level 1 support. I went around and around in a circle, and my DBA, who's left for the day, my DBA, who's been working with this system for 5 years and been working with management systems for 20 years, whenever I say to him, have you lodged a ticket, he just rolls his eyes at me and go, what is that going to get me? Because every time they come back and they've missed the core detail, which I've made sure I've put in the first, and they've skipped it right over.
Yeah, and so look, I think one of the challenges with support of Synergetic is that there's a lot of schools that are doing the level 1 support themselves, and so when they're coming in with quite sophisticated queries that our level 1 people probably aren't equipped to actually judge where does it go to and how does it go.
It's not about that, it's about read detail in the first ticket.
Yeah,
and that's what I'm not getting.
So one of the things that I've asked the support team to look at is can we have a more experienced person do the triage up front and actually get it to the right person, because I think that's where a lot of inefficiencies come for us and for schools at the moment, is that the tickets are getting double, triple handled. So if we can get the ticket directed to the right person the first time, then it's better for everyone that it gets touched once and closed out. So it probably needs a more sophisticated, experienced person to do that upfront triage than the level 1, because as you know, a traditional support model is coming to the level 1 person, see if they can handle it. If they can't, they escalate to level 2. I think if schools that have got great DBAs and great experience are just getting frustrated, getting stuck at that level 1 and saying, hey, I already know more than you do, please can you just escalate me? So we're going to look and see if there's ways in which we can change that process.
David, you say you're customer led. I'm trying to explain that, the history, right? For the last 11 years that I've been working with Synergetic, you haven't listened, you haven't done what we've asked. Probably the number 1 thing that your customers have been asking for, begging for, is a proper web-based front end. Okay, I'm talking about putting it all in the cloud. You've got a really crap web front end client. I think it's great. Try using that on a smartphone. It's missing functionality, missing features. It's really poor. It's not that hard to improve that, but instead you're delivering this new medical thing, which doesn't mean squat to my school. Maybe some of your customers think that's really good, but what we all want are the basics of modern software design. Web-based front end, run on your phone from anywhere, anytime. It doesn't have to be SaaS in the cloud.
Yeah, so look, certainly our work on, once we've done the work on integrations, the goal is to continue to improve the usability, and a lot of that will come down to the front end. We think that we can, the old 80-20 principle, if you can kind of fix 20% of it that touches 80% of the users of the school group, that can make a massive difference. So things like online leave applications and stuff are very high up there, community portals very high up there, the stuff that actually gets used by lots of people in the school. There's not a huge amount of demand, for example, from the finance team to be able to do all the data reconciliation on their phone. So that's not an area that we would build out, but the other areas are, and the goal is to kind of prioritise our way down through that area and trying to make improve that usability as much as we can.
But you've also removed a development roadmap. Now, it used to be really frustrating when we were told that something was on the roadmap and never delivered. But now you've removed the roadmap. Am I missing something? Have I been under a rock? My understanding is you remove the
Yeah,
roadmap.
because
So from a customer viewpoint, what we're experiencing is you've come out and said, hey, 250%, you know, 2.5 times, almost triple, right, the cost. And by the way, we're removing the development roadmap. So we're not telling you what's coming or committing to anything that's coming.
Well, we're telling you the themes that we're investing in around integration, support, and improved usability for the key users. And that's that. And then every 90 days, we're telling you what we're going to deliver the following 90 days, and then we tell you how we delivered against that. It's look, the easiest thing for me by far was to write you a great roadmap that went out the next 20 years and told you what we're going to deliver every quarter. And it's not going to get delivered because no roadmap in history ever gets delivered like that if you're really truly responsive to customer feedback.
Just give me a 2-year roadmap and then be a year delayed would be far better off than we are.
That's not the way I operate, I'm sorry. And you know, if we're going to commit to doing something, we're going to do it. And I understand it's going to make this conversation harder, and you're not the first customer to tell me that, but it is the way best practice software companies work, which is actually tell you what the themes are over the long-term period, and then actually deliver against a 90-day plan. And that's what we're going to keep doing, and we can commit to 90 days because we've actually scoped it out properly, we've done the design work, we understand what's involved. The difficult thing about saying, if I'm going to give you a commitment of what we're going to do in a year's time, it means that I actually need to do proper discovery work on it to understand what we're going to build, and how hard it is to build, how long it's going to take. If you do that a year in advance, it ages by the time you get there and becomes irrelevant. So you've got to do that, you know, 3 months in advance of when you actually do it, which means it's impossible to give accurate long-term roadmaps. And there's always customers asking for different things. So these APIs have been unbelievably popular, and customers have asked for more of them. I thought they would be popular, but actually customers have gone, stop working on the community notice board, work more on the APIs, which is what we're doing. If we promised that we're going to go and do the community notice board for the next, you know, year, we would not be living up to that.
Can I perhaps respond to that, David? Part of the problem is that we have to make decisions ourselves, right?
Yep.
Obviously. Without a roadmap, where does that leave us? You know, I mean, in the past, we've been told certain things. They haven't been delivered, and we've been burned. So I know now I don't, my planning doesn't really factor in, I guess, what I'm hearing from the HG, which is not a good place to be in. So I would describe it as being a strategic disconnect. That's what worries me, is that things we've been asking for haven't been delivered, and we're now not sure whether they're ever going to be delivered, whether work is going to be prioritised on Zuni or Engage, for example, or are we ever going to get what we want? So I would echo what David was saying about a mobile app, for example, one that, again, forgive me if I've been under a rock for the last 3 years, but I don't think it's a very good solution for marking attendance on a mobile device, for example, for teachers still. I could be wrong about that, but so the simple things like that, where if we knew they were coming and going to be delivered, we can then factor into our plan and say, yep, we're going to have this, you know, Q4 this year, so then we stop looking for an alternative and we go, great, we're going to get that, so we don't have to look anymore.
Sure. And look, I'm happy to be transparent with what I know. I mean, we're never going to make the whole of Synergetic into a web front end because it wouldn't make sense to do that. They started doing that, they said they'd do it and they never finished it, right? And so I'm not going to go and commit to kind of building the whole of Synergetic in a web browser. But what we can say that we're going to do is prioritise those key moments and actually make that a delightful experience. So, you know, staff marking student attendance is obviously a really high candidate. What we're doing right now is prioritising and getting input from customers about what they actually want done first. So, you know, I've heard a couple of things today. You know, please let me know afterwards, anytime, you know, what you would like done first, and we'll try and either build that into our plans or give you feedback that it's unlikely to get up.
Yeah, I'm very happy to have that discussion. I guess we've done it before with Tim and Simone and others, and it didn't go anywhere.
Sure.
And that's the problem we've got. I think I'm kind of now playing the victim, I suppose, and that is I'm not looking to the HG for a solution because I've been burned in the past. And I'm not saying that for a minute that I'm about to jump ship on Synergy. synergetic either. It's just that if we have to introduce some new functionality for something, it's very difficult to lean at the EHG way because we've been burned, or I've been burned. So if I'm looking for online enrolments, for example, we were promised certain things that never came. So we went to a third party. You know, sports fixtures, we were promised certain things and the product didn't deliver the way that we wanted it to deliver. So we can't go that way with synergetic.
Yeah. Look, we're not planning to build out large-scale feature development or large new modules in synergetic, right? I mean, that's not one of the things that we've said we're going to do. And in fact, the way we want to help customers get access to that is through integrations and able to use best-of-breed third-party solutions around the edges of synergetic. And I think where synergetic failed in the past was trying to be everything to all people and probably not meeting expectations. And so, you know, again, if you've got specific questions of are you planning to do X or Y, I'll give you my best, answer on that, on any topic to help guide you in the decision.
I think if you give me some certainty, are you going to deliver an attendance marking capability on a mobile device? Again, if I've been under a rock and it exists, my apologies, but that to me would be a school books for that. Yeah,
I'll just say ditto for engage. That's a number one. Every school is just springing.
This is the basic thing to care. If you can't mark attendance, what happens is, if you can't mark attendance on a mobile device, people don't want to use it for the system for anything else.
Yeah.
Right. So if you get a low-hanging fruit thing like that done, then it can encourage, build up the confidence in the product. That would be. Yeah. It sounds really boring.
No, it's not. It's good, and I've heard the message, and that's something I'll definitely take away and make sure the team hears that too. So I appreciate that.
We can't do it. We look for other products.
Yeah. No, I understand. You can do it in the sector, but we should be able to do it in synergetic too. So it's definitely not getting done this quarter, but I'll go and check with the team about what's the likelihood of it getting done next quarter.
That's a good question. You mentioned a couple of times you've done pen testing and so on, and I like security, especially when all that data is in synergetic. Are you going to release the reports on that pen testing to customers?
No, we release the high-level results, but obviously not the detailed reports because it contains all that.
This is my point. If I can't read and see what you've actually done to check that it's secure, how do I know it's actually secure? Or do you at least release who pen testers are?
Yeah, we can release the names of the companies we use for the pen testing, and look, our goal is there to be transparent about what we're doing, but not increase vulnerabilities.
No, I don't want vulnerabilities, and I only want it to customers, but it's one thing to say, yeah, we've done pen testing, it was great, but if we have no idea what you actually targeted and what the outcome was.
David, do you have a...
We've shared high-level results before.
Do you have a perception of synergetic from a security perspective? Because you've been there 18 months. So what is your perception of synergetic security level or security capability? How secure do you think synergetic is?
It's a good question. Look, the pen test is underway now. I think we'll get a good understanding of that. I think there is some areas in which we expect that there'll be some catch-up work to get done on it, and that will get prioritised at the very top of what we do. So again, that's the kind of thing that makes it difficult to commit in blood to getting specific roadmap items done, because if there's a bunch of kind of high items that come out from the security pen test, then guess what? We're going to work on that before we go and work on.
Will you tell me what they are once you've fixed them though?
So 2 years ago,
we can share the high
because
level.
like you can turn around and go, they said this issue was a big issue, we've now fixed it, then it should be a problem anymore to release it. But
yeah, we've done that in the past with individual customers. So again, if it's...
No, individual customers, no, tell everyone, all your customers what it is.
Yeah.
So 2 years ago, we discovered that you were recording customer credit cards in the synergetic database in plain text, unencrypted.
Yeah.
Right? Now, I'm not sure of your security background, but I have one. Let me tell you, that is so far from industry best practice, it's disgraceful. It's as bad as you can get.
No, I understand.
And if you're going to do something that blatantly bad, then I don't trust any other type of security mechanism in synergetic. The amount of work it creates for my DBA, my systems guys, to check the granular permissions access, because we can't trust synergetic or something like that, is enormous. If you could improve the security, or at least improve our perception of synergetic's security, because I have to report that to the board yearly, that would also help significantly. Your track record's awful, right? Absolutely awful. So what David Nichols, I work with him at Central Coast Grammar, is asking is some type of public record release of these are the vulnerabilities we've discovered and fixed. That builds trust with my security partners that your product is improving security. And in my school, it's a core system. So the more that we can trust that product to be secure, the better it is for you.
Understand. And look, that is obviously not anywhere near best practice, right? About the credit card stuff, and that's been addressed.
What's worse though is that your guys thought they couldn't fix it, so then the policy became credit card numbers must now be stored in an external party. Here's a connection to like NAB or something. So now when all of the Synergetic customer credit card details are taken, they don't store it in Synergetic, they stick it over in NAB, and then they ring up NAB and ask them each time for the credit card and use it in a one-off mechanism, so it's not held in the database. Because Synergetic didn't think they could fix something as basic as encrypting in there to meet an Australian security standard. Yeah?
No, look, I mean, the thing about, you probably know about PCI compliance, it's incredibly high standards there, and it should be, right? And that's why we work with NAB Transact, and that NAB should be the one doing that rather than us, right? It's something that you actually want to do, right? Look, we've got one of the best CIOs in education technology in Australia, I think, in Darryl Holland. We do a lot of pen testing. We're committed to improving security on that. It's a product that was architected some time ago, so it does need constant security work, and we put that effort into it. I think you'll find that Zunia has been built from the ground up with the kind of secure by design built into it, and so that's I think the right way of building security from the very start when it's actually built. Synergetic, you're always retrofitting on top because, as with any other product in this market that was built some time ago. But we put a lot of effort into it. I hear your point about can we be more transparent. Again, I'll take that away and see what we can do there.
Hi David, I'm another David. I'm not a school. I'm one of your best of breed third-party companies.
Great.
So I have about 55 Synergetic customers we work with, including various people in this room and this group, so it's a lot of the big independents. So we get terribly excited when you do things like, oh, there's a new API, and thank you, it's very pretty and we're playing with it. So we already have very deep integrations, through Action Centre and reading and writing data. What I'm really interested in is partner program, because there isn't one. And so if you want us best of breed third party integrators to add on the features, for example, so Richard and I know each other. If you guys extended that API to record attendance, Richard could have at least part of that from us within 90 days, because we already do stuff around that, but because we won't live write by policy into your database, we have to have that integration point to be able to capture the data. But the big overarching thing is there are a bunch of companies like us and others here, like Clipboard, another fantastic company that Mary Lou's nodding, so companies like Redlands and Barker and so on. There are companies like us, Clipboard and some others. We would dearly love you guys to set up that and you were a mild guy, that channel partner, integration partner program, because there's an awful lot we can bring, and I know David up at Central Coast too, and maybe we can help him with some of those frustrations and gaps and deficiencies if we are able to bring to bear the power of the products that we have to augment the one that you've got. But without that official channel, honestly, we live on rumour and gossip about what's going on inside EHG. And we wait for your release notes to come out, and then somebody emails me and goes, oh, did you hear Synergetic's got a new API? And so you quickly ring around to find the URL. I have 55 of your biggest schools. I shouldn't need to ring around to find out about your new API.
Okay. So just one thing. We're going to make that the last one, because
sorry,
I'm getting phone calls saying why aren't we down
there.
So it is 20 to 5. I'll let you finish up.
No, thanks. And look, I think you saw that the attendance API is one that we're working on
I
now.
saw it on the list.
So-
But could we please make sure it covers absentees as well? Because I have 50, if we could push absentees, so unexplained absences, not recording attendance, but absentees.
Period absences.
Unexplained absences.
Yeah.
I have 55 synergetic schools who would buy me a castle because my product does all of that. The only
What's
thing it
your
can't,
company, sorry?
so our company's Smart. Don't
It's-
worry.
I know it's Smart, yeah.
I'll give you a card before you leave, though. I was looking for you on LinkedIn. COVID means that I haven't been able to come and see you, otherwise I would. I have 50, probably every single one of my synergetic schools, if we had the absentee right back bit, they would buy me flowers and champagne, and they would all buy that. Incidentally, you're helping me because they'll buy more of my stuff in order to get it done.
Sure.
But
So-
again, the channel, the partner program is how we should be able to give you that information.
Yeah, fair point. So look, we do want to ultimately model a lot of the best practices that MYB or Xero or Salesforce have around.
I'm
here's all
a
the,
huge
here's all
Xero
the-
fan of the way you guys went about business.
So-
I know you know how to do it.
Yeah.
I'm curious to see whether you're going to do it here.
Well, that's the goal, right?
Yeah.
And the head of product came from Xero,
Yeah.
and
Yeah,
I
yeah.
was,
And you came
I was
from
chief
the
product
other
officer in
one.
MYB, right?
Yeah.
And so the idea is that we build good platforms and we have an open app ecosystem that sits on top of them and across all of our products. Right now, we'll get there as quickly as we humanly can. I think what I've taken away from this whole conversation is, a lot of frustration about past promises and the not being met and the pricing, but B, general agreement that actually the APIs and the improving support and improving the usability where we can is the right strategy. Just question marks around the execution. Right now, I can't sit here and guarantee the execution to any of you. All I can do is go and perform, and that's what we're going to go and do. If you've got specific kind of points around prioritisation or any other questions or specific concerns about support, please just contact me offline and I'll have a chat with you. But I really do appreciate the feedback. I know all feedback's a gift, even if you're really angry. I just appreciate your long-term support and hope that we can continue to be partners for many years on the back of our delivery. So thanks, and enjoy your time at the pub.
Thanks, David.
Thanks, everybody. Down at the tennis club, if you want to come down, have a couple of drinks. Yep. As I like to end all committee meetings and all meetings, I love you all dearly, but please get out.
That's not true. You asked for singing.
Only if you
No, that's at the club. That's later at the club.
There's your action line. Go back. Thank you very much. You guys are kinder than I thought you'd be. Thank you. Oh, well, you know that Rome wasn't built in a day, right?
Oh, you know.
And I've inherited what I've inherited, and I'm going to do the best I can.
And Ali, it's going to do fine.
Look, I've inherited a lot of good stuff and a lot of stuff that probably wasn't quite as good.